time job. Attacks can come from all directions. So you must keep your eyes open.
See my lungs. Soon I am so dashing, cruising on my tiny pony with my lungs, yes, my lungs, my lungs.
Unlock the log and make some heads roll.
He's a mini one going eye, mighty robotic warrior. The sky.
And he has one thing to say.
Unlock the mini.
Fire from the sky. I'm the baby dragon. I'm the baby dragon. I'm the baby dragon.
These are the rules of the duel. Trumpets must sound when the prince charges into battle. Or when the prince does pretty much anything.
welcome to the Clash Royale Crown Championship Global Series. I am your host, Gregan, and we are here today in the top 8 of Europe, the final day of the round robin. We started with over 1 million players, and we're now down to just 8, and we'll find out who are the top 6 going into the finals today. I'm joined here by Mika and Ash. How are you both?
I'm doing great. I'm also a little sad because, like you said, we started with 1 million, we whittled it down to 8, but now we're losing 2 of those. We're going on to 6.
I know, it's going to be tough to say goodbye to these guys. I mean, especially hopefully Suarez can dig his way out because he's won over the hearts of the fandom, of the fans out there for sure. I'm especially excited about the bottom of the standings there to see who does come out. Is it going to be Adam holding on to that last 6th spot to move on to the double elimination?
Yeah, for sure. You kind of described it nicely there. The leaderboard is looking a bit split. There's the bottom 3 and the top 5. So Suarez, Adam, and Danny all competing to get out of the red at the bottom there.
Yeah, and those guys too, Surgical, Baron, and Nim Sensei competing to try to get in the bye in the double elimination round. So
yeah, it could go to any of those top 5.
For the blue, it's anyone's game. Like, if Baron and Nim Sensei lose all their matches today, they could go to the red. So
yeah, the cool thing about today is that everybody here right now, everybody who has matches today has something to play for.
Yes.
You know, there's something on the line. There's no one who has a free ride to the double elimination, or there's no one who's definitely going home. So let's see what happens here. I'm excited.
Yeah, and the way we got to that stage is we've had 2 weekends of round robin, 18 games so far, and we have 10 today. And there's a lot of interesting matchups. We were speaking before how excited we are for especially the first one we got starting off here. Adam is in studio, and he'll be facing off against Donkey Kong.
We have Adam here. I am super excited.
I'm so excited. Adam is one of my favorite players in the top 8, and I'm really excited to put a face to the name.
And he has 2 huge matches in the first 3. You know, you can see him going up against Donkey Kong, who's at the top of the leaderboard, and then a big match against Suarez, match 3. And, you know, both of those guys are in a do-or-die situation.
Yeah, Danny has some really tough games there. Nim Sensei and Surgical Goblin, arguably the favourites going into the tournament, have had a really tough ride because there's been so many talented players, including people like Donkey Kong and Royale, who'll be competing in match 7, and also Baron later on.
Yeah, match 7 especially, it has my eye. You know, Donkey Kong versus Royale. Royale turning some heads with the BM last week, but certainly his performance did back up. And he's going against kind of the people's favorite in terms of Donkey Kong. Really nice guy, kind of soft-spoken versus the more gregarious, I guess, Royale. So it should be a good match. Match 7 is what I'm looking at there.
I mean, there's a risk that Royale could get into Donkey Kong's head because Donkey Kong's so polite and nice, and Royale's the opposite. So it's like he's an aggressive
That's a nice
player.
dig. That's a nice dig backwards.
So there's like a risk that he could get in Donkey Kong's head, but there's also like Donkey Kong could be so nice that Royale can't even touch him.
My thing is, I think Donkey Kong has a little bit of that Surgical Goblin running through his blood.
Yeah.
That like cool, calm, and collected, and hey, you can BM me all day, every day. It doesn't matter. Again, though, Donkey Kong here in studio, Royale isn't. I don't know. Does that come into play too? We'll see. I would not doubt that Royale will pull out the BM to play that psychological, warfare again against DK. So.
I mean, you mentioned it. There's a lot of players in studio, and we'll get to chat to a lot of them, which will be really great because some of these guys have so much insight into how to play the game. They've played such a variety in Europe, and they started bringing in newer decks, like we've seen Bandit Battle Rum do really well up to now. And I want to see whether that plays a big role today. And then bats are also here as well.
Ooh, yes, bats were released since last week, so that's definitely going to change up the game.
Yeah, it's so crazy, right? Because when we started this 3 weeks ago, we had balance changes hit, now we have a new card hit, and we've seen the meta shift throughout this tournament so far. So it's really, really cool, you know?
I mean, if you were watching the NA broadcast yesterday, I can't remember which match it was, but bats helped take down tower and helped someone win.
I think bats are going to prove to be a very viable cycle card in the game. It's nice and they provide a nice counter to Graveyard, and Splash Yard is really the 2nd most popular deck, or 2nd most winning deck overall in this tournament, next to Three Musketeer. So.
Yeah, we could talk about what's going to happen today. There's going to be incredibly intense matches, all of them mattering, as we mentioned before. But to start things off, we have Adam versus Donkey Kong. And to lead us through that game, we have Trid and Woody.
Thank you very much, Greg. And yes, that's right. It's the first game of week 3 of the Crown Championship group stage, the final week. And I'm Trid, and of course, joining me is Woody to take us through all the action today.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. Thank you very much for the introduction, Trid. I cannot wait for this final week to start. The Crown Championship Global Series has seen 1 million players around the globe competing to be here today. The top 8 from Europe are going to try to take a chunk out of that $1 million prize pool, and this is what it has all come down to. These players are going to be jockeying for leaderboard position. Remember, the top 2 are going to get that preferential seating in the bracket. The middle 4 are going to go to the bracket, but the bottom 2 are going to be kicked out. We've got some really tough, close matches today between players who are similarly ranked. That's going to decide if they're going to make it on or if they're going to be going home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one of the great things about how the format has laid itself out. You know, the top half, they've all got potential to get into that preferential seeding based on their matches. I'm not saying that's necessarily the caliber of opponent they're playing, because there are some tough matches for people. They've got the top players like Surgical Goblin, Donkey Kong, Royale to go up against as their, final matches of the group stages. But basically, anyone in the top half of the leaderboard can make it into that preferential seeding this week based on their matches. And of course, right at the bottom is looking a little bit dicey for people like Suarez, Adam, and Danny. There could be a bit of a contention there to survive towards the end of the matches, depending on how the matchups work out today.
That's right. Yesterday we saw a 3-way tie in the North American region at the very top of the bracket. I think that we could potentially see that again at the bottom or even at the top of the bracket for EU as well. But the first game that we've got here today is going to be Donkey Kong versus Adam. Now, Donkey Kong is up at the top. He's got a 4-1 record, very solid, only has to play 2 games today, but he has got to be fighting to try to get as many points as possible to stay in that top 2. Now, if he wins this game and then goes up against Royale in his next game and wins that one as well, he's almost guaranteed a top 2 spot. But he's kind of expected to have to pull this one off and kind of slip through and take the win here. A loss would really be an upset for him, whereas a win is kind of necessary to keep his standing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess a win would be, based off performance we've seen in the previous weeks, would be the status quo for Donkey Kong, right? He wouldn't really be missing a beat if he beat Adam here. So,
right.
Anyway, less about this matchup. What do you think we're going to see today as we jump into the matchup? And it looks like we're going to see a free muskies with the bandit from Donkey Kong and a log bait coming out from Adam, which we know he likes doing.
We do know. I'm happy to see Adam going back to his roots. Donkey Kong does love playing these big, heavy beatdown decks. So this is really going to be a duel that is going to try to go in Adam's favor really quick in this first 2 minutes, while Donkey Kong is going to be happy to play late in the game, trying to make a big push at the end.
Bandit's made a connection on the right-hand tower, though. Ice Spirit will stop. There's a little bit of a skirmish of goblins happening on Donkey Kong's side. You can see the Dark Goblin doing some work, getting some value at the back end there. But the Bandit connection there really brought out Donkey Kong ahead early.
It definitely did. He's ahead on damage, and he's ahead on Elixir now. You can see that they're just about tied on those bars, but that pump for Donkey Kong is going to be so valuable to him as he builds up another one and just tries to snowball his opponent.
Yeah, he's going to start building up that Elixir advantage very quickly. Goblin Barrel being dropped, instant log, but Princess now going to have a little bit of time unless it's answered by Donkey Kong. You see it putting a lot into this push here, trying to punish the Elixir Collector. Defensive Bandit from Donkey Kong, try and clear out the Knights, but the Goblin Gang of his own is going to draw aggro, and the Dark Goblin has got the range to start chipping away at that Princess. As that stray Goblin
no, even more
aggro.
damage on the right. That's right. Adam is playing a log bait deck, which means he tries to swarm his opponent early on, but Donkey Kong playing these perfect logs has been able to wipe out most of the small pushes. Nice rocket in there for Adam, finally able to get the punish onto one of these Elixir Collectors. It's a 6-for-6 trade, and when you're able to hit the tower that you're going for, it's a nice little bit of damage to add on top.
But that's a huge change in Elixir as well, as he drops the free muskies, because at one point he had free pumps there, just at the end, got free tick, well, the last tick from all 3 of them before one drops, but in the rocket sealed the deal for the other one as well. So he's gone from having 3 pumps to 1 pump. Doesn't matter, he's got the Battle Ram and Musketeer on the right-hand side. Gonna need an answer. Tombstone will draw that log over.
Okay.
As another log gets dropped onto the left of the Knight. We'll start drawing the aggro of the Bandit and the Musketeer. Still a lot of HP to play with on that right side push.
Look out for this Bandit.
Will
She's
get
about to
a
dash the
connection.
tower.
Oh!
Nice catch with that Goblin Gang there. You know, that's the last exchange for Adam to take advantage of this single Elixir time. He hasn't made much of a dent on the right side tower. It looks like he's going to be pushing primarily on the left, but Donkey Kong is happy to go for either side with 3 Musketeers. Adam trying to send these barrels in, but every single time consistently getting logged down, and these little left side pushes that Adam's been putting together, not enough. Donkey Kong repulsing them each time, and it looks like he'll do it again with the Dark Goblin on the left.
Yeah, nice bait there with the Battle Ram as well to draw aggro to the center of the map. Didn't get much out of it as he collides into the Tombstone, but the bars will clean up. Look at the left side push though. Bandit's been drawn into the middle. We'll go for that Princess as well.
Oh
Instant
my
elimination.
God.
And dashes back onto the
That
tower as
Bandit's
well.
so valuable, and the Dark Goblin locked on the tower brings the left side down to triple digits.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential here. You can see Battle Ram Musketeer on the left. Those double muskies should clear out, but the log will make sure Goblin Gang on the right-hand side to deal with the Battle Ram. Nothing to deal with the
Look out
muskies.
these muskies on the left. Muskies on the left. Block the tower. One shot. Two shot. Down to 109 on the left. Barbs and the Musketeer on the right, along with that Dirt Goblin, are going to finish that off first, though. Adam dropping the first game. Donkey Kong in an absolutely dominant position from like the first minute.
Well, yeah, you got to think about it as well. He had all the momentum, and right at the end there, he could have taken either of those towers. Look at the HP, 109 left on the left tower alone. So, you know, he had multiple options there, which one to push, and it didn't seem that Adam was getting anything back at the moment, just constantly playing defense against these aggressive pushes from Donkey Kong, because he was able to deal with Adam's log bait so handedly and get more value out of his cards afterwards on the counterattack.
You know, the game, I think, was lost there for Adam at the very beginning. He's playing a log bait deck, so he really wants to try to put small pushes to the left and the right, distract Donkey Kong, not let him be able to build those big pushes. But when we saw that first Elixir Collector go down and there was no rocket out of Adam to try to punish it, to try to get it out of there, he had to go in for the attack. He moved in valiantly, I'll say, on that left side, tried to get a little bit of chip damage off, but just perfect placement of that Goblin Gang, the Dart Goblin, chipping down every little attack that he sent in. Donkey Kong able to build up that Elixir advantage, pushed him way strong into the late stages of that match. And yeah, like you said, could have been a 2-0.
Definitely could have been 2-0, even 2-1. By some miracle, if Adam managed to come back, the momentum that Donkey Kong had, he could have guaranteed the 2-1 at that point anyway. Yep. I think one thing to note as well is that we're going to have a replay quickly of the Bandit. I'm guessing this is going to be the one where it dashes 3 times and gets the maximum value out of it.
Look at this. 1, kill the Skelly. Yep. 2, kill the Princess.
And then I believe it locks onto the Knight as well, gets a hit in there. Or was that tower, actually?
It hit the Knight.
What
Still,
a shame.
But blocking for that Dart Goblin. The Dart Goblin might have been the real MVP there. Locked on real early, and that Knight in the back, trying to soak both of them, just couldn't get there in time, was able to distract the Bandit. But Bandit, relatively tanky, doing enough damage to one-shot a Dart Goblin, a Princess. Takes out a lot of troops and goes about it in a quick way. She's really sneaky. Mask off, Bandit.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things we haven't really talked about is, like Ash mentioned on the locker room segment, Three Musketeers is one of the most popular decks right now, and Three Musketeers is Donkey Kong's bread and butter. So he's really enjoying, I guess, the Bandit revival. He's adapted it nicely into his Three Muskies deck, and he's been having such an easy time with his deck, because it's what he's relied on, even when it might not have been as powerful.
But on the other end, Adam loves playing log bait. He played his favorite deck, and you know, we've said time and time again, Adam can win with this deck. It's the one that he loves playing, but up against a really tough opponent, it looks like he couldn't pull it off that time. Can he turn things around here, or will Donkey Kong be able to steamroll for the 2-0?
Well, we see, it looks like we've got a little bit of a variation deck. I believe it's a lot of mixture of cards coming out from Donkey Kong. What would you call that archetype, Woody?
I'm not really sure. You know, this is kind of a new deck that I think that Team Vietnam brought in CR Worlds. The Inferno Dragon, an interesting addition. It was buffed recently. Haven't seen a whole lot of competitive play. It can get a lot of value off against big tanks, and it looks like it's locked on now to that Hog Rider. It's going to make its way toward the tower. Gets only 1 swing off, though. And I guess it's time for counterattack for Donkey Kong. An Ice Golem, Bandit, and a Night Witch on the right lane.
Well, he's definitely got a bit of a push built up already just from the defense alone. So, and he still has Elixir advantage as the Bandit will go in on that Night. Night Witch getting very close right now onto the right-hand side, but Goblin Gang will be will be the distraction for that Night.
Yes, it will. Looks like that Knight's not going to be able to make it back on the counterattack. Donkey Kong with the 3 Elixir advantage is going to push to the left lane now. He took a little bit of damage over on the right. Happy to switch sides here. Ice Spirit should freeze that Battle Ram up for the Executioner to finish it off, but need a tank or that Barb's going to lock the tower. There it goes. 2 swings brings it down to 22-16 as Adam will counterattack now. Executioner, oh no, actually switching sides now. Split push. Hog Rider on the right lane gets frozen down in a Night Witch to chop it up, but that's at least going to be 1 hit.
Yeah, Inferno Dragon should also deal with this Executioner as well quite handily. Obviously, you got the ramp up on the damage, but on the right-hand side, you've got that Ice Golem, Bandit, Night Witch push yet again. Oh, Goblins have actually been dealt with a lot better. Log as well for the back of Donkey Kong.
Rolls in.
This should be huge.
That Bandit, is she going to survive? No, not quite. Ice Golem goes down, and there's no protection for her. Tower finishes her off. Nice tornado there from Adam. He's down a couple drops of Elixir, but if you look at the tower health, he's actually gotten that right side down a little bit further than Donkey Kong is on either of his towers.
Ice Spirit has been so crucial for both of these players so far. It's been stopping the Hog Rider, it's been stopping the Log. It's one of the most valuable cards there is at the moment. At 1 Elixir, you're laughing all the way to the bank when you stop these huge pushes coming out.
Well, you know, Ice Spirit can't necessarily stop the pushes, but in a game of inches, seconds matter. Barbarians do hit the tower there. The Battle Ram gets the lock and kills. With poison added on top, that might even go down to triple digits just about.
There you go. Ice Spirit's going to help out that Night Witch again, but you've got Executioner Knight on the left-hand side. Bandit's going to dive in, instantly deletes the Executioner, cleans up the Knight, and here comes the counter push. You got Bats on the right-hand side. They should be dealt with. Ice Spirit into Tornado as well. Execution will clean up. The Poison is trying to help him out here, but it's not doing too much. It's just chipping away at the tower. But that chip has started to build up. 806 HP left on that left-hand side for Adam as the pushes keep coming back.
Donkey Kong on defense. Oh, a big lightning from Adam. Hits the tower and the Night Witch, not quite quickly enough to get him the kill. But 806 left on the left. He's got to defend now. Bandit trying to block out in front. Nice Tornado. Goblin's got to keep him off the tower. I think that'll be fine. But like you said, Poison, reliable chip damage. Oh, and the Bandit goes in. Gets the dash once again. Donkey Kong takes the tower down with seconds left before overtime. A 1-0 finish in this game and a 2-0 match win.
So 2-0 for Donkey Kong right there. Puts himself in a nice position. Goes 5-1 overall with one more match to go. He could potentially reach the 6-1 dream, and that would pretty much guarantee him a top place finish.
Oh, absolutely it guarantees him a top place finish. There's no one who's undefeated left on the leaderboard now. If you can get this last win, you are smooth sailing, but it's not going to be an easy fight. He's going up against Royale, who's currently 3-1. That is going to be a tough match later today. But Donkey Kong solidified in that top spot. He was already #1. Now he's like super #1. He's way up at the top.
There's still potential for him to be matched, though, depending on how the matches go. The 5-1 just guarantees that he will be in the top 1 or 2 spots at the moment until we see something else come out. Of course, Royale...
There could be a tiebreaker, you're right.
Could be tiebreaker. Royale is in second place as well. He's right on his tail. Royale has 3 matches to play today. One of them is against Donkey Kong. If he wins that, he's definitely putting himself in a position to catch up with him and contend for that preferential seeding spot. But to talk a little bit more about that matchup and lead into the next one, we're going to throw it over to the locker room.
Oh, I just don't want to see Adam lose. It's so painful to watch, but I'm really happy for Donkey Kong on the flip side. He's put himself even more in the lead, and he's such a nice guy, and he deserves it, and he played so well.
I mean, the best part about this is that coming into this whole tournament, everyone thought that Surgical Goblin was going to top the leaderboard. But Donkey Kong, basically unknown, only really known on the ladder, comes here because his friends and family convinced him, and he tops everyone.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, Donkey Kong definitely doing some work here, really using the synergy between the Bandit and the Battle Ram to keep that constant pressure on his opponent, even though he's playing, you know, Trid even kind of mentioned, what type of deck is that? And like Woody mentioned, it was first brought up by Vietnam and CR Worlds, and it's really taken the scene by storm. 2 things that stand out to me about that deck, or about that matchup there, is that DK was using 2 cards that recently got a big buff, the Inferno Dragon and the Bandit, whereas Adam was using 2 cards that recently got a nerf, the Log and the Tornado. Maybe that played in, and you can see the Bandit, especially in the first match, did some serious work with that faster dash ability.
Yeah, Bandit's really strong against any kind of 3 elixir card. And because it's 3 elixir itself, as soon as you get one of those, so we saw in the first game how it took out the Princess without any trouble, anything on top of that is value. And that's why the Bandit is so scary at this stage, because there's a lot of cards that are now not as useful, and you have to try and counter it with things like Tombstone, try and put tanks in front of it to try and draw the aggro. But that Bandit is so strong.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting to see the Bandit kind of creep her way into, especially the control in a 3 Musketeer meta. I feel like she's a really powerful alternative to the Knight. So.
Not even creep. She has been all over the place these last 2 weeks.
Her usage rate went from 0 to... what, 60%? That's something ridiculous. 90%. Yeah.
Okay, so next up we got Danny versus Surgical Goblin. We're going to try and get straight into the match as quickly as possible. So I want one word. Who do you think is going to win it?
Danny versus Surgical Goblin? Surgical Goblin.
Surgical.
That seems so unusual. I thought you'd say Danny. No, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tricky for Danny to try and come out the bottom right now against the top player.
This is a big match for Adam too, because if
Danny loses,
Let's just go straight into the match and see if Danny can overcome this giant that is Surgical Goblin.
Well, he's definitely got a giant to overcome here. Surgical Goblin, looking like from predictions when we've had conversations before the broadcast start, it looks like Surge is on track to win all of his games. We predict him to win all the matches he has today. So Danny would definitely provide an upset if he goes ahead and beats Surge. And it would definitely help him with his little contention he's got at the bottom of trying to stay out of the red. Surge, he needs the victories to get into the green, so matches really count for both players in this matchup.
I gotta say, Danny was real happy with the round 1 result, though. Seeing a drop for Adam means that he has a little bit more of a lifeblood to try to compete here. Danny trying to stay in the blue, Surgical Goblin trying to move up in the top 2. Both of these players are going to be fighting for a very strong position, trying to get at the very top. This is a very important match for both of them. Surge in the arena with us here today, the representative from the Netherlands, playing against Danny from Romania.
Let's kick things off. It looks like we're going to have that Princess coming out for Surgical Goblin. And another Princess coming out for Danny as well, so a bit of a mirror on the opposite sides of the match as Goblin Barrel comes in. So I definitely think Surge is going to be running that log bait as the Goblin gang comes to clean up with the Princess. As the left side remains untouched, and the log is going to get so much value.
Amazing value for that log. 2 for 6 trade rolling through that attack from Danny at the bottom. Looks like we just have a little bit of chip damage on both of Danny's towers. Surge holding on to that elixir. He's got a tombstone in the deck. Interesting choice here.
Yeah, it's the same thing that Adam ran in his log bait deck. He ran the tombstone as well, which I think is what both players are rolling here. They've both got Goblin Gang, Princess, log. You know, the... well, I've lost what I was going to say.
Dark Goblin, the Dab Goblin.
The Dab Goblin.
Yeah, so it's a log bait duel here. Danny and Surge just need to get those early logs with Princesses, manage the long range of the Dark Goblin, and just try to keep up little tiny bits of pressure to avoid having any big attack coming through. But it's unlikely to get much of a big connection, even though with Goblin Barrel on both decks and Goblin swarming all over the place, it's pretty reliable that they'll have enough splash damage to be able to wipe out most of the big pushes. So this really, honestly, will be a game of little tiny bits of damage here and there, chipping away to get that edge.
I think this is all about a game of chicken with your logs. Like, who can hold out the longest, get the most value out of it, rather than just like going in as, oh, he's dropped his Goblin Barrel, I'm gonna have to use my log now. It's all about holding on to it to get the maximum amount of value. Whoever used their log the best, I think will end up coming out on top of this matchup. But look at the damage already being done.
Oh, wow, big hit barrier for Surge! Spear Goblins and the Goblins on the front left tower, taking it all the way down to triple digits. Huge hit. I gotta take back what I said earlier. That really did make a big connection. Knight was not out in front to block for those Goblins quickly enough, and Danny is now way far behind in the game as we go into double elixir time.
Yeah, so Knight's going to be drawn over to that tombstone as well. Princess will help deal with it. I think he will manage to take it out. Log comes out to stop Danny's push on the right-hand side.
Whoa!
Rocket going to take out Princess, Knight, and hit the tower as well. Knight survives a little bit. Look at this log coming out to clear the path for the Goblins.
Yeah.
Surgical needs
Danny
to
doesn't
start
want to play
on
that left lane, though. He wants to play the right lane, and being forced to drop troops over on the left just means he has less to push with.
Look at the crossfire that came out there. So you had Dark Goblin aiming right, Dark Goblin aiming across the river. You got Princesses firing volleys across the range. There's so much range in this deck at the moment. We're relying on these troops getting in the face. People like Knight are so valuable to tank up and draw the push. Split Princesses just because of how fast he cycled through. Instant battle.
Now check out this log on the left. Barely clips the Princess.
Yeah.
Perfect placement by Danny. A lot of times it's very difficult to pull that off. Haven't seen the last card for Surgical Goblin, though. If it's a rocket, he's won the game already. If not, Danny has a little bit of time left. Oh, there it goes. Kaboom! Left side tower falls. Surgical Goblin with the 1-0 in the mirror match claims victory.
Yes, there was some nice mechanical plays there from Danny, like you mentioned at the end, that log being able to hold on to the right time, get the Princess and the Goblin Barrel. But Surge's winning moment was definitely that left side push with the Goblin build-up when Knight couldn't take the aggro, and he got that huge amount of damage onto the left side tower.
Massive strike. I really thought that this was going to be a little bit, a tiny bit of, 100 hit points here, 200 hit points there, roll a log in, get one stab from the Goblins, but that was a massive attack by Surgical Goblin. Really took me by surprise, and I bet it took Danny by surprise, too.
Oh, definitely. You saw immediately afterwards. You got the crying emoji, and you got the smiling emoji afterwards. Quick replay of what happens, though.
Yeah, Knight out in front to Soap. A distraction on the back with the Goblin Barrel trying to stab at the tower, and just a ton of damage coming in from the Goblins swarming all over the place for Surgical. Man, that's why they call him Surgical Goblin, I bet, right?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Danny had a bit of a problem there. When he put his Knight, he put it at behind the tower to deal with the back of the Goblin Barrels and move forward into the lane. But you already had a wave crashing against it. You got nothing to draw that aggro. The safer play definitely would have been to put the Knight in front. Take the hit on the Goblin Barrel, because, you're going to get a little bit of chip. You're going to get 3 Goblins to deal with, not like 6 to deal with.
A wave crashing against you. The perfect metaphor to describe Surgical Goblin's playstyle. Let's see if he can keep this up for round 2.
Will it be a little wave you get like a paddling pool, or is it going to be a grand tsunami? That's the real question for game 2.
Well, the river looks pretty calm right now. Let's see if Surgical Goblin can make some waves.
Is Surge going to run the exact same deck again? He's got the Princess out, which makes me think Logbait potentially again here. Split Archers and Nice Spirit from Danny. So different deck coming out from Danny, exact same coming out from Surge. He's confident enough to run it again.
Nice catches from Danny, though. Just a little bit of damage up the left side. It's looking like this Ice Golem, it's close enough the Princess might finish it off, but a big distraction at the right lane for this Graveyard. Good defense by Surge with the Dark Goblin, Knight, and Princess trying to take him down. Ooh, nice log value here, though, once again for Danny. Rolls through the Princess and the Dark Goblin at the right side.
Yeah, take that Princess and Dark Goblin, which is always a bonus when you're throwing out a log. Here's a bit of a push coming out on the right-hand side. Tombstone in Danny's deck this time, as the Knight and Goblin gang will start dealing with what they can, but the Archers are untouched at the moment. They'll clean this up very nicely no damage will go onto that tower for Surgical today.
I like the call by Danny here of not just holding onto the log for those Goblin barrels. He's playing archers very smart. He's using that Ice Spirit and those skeletons, very cheap cards to get blocks on the back end. Graveyard Cycle is a mean and nasty deck. It doesn't always match up well against log bait whenever your opponent can swarm you and dish out a lot of little tiny bits of splash damage, especially for the Princess. Surge playing a Tombstone in the back right now, anticipating another Graveyard attack. Seeing this Ice Golem margin. There could be an attack for Surge though. Left side's gonna be another Knight Goblin Gang combo.
Yeah, Goblin Gang Knight's coming through Ice Spirit. Oh, nice Tombstone at the end to draw the aggro.
No, not at all. The Goblin
in.
Gang murders it. Log is gonna help out a little bit. I think the Knight's gonna reach the tower though. 1 stab, 2 stab.
But look what's going on to the right-hand side. I think that was very well dealt with by Danny as Poison comes out to try and get the Princess and the tower at the same time. Nice placement by Danny. But that Tombstone, it may have gone down straight away, but it distracted the Goblin Gang and Knight, brought enough time for some defense to go. That could have been so much worse for Danny if he played that differently.
Didn't catch this Dark Goblin though. That's going to be a couple hundred more hits on the left side tower. But Danny has pulled ahead. 200 hit points on that right side, down further than Danny is on the left. Wow, rocket from Surge. He's going to need 2 more and I think a log added on top after this to finish the left side tower out.
Well, it's double elixir time, he can burn through it, but here comes the Graveyard. Knights on top of it to start drawing aggro. Poison to deal with the Tombstone
Dark Goblin,
and
though.
some of those skeletons as well. Only Chip coming out at this point in time, but it's still a lot coming out. 865 total health leading onto that right-hand tower.
Oh, that Dark Goblin on the left side, though. For Surge, it seems like every time he's trying to spend Elixir only on defense, he manages to get a little bit of offensive pressure out of it, too. Juke Barrel at the back, but it gets caught by Danny. Great read there. Right side Graveyard's getting hit by 2 archers now.
Yeah, but
Surge
Poison is sat right on top of that Graveyard as well. It's decimating those skellies. Only getting a little bit of Chip coming in. Goblin Bow coming in behind that Ice
14
Golem.
seconds left.
Instant
Great log by
but
Danny.
there's 2 Princesses that are going to be absolutely missed by that. But the Archer's going to clean that up. Nice Knight to draw the aggro.
Now
just
Surge
to make
wants
sure.
to keep applying pressure. He never wants to let his
double
opponent build up
Princess as well.
anything on this left lane. Double Princesses, that's going to demand a log out of Danny, but then what is he going to do to respond to the Goblin Barrel that he knows will be coming in right after?
Yeah, there you go. Goblin Bow comes in. He's going to try and draw it. I don't think one of the Princesses in range.
That's 2 Princesses right at the
2
bridge, though. You got to stop them.
Oh,
Ice Spirit freezes the boat. Here they come. A rocket from Surge will finish things off, and he claims victory again. Log bait from Surgical Goblin.
Twice in a row, the exact same deck, running it out, and just had so much fun with it. Manages to make it look easy against Danny. A little bit shaky to the right, admittedly, but for the most part, Surgical Goblin looked in control on the entire game.
That's right, man. I watched Surgical Goblin, and I think, man, I could have been out there. I could have been a player out there. You see how easy that was playing log bait? He just rolls right through him. Great job by Surgical Goblin there. Only took as much damage on that right side as he knew that he could sustain. Playing with Rocket is really great because it basically means that you know you can get 493 easy damage on your opponent anytime you need to grab it. Just 6 elixir, build up a small push, hold on for a little while, then throw it in there. It basically means that you start out with like more tower health in some ways because you don't have to worry about your opponents as much, or maybe the better way of putting it is that they start out with less tower health.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that victory as well, Surgical Goblin now goes 4-1.
Yep.
2 more games to play today. He's looking on track. No, 1 more game to play. Sorry, he looks like he'd go for the 2 more games. What am I saying? He can definitely hit the 6-1 record that Donkey Kong's looking for at the moment as well. That puts him in contention with the top. We've seen Danny play. We need to see Royale to play now again. He's at the moment sitting in a weird spot. I don't think he can get the 6-1. He can get the 5-2 max. So if Surgical wins all of his games, and then also Donkey Kong wins against his next game, it's going to be a little bit of difficulty coming out for them down the line.
Yes, sir. Surgical Goblin is going to be playing against Suarez and Adam. So those are 2 players near the bottom of the leaderboard. It might be easy sailing for Surge. With a 4-1 record right now and only 2 more games to play later in the day, he has got to be feeling good about that last matchup. But, of course, down there at the bottom, Danny, now 1-4 and tied with Adam, is going to have to struggle once again to try to stay out of the red as they continue their matches later. Danny is going to be going up against Nim Sensei round 4 and Baron round 8. Tough opponents, and it's going to really be a trick for him if he's able to pull it off.
Yeah, absolutely. But what we're going to do now is throw over to the locker room, have a word with Donkey Kong as he still sits on top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, we are joined here by Donkey Kong, but first to start with, let's see what that's done for Surgical Goblin. As they were mentioning, Surgical only has to play 2 of the bottom players, and then he'll be right at the top. It's going to be pretty scary
Pretty scary for the bottom players.
Yeah, because they've got a tough old day, but joining Surgical at the top is our good friend Donkey Kong. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. And you? How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. I do want to start off by saying we didn't get to see your celebration from your game against Adam.
Yeah, I can do it right now.
We're going to do it. Should we all do it again? Because I really enjoy it. I really enjoy your
do it.
celebration. Okay, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Incredible celebration. Definitely one of my favorites we've seen. Hopefully we'll get to see it later on because you do have one more game today, right?
Yeah, against Royale.
How do you think that's going to go?
I think it will be a hard match for me because Royale is one of the best players in the world, always competing for the first place in ladder, so it will be a tough match.
Nice. You've got to feel good about being at the top of the leaderboard, but if you and Surgical both win all of your matches today, you're going to have to go through a tiebreaker.
Yeah, right.
Do you feel good about going against Surgical if that happens?
Yeah, I lost the last week, but hopefully if you...
I'm sure you got some tricks up your sleeve then.
Yeah.
Do you plan for a match like that ahead of time, or do you just kind of see what he's playing and kind of go with the flow?
No, I'm taking match after match, so I don't think about that match yet.
Okay, great. And what I want to know is, you're going against Royale, and you know that he's not afraid to drop the BM on you, right? So are you prepared for his, to coin my term from the previous segment, his psychological warfare against you? How are you going to be able to handle the constant barrage of BM coming
No, I don't. I'm not scared about BM because I always mute my opponents. So.
That's such a good. Right, there we go. There's a top tip for
tip for you
anyone.
guys at home.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because I easily lose focus if I saw all the emotes.
Oh, so you're going to even mute when you're live?
Yeah.
Oh, I
That's
like
a good
that.
So if Donkey Kong's not reacting, we now know why, because you just cannot see it at all.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to put you on
could-
the spot here. Do you BM, like, at home?
No, 99% of my match I don't BM. But sometimes when it's a close battle, I throw.
You just go to laugh or something at the end.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
It's going to be interesting to see Royale if he gets frustrated BMing you and not seeing a reaction.
Yeah,
It's going to
maybe.
be really fun.
Okay, so we know you're at the top, and you've got Surgical Goblin biting behind you, just kind of trying to take your spot, and Royale, of course, can be playing against you, who's going to come up to the top. If you do get into the top two, did you feel like you were expecting that coming into this tournament? Do you feel like you're one of the best players here?
Yeah, at the beginning I wasn't expect to be at the top two. So I was saying to myself I would be maybe top 6. So it will be hard and stuff like that. But I wasn't expect to be that good actually. So.
That's really cool to hear, because I know a lot of people at home will be kind of thinking, oh, how is Surgical Goblin Nim Sensei not fighting for that top? But you came in just going, I'm just going to play every game, go into it and try and win every match individually and not worry about trying to get right at the top there, because no one's expecting it too much.
Yeah, I was playing relaxed, calm, and it helped me a lot. So.
Yeah, relax, calm, no BM in chat. You're sitting there in Zen mode when you're playing. Is there any final questions you want to know? Perhaps like cards that...
Yeah. I have a final question. I'm going to ask all the guests this. I don't know why, but I want to. But not related to today's tournament, but of the 4 new cards coming to the game, what card are you most excited about to fit into your play style?
I really like the flying machine.
Flying machine?
Yeah.
All right, all right.
It's a card that you can throw, and it's the only card that can target air and troops from a fair distance.
Yeah. It's
like
definitely unique.
It's a flying Dart Goblin, essentially. And
Yeah.
considering how much Dart Goblin's improved recently in value and everyone's using it everywhere, perhaps a version of that that's 1 elixir more expensive but flies around.
It dies to fireball.
That's true.
That's the thing I don't like.
Yeah.
I know Gregan mentioned it earlier, but your friends and family pushed you to come here. And I know that a lot of people were surprised to see you on the leaderboard and not Surgical Goblin and Nim Sensei at the top. So I just want to give a shout out to your friends and family for bringing you here, because it's exciting to have a new player on the scene that's just dominating.
Yeah, I want to thank them too. So.
Is there anyone else you want to thank before we finish up here?
Yeah, I want to do a dedicate to a forum, a French forum.
Okay.
So Clash Royale from jeuxvideo.com.
Okay, well, thank you to all of them. I hope they're all watching as well, because they can come and support you. And good luck with the rest of your matches today. And I do hope to see you at the top, because you're such a nice guy, and it's great to see someone, especially when you're up against Royale. And don't tell anyone, but we're kind of rooting for you, because he BMs and you don't. But don't tell anyone, we didn't say that. We are going to go straight into our next match. So Woody and Trid, tell us what's happening next.
Well, we're going to have game 3. See, get your emojis out for Royale at the moment. He's going to have a bit of a matchup coming up. Hopefully we don't see some of that reactions that we had last week, but we got game 3 coming up.
Well, you know, Donkey Kong isn't going to react that way. He said he mutes his opponents every time. He's immune. Is that something special that only tournament players can use? That emoji mute function. I never knew about this. It seems everyone complains about BM. If it were that easy to mute people, why would they be so worried?
Woody, you've been playing the game a lot longer than I have, and even I know that's there.
What? It's there?
Yeah, no way.
I see this button. I didn't know what it did.
Well, you see, like it's like a stop sign over like what looks like a speech. It's a couple of speech bubbles, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of assume that that's like no speech.
Is Royale's face underneath that stop sign?
No, Suarez's is.
Oh, it's Suarez's.
Well, not his face, his finger.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, we've got Suarez and Adam duking it out next in the arena for round 3. The Spanish player currently 0-5, not in a strong position at all. But on the other hand, Adam, just having dropped a game, now 1-4. If Suarez can pull off the victory here, he will actually be tied with Adam. They'll both be 1-5. They'll both have a chance to try to make it into the blue. That would be a tiebreaker opportunity for Suarez right there. So there is a path into the bracket for Suarez. It's in his hands now. Has to win both games, and he could go on.
Not only that, I mean, he can run the tiebreaker against them still if Danny loses his rest of his matchups because they can all go 1-5.
That is true. Yeah,
so
they could all be 1-5.
He doesn't need to win his matchup.
Could get 2 games though. I mean, he could also just be 2-5. But the game is starting now. They're both in the arena. They both been staring each other down. 4 elixir response from Suarez to take care of that ice spirit. A little expensive for my taste.
Yeah, well, he's running
9 on the back end to catch.
He's running one of these experimental decks. It looks like Night Witch Giant being run from Suarez. Logbait again from Adam. So he wasn't really concerned about the deck so much. I think it's just how he played it in his last matchup against Surge.
Yeah, kind of expensive plays for both players here. Switching up lanes early, poisoning down a Princess. This is kind of atypical play, if you ask me. A Night Witch on defense, though, will be able to stab down this Goblin gang. Only 1 hit on the right side tower, and she will counterattack on the right lane. Suarez could take this opportunity to try and hit the right side hard. No, it doesn't look like he's got the Giant out front to block for time.
Well, I think the Night Witch lost too much health to make it worth to commit anything more than that. If it was running a little bit higher HP, maybe drop a Giant in front, make a good push out of it.
That's fair.
But I think lost too much HP on the defense to make a worthwhile investment into that.
Great choice by Adam here to split up his troops. There's no way you can log the left and the right side at the same time. Princess on the right side is going to present a threat now. Suarez does have 3 elixir to respond to it, though. Let's see what he chooses to do. Mega Minion up top will swipe it down.
And start trucking away over to that right-hand side tower. We'll need a response, otherwise we're tappy. Ice Spirit, getting a lot of value. Trucking on what?
Trucking.
Trucking. Keep on trucking.
A naked rocket from Adam. 6 elixir. Gets the hit on the left tower, but at what cost? Suarez is going to start building a big push now. Can he punish?
Well, that's the thing. Like, you may have invested 6 elixir, but you got to remember that Tombstone was just played by Suarez, so he wasn't really going to be a massive elixir advantage to answer to that. But he's got that Giant on the left-hand side that does need answer. Goblin Battle does get a nice bit of chip coming out here. But there we go. There's the E-Wiz, the Night Witch, and the Giant on the left-hand side. Being drawn to the right by the Tombstone as the poison will come down and start to erode it as it deals with the Tombstone. Princess on the back still.
Very good value, though. He does keep his Night Witch, though, and Suarez on the counterattack loses it now to a log. Bats up top, though, are going to start stabbing away at the tower. Giant brings it down to 1709. Advantage, though, for Adam. He's going to be counterattacking with the Princess. Even elixir cost, and it looks like he's about 300 hit points ahead.
But that log was great by Adam because it cut off the reinforcements that were coming in to reinforce that push. You know, you had the Skellies, you had the Goblin gang in there, and that log just made sure that once that push in the initial front wave was gone, there was nothing else to follow up. And you can see again, he's got this Giant being stopped in its places. As you can see, E-Wiz getting a little bit late to deal with the Goblin Battle, still getting more chip out. But that entire push has been decimated before it made any real progress. But a refresh on the Giant to keep this push alive for Suarez.
Left side attack is going to be that Giant Night Witch combo. Knight distracted by the Giant's going to give the Witch a chance to stab him down. Moving in hard. Adam has been trying to defend and keep these big attacks off, but this could be a connection. Giant gets 1 punch, but I think that the Night Witch and Mega Mini are going to be stopped cold. It's time once again for Adam to go on the counterattack.
Yep, Goblin Battle yet again needs an answer. E-Wiz always seems to be the response from Suarez for this, but the
Adam has such a
cheap
deck, he can keep getting those Goblin barrels down without seeing a log on defense. Logs rolling in for Adam, getting pretty good value. Princess is going to be going down, though. Poison on offense, just once again for Suarez, not enough to take out this kind of mid-sized range setup that Adam's setting up, or that Suarez is setting up on offense. It looks like Adam had a few hundred hit points now, just has to whittle that left side down to 493. Remember, a rocket will finish it off at that point.
That was one of the first times Suarez has had a preemptive strike on that Goblin Battle before any damage has been done. And it wasn't the log this time, it was the log instead of the E-Wiz, and that way it gets the damage stopped immediately, so it stops that chip. Whereas he still has the poison as his method of chip. He's going to use it on the Tombstone and Princess to take care of that and the Skellies.
Good choice, but a decent connection off the left side. Get 1 stab gob in there.
One stab gob?
One stab gob. One gob stabbing it. That's what we call them. We call them stab gobs.
Stab gobs, okay.
Yeah. Left side's going to be a giant push. This is a big attack for Suarez. Possibly the last time he gets a chance to get the tower down. Mega Minion flying up top, though, not enough to get... Oh, what was that on the left side? I think a bat actually managed the tower.
A bat was attacking the tower while Giant was drawing aggro. So Ice Spirit killed one bat. That's like the only time I haven't seen a worthwhile Ice Spirit.
Spirit Goblins to defend, though. I think they might just be enough. Yeah, especially with this Tombstone out in front.
Yeah,
Adam holds the defense one more time. 597 on that left side. It's going to be another rocket. He's two logs, probably.
Yeah, he's got a rocket in there. Goblin Bat. If this gets chipped,
Oh,
he can use the rocket to win.
No, not quite. Log rolls through, but that Giant just can't ever reach the tower. Great distraction, Tombstone there. A chip shot from the Princess will put it in range. One more rocket from Adam, and he's won the game.
Suarez knows.
6 elixir, there it is. Send the rocket in. Boom on the tower, finishes it off. Great game by Adam there. 1-0 now over Suarez.
Not looking good for Suarez, potentially looking to go 0-6 to kick things off. If he loses this matchup to Adam, I don't see a way that Suarez does not go 0-7. Because I do not see any reality where Suarez beats Surgical Goblin.
I gotta agree with you there. Surge at the top, Suarez way down at the bottom. It's hard to try to make a case for Suarez in that case, but he could try to turn it around here. Remember, Suarez, out of all the players in the European region, is the player who's gone 1-2 against opponents the most number of times. He has been in the trenches, he's dug down, he fights back hard, and he could take the reverse sweep here. It was not a decisive win there for his opponent, and I feel like the deck matchup wasn't really great for him. He was trying to build up these big pushes, but it seemed like every single time he got a good Giant to start marching toward that left lane, the Tombstone popped down just in time.
Yep.
Poison was never really getting enough value for him because the troops were always so spread out on defense. Maybe he can turn it around here.
Oh, I definitely agree that Suarez has the potential to turn this around. You correctly identified. He's one of these guys who has had the most free game matches out of any other player because they always seem to be so close on the larger scale of things. That matchup, yeah, it got a little bit dicey parts of both players. Adam obviously came out on top, gets that victory. Adam's got to do it again. Suarez is fighting. If he loses this matchup, that's it. There's no way he qualifies. That's it. So this is the most important match for Suarez in this tournament so far.
Absolutely. I mean, there is some weird dream scenario where Suarez beats Surgical Goblin, and then I guess who would Danny could also go 1-6. But then, yeah, they'd both be at the bottom. You're right. Adam would have 2 wins.
Adam would have the win over him, so he'd still be stuck in the bottom with Danny if Danny loses out later on.
Suarez has got to do this.
He's got to win this game.
Last time. This could be his last chance to prove himself in the Crown Championship Global Series European region. We'll be stacking up our players at the bottom. Got to get out of the red, Suarez. Here you go.
Well, the most important game.
He's in the blue right now. Look, he's in the bottom in the blue.
Well, he's got the right mentality here of being on the blue instead of the red. He is wearing red, though, so it's a bad omen.
Uh-oh. Well, they're both wearing red. What could that mean?
That they're both going to lose and both end up in the red later today. Call it now. Adam Suarez, bottom 2.
Well, Goblin Barrel on the left side will get 1 stab onto the tower. Left side takes the hit there. It's going to be an Ice Skull and Mega Minion on the right. Could Adam add on a Graveyard? Might be a dangerous push. No, won't commit to this.
Do you know what is a bit of a bad omen for Suarez?
What?
Running the P.E.K.K.A. I don't think Suarez has won with P.E.K.K.A. at all this tournament.
I think you're right. He used. Well, I mean, he hasn't won.
Well, no, he's won games.
Oh, okay. That's true. That's good.
Yeah, the thing about it is he's relied on P.E.K.K.A. beatdown. Has never had the effect I guess he's wanted.
The left side tower, but he's got to worry about this right side hit now. Log rolling through and Dark Goblin to set up. I don't think as far as much to worry about. That's right.
No, a little bit of a graveyard. Only chip coming in, but Goblin Gang soaks up the rest of the damage, makes sure it's okay. But yeah, Suarez has been relying on P.E.K.K.A. beatdown a little bit too much in the previous matches of the tournament. So to see P.E.K.K.A. again is not a good sign for me because I just don't think Suarez is playing P.E.K.K.A. in the correct method. He's been using it offensively for starters. You want to be using it defensively against these tankier pushes.
Good Princess there from Suarez. I gotta disagree with his choice to Goblin Barrel that right lane. I think he really wants to be trying to push left here, and even though he's trying to build up a big push, that's not really what Goblin Logbait excels at. I think if he got to continue that push on the left side, if he can get this Bandit Dash in, that'd be helpful, but no, nice Golem block.
Yeah, nice Ice Golem there. Will chank up the rest of the Bandit and get his lane onto the other side of the lane. We'll make
Stay frosty, Ice Golem.
Graveyard.
Oh, that's a weak Ice Golem, though. I don't think that this push was a good idea by Adam. Graveyard left on tower, and the Dark Goblin and tower are going to be able to take them all down. Suarez with an opportunity now to counterattack. Can he get a tank out for this Dark Goblin and hit the left side tower?
I reckon he gets.
Once again, just playing smooth defense.
Offensive P.E.K.K.A. coming out for Suarez. I would call that offensive P.E.K.K.A. The Mini Archer's going to go down the tower.
I am offended by that P.E.K.K.A.
I wouldn't say I'm offended, but look at what's happened. He's committed on the left, so now Adam's committing on the right with the elixir advances that he built up to build a larger push. Graveyard's untouched at the moment.
Look out for this Mega Minion now.
Poison's going to erode at that Dark Goblin and buy some time for the skeletons to go. Look on the left-hand side, Bandit, Goblin Barrel, Pekka being drawn over.
No luck from Adam! The Goblin Barrel on the tower brings it down to 614. Or 684, whatever, the poison on top.
Bandit and Pekka. Oh, Bandit's been drawn to the right-hand lane. That's so unfortunate for Suarez. Will get taken down. Pekka.
Pekka out of here.
If he can one tap, that's all he needs. Oh.
Can't quite get it. Nice move by Suarez, though, and he is back in the game.
Bandit.
Left side, 594. Oh, log rolls through for Adam on defense, but I gotta say, that was actually a really good log. Takes out the Dark Goblin as well. Can this Archer finish off the Princess? Yeah. All right, so Adam is stabilized here. He needs to hit that right side hard and keep the Goblins off this left side tower. Mega Minion, an expensive response, and it seems like Adam can never just invest a little bit of Elixir. It's always going to be big pushes for him, even though he's playing a very cheap, cycly deck.
Pushing left with the Graveyard? It's a bit of an odd choice, but he is getting the pip in with that skeleton and the poison. Princess going to clean up and push onto the right-hand side. But you got a Bandit you need to answer. Poison being dropped down, so Suarez getting into the zone now where the poison, a couple of cycles of that can win him the game.
Can't soak these Spear Goblins. Oh, good. He gets the Skeletons on back just in time. He'll be able to block 3 4 on the left side. That's 2 poisons for Suarez.
Goblin Barrel needs the log. Needs the log answer.
It's a Juke Barrel! Juke Barrel on the back! Hits the tower! Goblins lock on it! Suarez takes it down! The perfect mind read. Knew he only had to get about 300 more damage with those Goblins. It's fine if they don't make a huge connection. They just got to stab in there a little bit. Look at Suarez. Oh my God. He is so calm and so even-headed right now. It's a 1-1 draw, but he knew what was on the line with that last game, and this match is so important to him. Claims the victory there. Can he get his first win in the Crown Championship with this next game?
Well, he definitely needs it. If there's ever a time to win a match, it's when it's the match you need to win to stay alive and keep your tournament run going. He came back. There's potential for the reverse sweep there. That Juke Barrel at the end was just so perfect. We were looking at that going, you know what? That log's going to come down, throws out the Juke perfectly, gets himself that tasty little victory. We're going to throw it back to the locker room as we get ready for our third game of this series.
We just saw a Pekka Goblin bait deck, and it was used so well there. You were impressed with that Pekka placement.
Yeah, I talked about this on the couch when we were watching, because one thing about that deck that Suarez was playing, first of all, tough matchup for Adam. It was really his counter deck. And you can see right here that Pekka basically tanking for that Goblin Barrel. And a lot of people at home might ask, how am I going to even use the Pekka in a deck like this if I'm not going against a tank deck, if I don't have to stop a Golem or a Giant? And the best way to do it is basically build up an Elixir advantage throughout the match and then drop off the Pekka behind your King Tower and use it as, when you have the Elixir advantage, use it as something that you can build momentum on, hopefully tanking for the tower as we saw for the Goblin Barrel.
Yeah, so well played, Suarez. We are going into a game 3 now. And this is such a tight matchup. They're both fighting for that red area down the bottom. If Adam wins this, he's looking in a very strong position. And if not, then Suarez is starting to compete with Danny and Adam. But quickly, before we go back into the final game, what's your prediction, Mika?
For this?
Yeah.
If Suarez gets a counter deck for Adam again, I have to go Suarez.
Ooh, but it could be very close. I mean, what do you think, Ash?
This is really tough to handicap here. You know, I'm going with Adam here. I think that Adam's got this, but you never know. I mean, just like we saw in that, rock, paper, scissors, I hate to keep repeating it, but if Suarez pulls out, if I was Suarez, I would bring a lot of counters. A lot of bait counters, a lot of graveyard counters, play the Dark Goblin, play Goblin Gang, because that's what Adam has played so far. A lot of splash yard, a lot of bait.
Yeah, so it's going to be tough for Suarez to get out of this, but I wish both of them could win. I don't know if we can suggest that. I think there's going to be a one winner, and let's find out who it's going to be. Trid and Woody, take it away.
Well, unfortunately, Greg, and there can only be one winner, and there can only be one
there
loser
can
in
be
this
only
matchup.
One.
Yeah, we're not here for participation medals. We're here for victory, blood, violence, and, well, it's cartoon violence, so it's okay. It's like watching Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous duel. But you're absolutely right. This is a do-or-die moment for Suarez. He's 0-5 right now. A win here would tie him up against Adam. He used the deck that Adam loves to play the most, the log bait deck, and was able to beat him with it. Can he pull it off again and do the unthinkable, a reverse sweep to finally get that first win on the board and maybe have a chance to get into the blue?
Yeah, well, Adam's going to run the log bait. Looks like Suarez is using we've been calling it a Bandit Battle Ram combination coming out, but he's also got the Pekka, he's got Night Witch in there, he's got a little bit of everything in there to try and make this work.
Deck. It's kind of a sort of anti-beatdown deck in some ways. The Pekka working as a big old tank. to try to, set up a big push for Suarez. Unfortunately for him, though, ninth, the biggest thing in Adam's deck. I'm not really sure if there's going to be very much value in chopping this down. Great tombstone from Adam to block this Battle Ram.
Yeah,
that is basically the one hard counter you do not want to see when you're playing Battle Ram.
Yeah, but what was great about that is it drew both Bandit, who was getting in lock-in range, and that Battle Ram. So double the value there because it's drawn both those forces to the middle. Pops a poison there to try and help him out. But
big overcommitment by Suarez
on
that poison. I think that was really a misplay there. And Adam, far ahead now in Elixir, is just going to have to defend against an unsupported Night Witch. Log rolls through, but it can't take out the Princess and the gang. Will fit the tower. Can this Night Witch get a stab off?
No, won't get one stab, but the bats are there. One on the side still. We'll still get tippy-tappies going on. But Princess will trot on to the left-hand side. Bandit should be in range for that dash.
Is she a horse?
Gets
the dash onto the right side, though. Adam just led that Bandit straight onto the right side tower. Set up that Ice Spirit, trying to buy time for the Knight to block. But that was actually a really good hit for Suarez there.
Goblin Battle goes unanswered.
Here we go, rocketing that pump. Good call by Adam, 6 for 6 trade. We saw earlier in the day when Adam got punished by Donkey Kong hard when pump started to build up on his side. Nice stab from the Knight on the right side.
Suarez has some difficulty there. He didn't answer the Goblin Battle immediately. Look at the side of his right-hand tower now. 9-4-4 health remaining, and a lot of that just came from the Goblin Battle that was just unanswered for so long.
Adam is now playing top of his game with a pretty good deck matchup against Suarez. I think that he's got a good chance to seal the deal here. Just got to keep on playing the same consistent chip damage out the right side, Goblin Barrels whenever you get a chance. And it's only 2 more rockets. Look, a rocket on the right side tower to hit the P.E.K.K.A. He's got to cycle back to 1 more, and that'll be GG.
That'll be game. So Suarez needs to win on this push on the right-hand side, or that, like I said, it's going to be game. He needs to make the connection here. Bandit going on to the left to deal with the Princess. Tombstone will draw some aggro.
Great poison from Suarez.
Hits all 3 targets he needs to. It's going to set things up nicely, but P.E.K.K.A. will be drawn by the distraction. Double logs coming out. Does miss the P.E.K.K.A., but the Knight's being drawn the aggro. Tombstone is there on the right-hand side. I think Adam
very defensive play by Adam, but I don't know, that might have been a little bit too careful. 2 baby dragons and a bandit on the right side tower now. They're locking on. Bandit dashes in under the Knight. The baby dragons burping it down. This might actually be a bid for Suarez. Knight gonna support this push. Battle Ram added on top. Baby dragons going for the kill. There it goes. The tower goes down. Adam's gonna return fire with the rocket. This is going into overtime, but a big troop setup on Adam's King Tower.
Yeah, King Tower's being propped here. P.E.K.K.A. going down on the left. I think Adam's confident he can clean this up and start building up a push. But Suarez is already thinking about the next tower. He's got that P.E.K.K.A. on the left-hand side.
Now Suarez could go for the 3 crown here, but he's got to worry about this left side tower down to 1554. This has got to be another big push for Suarez if he wants to hold on to this game.
Well, you see Adam's already putting the defenses out.
Great choice.
Here's the rocket. He's going onto the troops.
It hits the baby dragon and the Night Witch. That's a great move by Adam. Got to block this Battle Ram, though, and there's no Tombstone there yet. Ice Spirit to slow it down, and a log to finish things off. And there's a lot of troops on the left side. The Bandit, Barbarians, P.E.K.K.A. stacking up on the left side tower. Suarez pulls ahead in damage. They're still stabbing away. Tombstone can't push him off. Bandit gets it down to 79. Poison finishes it off. That is a good game. Suarez takes his first match of the series.
It's that's the excitement a little bit.
Took the breath out of you.
Yeah. As much as I'd love to see Suarez go 0-7, just because I think that'd be really funny for any player to do that. I mean, it's great. He's picked up his first win here.
Suarez getting his first win. He's now 1-5. There's everyone on the board now. Everyone's got a point. Everyone's got a chance to advance. Suarez and his opponent now tied up. That 1-5 spot means that they do have a pretty good chance of having to do a tiebreaker at the end of the tournament today. We're going to have Suarez going up against Surgical Goblin later. That is not going to be an easy matchup at all. But Suarez, an experienced player, running those 1-2, 2-1 games as he always does, clutches victory and defeats Adam. Here, watch this last push in here. Battle Ram can't quite reach the tower, but those Barbarians are still pretty tanky. Bandit gets the dash in. Mask off, girl, taking it down. Look at her, boinking it down. Boink, boink, bat, finishing that thing off. Just can't get the Bandit off the tower. Can't freeze it, can't pull it away with Tornado. No tools in Adam's deck to be able to finish it off.
As soon as that poison came down, it was game over.
Game over, man. That was perfect poison. Whenever you're able to hit the Princess, the tower, a Tombstone with poison, it's such amazing value. Chipping away at the tower, and especially against Tombstone, which spawns the skeletons right when it dies. A poison that can consistently kind of tick, 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 and take those little skellies out as soon as they spawn out. Makes it so easy to get the win.
Well, it's the same as using the log as well. Log's another answer to that Tombstone. When it's at low HP, you throw the log down, it clears out the skellies in the same movement because it's just the way the log works. It's an AoE that just one hit kills it. But, Suarez gets himself for that 1-5 position, ready to contest himself and keep himself in the blue. Looking very likely for that tiebreaker. I still think he's going to go 1-6 against Surge. I don't think he'll pull out the victory against that. But
he could, though. I mean, he got an upset here. Took his first match win. Maybe he's on a roll. Maybe he finally has turned it on.
I think you're being too optimistic. There's a difference between beating Adam as an upset and beating Surgical Goblin as an upset.
Well, hang on. Baron got the win against Surge as well. He's not an unbleedable god. He's great, but Suarez is really good too. Top 8 in the entire region. I can't say anything more about this. I got to see what our friends over on the couch think of it. Let's send it off to them.
Suarez is back in contention. He's got himself a win.
Doing Spain
so proud.
Yeah. And I know he has a lot of Spanish viewers rooting him on, representing, and he performed very well there. Something that's really interesting coming up, guys. So we have Adam and Suarez are both 1-5 right now, right? Mm-hmm. And Adam and Suarez both have one match left today. And Adam and Suarez are both facing Surgical Goblin.
Yes.
So Surgical Goblin is going to be the man who decides who moves on or who doesn't. Possibly at this point,
not,
right?
Then they'll have to play each other in a tiebreaker later on. So every match today is important. That's what's so exciting about the final day of a round robin.
I mean, but also our next match is Nim Sensei versus Danny. And Danny's 1-4. So if Danny loses this against Nim Sensei, he goes 1-5 and is in a 3-way tie with Suarez and Adam.
For sure. So
absolutely.
So
every one of these matches, being the last week of Phase 3, every one of these matches has, so much gravity in terms of who's staying here in LA and who's going home back to Europe,
Yeah, so well done to Suarez getting his first win. I'm proud of him because he's had a lot of close game 3s. But our next game is Danny versus Nim Sensei, as you foreshadowed just now. It's going to be tough for Danny. He's got a really strong opponent right now.
We have so many good matches today. It's giving me the heebie-jeebies.
The heebie-jeebies, what a word.
This is another good one. I don't know. Nim Sensei, after a very strong start, has started to, kind of stutter a little bit in the last week. He only had one match, but he lost. I don't know, but it's hard to go against Nim Sensei here, unfortunately. I think I'm rooting for Nim Sensei, actually, just because I'm rooting for things to be tied at the end, at the bottom.
I want to find out the true winner of those bottom
exactly.
I actually want the 3-way tie at the bottom, so I'm going to have to go Nim Sensei, too.
Yeah.
So Danny is going to have a tough match here against Nim Sensei. And do you know what? I want to find out a little bit more about Nim Sensei. So here's a video that was featured in Tournament Talk earlier a few weeks ago. So definitely listen to his story right here.
My name is Victor. I live in France. And my name in-game is Nim Sensei. I am perfectionist because when I do something in my life, if I just fail a leader of this thing, I will just repeat the thing to make it really perfect. I can play the piano, the guitar. I'm pretty perfectionist when I play piano too. Like if I fail just one note in a whole piano song, I will just start again from the beginning. It's because I really hate to fail something. I think that you're never really alone when you're listening or playing music. There's like something that makes me forget all the problem. So I prefer to be alone because it's just better. Like I don't really like when there's too much noise. I just really love the silence. Like silence is also a kind of music that can carry you away. I also like writing stories, like fantasy story. Just help you to think of other things, and it just carry you to another land, to another planet. I think in Clash Royale, it's very important to be perfectionist. I just want to be the best and to be a model for everyone, like playing my own deck, playing my own style. Even in competition, it's really important to deserve the title. That is the most important thing for me.
Well, you heard Nim Sensei say it. He wants to be the best, so he's going to have to beat the best. Royale's looking like he could be one of those guys at the moment, and that's who he's going to go up next.
I believe he's up against Danny. Danny next.
My
so
mistake.
Nim Sensei at the 3 and 2 mark right now, hovering in the middle. He's pretty much guaranteed a spot in the blue. He's almost certain to move on into the bracket. It would be a very difficult stab to move up into the very top green section. If he gets a 2-win run here, he would technically be tied and he'll have that 5-win streak, but pretty decent chance for the other players as well to be able to make the move up. Nim Sensei in that middle 4 plays unpredictable decks. We actually saw him bring a Sparky in day 1. He was kind of the player that we were all talking about day 1 as someone who might be the best in the region. Faltered a little bit day 2. Let's see if he can regain his footing. And as he said earlier, he wants to be the best like no one ever was. Got to beat them all to get to the top. On the other hand, Danny, having dropped that game earlier today, a 1-4 result right now, has a very tough opponent to try to climb out of the bottom. He is definitely still ahead of Suarez and who else is down there at the bottom? Adam. They're both 1-5. So a loss here would just make him tied with those 2 players at the bottom. But if Danny actually does manage to get the win here, that would relatively make him cemented in that middle section alongside Nim Sensei, who at that point they both have either 2 or 3 wins.
Yeah. Well, the reason I said going against Royal, because Royal is one of the people who he could actually beat over if Royal just keeps losing his matches. I think that's why I got mixed up a little bit. Also, they're both
from Romania.
Both from Romania.
Whatever, they're the same person.
Well, potentially.
Well, yeah, you heard it here first, Schultz.
If you believe the Clash Royale community, they are the same person.
Oh, well, perhaps. But I think that we have got a very good match here for Nim Sensei to try to just hold on to this top position, just kind of solidify his spot. He doesn't have much to worry about here. He always fights as hard as he possibly can, and he had some very difficult matchups in day 2. Let's see if he can kind of push some momentum back into day 3, get that 5-2 win, and try to contend for those top 2 spots.
Well, pump coming out from Danny right away, so going to need a bit of an aggressive push, and the Bandit
punish.
Nightwitch is going to have to be that. Poison as well coming out.
Hits the tower of the pump, and that Ice Golem going down. The Bandit dashes onto the tower.
Oh my god,
Nightwitch at full health. Guards will be able to push her off, though. She's got just a little bit of range, though. And Danny gets a little bit of a elixir pump off on the center side there, but Nim Sensei punishes. No, not worth at all. Nim Sensei's now ahead in elixir and has almost 900 damage on that left side tower. He is in a dominant position. Barb
Hunt? Nim Sensei, what is going on? Throws down the Barb Hunt, gonna start having those trucking on down to the left-hand lane. Skeletons in the middle will draw them over. That Barb is still pretty healthy though. Still probably gonna get one hit if hands unanswered. And the next wave comes in with an aggressively placed Ice Spirit. There's the log. It actually missed the Ice Spirit while that tower gets frozen up. Ice Golem will start to draw the aggro of the Barbs while they're taking tower aggro. Look at this poison coming out from Danny. Takes out Barb Hunt.
Looks giant from Nim
Look at the aggressive push from Nim
It's
Sensei.
a beatdown deck. I was starting to think that this might have a graveyard somewhere in the back, but he's just looking to pummel that tower. Giant still quite healthy and only an E-Wiz on defense. Guards finally make their way to help out, but that Bandit's just taking him out.
Giant's made the connection as well. It's starting to chip away. E-Wiz not
there
going to
it
be enough.
goes.
This is it. Tower going
Bandit
down.
gets
Nim
the
Sensei.
dash. No, is it there? It's almost
Bats will do it. Bats will do it.
The tower goes down. Nim Sensei finishes it off. There it is, a 1-0 lead for the French player in red up top. And not even an elixir advantage for Danny to try to pull things around. He does have enough time for maybe one more pump here. I think he can get value out of that.
Well, he's vying for the elixir advantage with the double pumps now. Now to be the singular pump. Barbs are going to get distracted by that when they go on the left-hand side, so he's still going to need to defend that pump. He wants value. His graveyard is dropped onto the right-hand side.
Ice Golem's not soaking for the graveyard. Ice Golem just kind of wandering around. Frosty the Snowman finds a Barb Hut's going to start trying to take it down. Yep, poison added on top for Danny didn't help out at all. But like, Nim Sensei's a little trouble.
Yeah, he's not defending this left-hand pump, so I don't think he's going to get max value out of that either. You can always see Barb's got one hit, and that next wave's going to hit it. But Bandit, Giant, Nightwitch on the right-hand side. Danny needs to answer this, because Poison is there to deal with the guards as well. This is a huge push for Nim Sensei.
Oh man, there's no stopping this push. Danny finally is able to repulse it, but there's nothing to counter him attack with. Barb's still trickling in toward the King Tower now.
Will Giant draw
the Giant to block once again. Nim Sensei is never giving Danny an opportunity to use this elixir. Finally, another graveyard out back, but once again, Ice Golem at the bridge, not even blocking for the tower.
And the Barbs are getting chipped on King Tower because they're distracted with the Giant at the moment.
Yeah, that could even be a
this
free
over.
crown if Nim
Nim
Sensei had a little bit more time. Yeah, Nim Sensei definitely got it. I mean, it's a 2-0. Could have almost been a 3-0. Danny trying desperately at the last moment there to try to get a connection there. And yeah, win for Nim Sensei, and he made it look easy once again. Top players.
Yeah, he glided through that match. Like there was no resistance really. You saw the pump go down, and then it was just foot on the gas and just cruise down the highway.
Yeah,
that's all that Nim Sensei did. Wax on his shades.
That's your happy spot, right? When you're just cruising.
Yeah.
Wind in your hair.
Whack on the cruise control and just sit there.
Whack it on.
Steer with your knees.
Yeah.
Drive responsibly.
Fair. Do it. Don't ever drive dangerous. But Nim Sensei, yeah. Definitely a level-headed individual, not worried about these pumps, not worried about Graveyard, which is one of the most threatening win conditions in the game.
The graveyard was like the fly in the kitchen, just annoyingly just buzzing
the
around. It didn't really do anything.
Ice Golem's never out there in time to be able to block for the Graveyard. The Skeletons die in one hit to pretty much anything except for an Ice Wizard or a Spirit
Well, here's
Goblin.
the early punish coming out from Nim Sensei after the pump
At
came
the very
down.
beginning of the game, pump went down, 6 elixir from Danny to try to save up. But, big hit out at the left. And guards do push the Night Witch off, gives them a little bit of a chance to try to respond here. Didn't take too much more damage since they're soaking for the bats, but Danny just get hit so hard. In some ways, I almost think it might be better to just start off with a pump behind one of your arena towers rather than right on the king tower. Because when it's on the king tower, you get a chance to push either the left or the right lane and get value from either the lightning spell or the poison spell, hitting the pump and your preferred target. It leaves you really vulnerable. And we have seen games here today, Donkey Kong especially in round 1, where he was able to get that one pump off, defend the first early push, and then it was just basically smooth sailing the rest of the time. I love that we're using these transportation metaphors, that driving, cruising on the highway, and smooth sailing. But it didn't seem like Donkey Kong had any trouble once he got that elixir advantage. And we saw Danny trying to do the same thing here, but Nim Sensei, Nim Sensei wouldn't let him get away with it. And credit to him. A lot of players like playing pump. They're like, oh, I like to get this big elixir advantage, play these big boofy targets. But I like it when there's a good punish in there. I like seeing those things go down,
you can't be expected to drop six elixir to start things off. I mean, the only time it doesn't happen is if you have like the worst possible draw from your cards. Like if you've got like nothing in there that works as an offensive option, then yeah, maybe I can understand letting the punish get away. Most of the time, you're gonna have something in there though. And let's see if it's gonna be a similar story this time around. Nim Sensei doesn't look like he's happy with the draw already. Wow, and oops coming out to kick things off.
Maybe he picked the wrong deck, or. All right, so, I think that was the wrong player. Yeah, that was Fish Lips on top.
Oh, was it Fish Lips?
That was Fish Lips.
Wow, who's Fish Lips?
Sorry to call you out, Fish Lips.
Who's Fish Lips?
I guess it was just one of the admins, perhaps. But we are going to get into this next game very soon. I think that game has to wrap up before we can start the next one. So I guess we have a little bit of filler time here. You want to tell a joke? You have anything for the viewers out there?
No, we can just.
No?
Can we find Fish Lips' social media handles and just direct them? People, can we get a lower third?
No,
with that? And just
I shouldn't have even said his name. I'm sorry. Oh man, I've done the same thing in tournaments. You hit that the button trying to spectate someone and you accidentally get in the match with them. But yeah, with the win for Nim Sensei there, he just needs to get one more. He played a relatively creative deck once again. We have seen Barbarian Hut coming back into the meta somewhat to try to maybe counter big Golem pushes, but it's not too great against Three Musketeers. Whenever it's paired with the Graveyard, though, it can get pretty good value, but just straight up beatdown. Giant out in front for Nim Sensei that last match. Taking that tower all the way down and punishing hard. It was very nimble. I was really surprised that he was able to both counter an Elixir Collector by pushing really quickly into that left lane with the Bandit and the Night Witch, but then also able to build up a really big push. It's funny how some decks only play beatdown and they're only these big, massive, Golem, Lava Hound, stomp your face in decks, and some decks like Logbait only like to play little chibi attacks here, throw a Goblin Barrel out there, get a Princess on the right lane, left side, Goblin Barrel stabbing in. But some decks can play mid-range very well. They play control against the quicker decks, and they play a fast try to burn you down style against the control decks.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I quite like about Logbait as well. When the stars align, they played their cards right, and even with a deck that's supposed to be like, oh, I'm just going to chip you to death slowly, the death of 1,000 cuts. Basically that's what it's supposed to be. Yep. But then somehow they build up like just a massive wave of goblins, and then you just suddenly run it at the tower, and you get a huge chunk of health. We saw that happen in our first matchup. Just somehow we had this huge push come in for Surgical Goblin, and what should have been very slow, chipping away just became a massive like hammer to the face.
Hammer straight to the face. That's right. Punished hard. You try to play it nice. You try to play it fair. You just play slow, pumping up, just going for that elixir advantage. But unless you already have like a +1 or +2 against your opponent, the pump is a real risky play just to start off with. I love that there's punishes out there. Hog Rider used to be one of the great ways that players would try to punish those pumps. But with the introduction of Tornado Spell, just dragging them right onto the King Tower, the pump players haven't had a whole lot to worry about. So it's great to see Bandit coming in here, Battle Ram to kind of fill that void and take that place and serve as that quick striker.
I mean, Rocket isn't really that much of a punish. I mean, it's a 6-for-6 trade, but you remove the potential, well, the point of playing it. You basically reset everything because, yeah, you stop the guy from getting that, 8 extra elixir he'd get in the time frame, I believe it is, but, 6 elixir trade.
And then your big wipeout spell is out of your hand.
And they know it's there. The element of surprise of Rocket has come there, so now the opponent can expect it the rest of the match.
The whole match, they're going to be just trying to play around it, setting it up right in front of the King Tower, so it just winds up being a 6-for-6 trade, ad nauseum. And it's usually actually not very good for the cheaper deck to be cycling rockets onto pumps, because eventually, once we get to a double elixir time, it's the bigger deck who's going to be taking the advantage. And, even if they don't have pumps down, double elixir, when you have like a 3 Musketeer deck or, a big bowler, graveyard, splash yard type of deck, works very well. And I guess unless you have like lightning or poison or even something like fireball to clip for tower damage while you're also hitting that pump, or even a miner, a good connection from a miner can punish.
Okay, so
Trip's typically doing better than spells.
We've removed the fish lips. We do have Nim Sensei versus Danny this time around, so we are going to see that game 2 on our screens right now. So Ice Spirit to kick things off yet again. E-Wiz from Nim Sensei. I like the variety
on
of
the
cards
left.
he
Is
has.
there a log in his hand? No, he's going to stab him down with a Night Witch, but the goblins are going to connect to the tower. Get a few hundred damage over there. Danny's got to defend against E-Wiz, though. What's he got for us on the right side? Knight. Great placement there. Nice block.
Princess right at the back will get the long-range alley-oops, but here comes the Graveyard as well. Goblin Gang is split with the advantage on the wrong side.
Poison
Actually,
added
no,
on
the Graveyard's
top.
been drawn over to the left as well.
Ooh, the Night Witch goes down, but the Graveyard is relatively uncontested. Needs something out the left side to give some
Princess
splash damage.
can do it, but look, the damage has already been done. It doesn't matter if you got the Princess there now. You've lost most of your HP off that Graveyard push alone.
And look, Nim Sensei took a little bit of damage out the right side. It's not like he was, not getting hurt at all from there.
He didn't
but
take
he's
1,300
focused.
worth of
Exactly.
damage.
He's focused most of his damage on the left. Danny splitting things up is not going to be in a good setup here. Looks like he will focus on the right lane, though. I like that choice. You never want to give your opponent the opportunity to play the lane that they want to play.
Yes.
Always try to force him to spin elixir on the opposite side. So Danny going for the right tower, I think, is a good move here.
He's going to kick things off with slow push with the Knight on the right-hand side. Trying to keep the pressure on there. Drawing the Night Witch to the right-hand side as well for Nim Sensei. Rocket comes out on the Night Witch. Value town for Danny. Declares out
I
Night
don't
Witch.
know, man. That's a 6-for-4 trade. A little bit risky if you ask me. A lot of elixir for Nim Sensei now as he builds a golem push.
Right, so I take back everything I just said. He's going to need that Rocket eventually on this one as well. Tombstone is on there to try and draw Golem over. I think the placement is just right. It is, but Poison coming out will help that go down quicker and get that Golem back on the right path.
Off, yep.
Ice Spear is there, Nitro aggro. I think this Golem is going to connect.
There's nothing to pull it away from the tower. There's no tornado in Danny's deck. He's already used his Tombstone. The connection and death damage from the Golem alone are going to bring that tower way far down.
Has to go down for
it's
this
not
one,
going to
Nim
go
Sensei.
quite down. There's, Golemites can't do a whole lot of damage, and there's nothing else hitting them. But 213 is within poison range, and Nim Sensei just has to play defense for 52 seconds.
Well, yeah, he's going to have to try and work on that right-hand side, though. That seems to be the answer for him. He needs to keep the defense. This is the torn. This is where Danny's torn. He has to defend the left, but he also has to push the right, so that's
He
where
can't
he's got the
defend the left.
advantage.
The poison's going to finish it off right now. He's got to push right side. I mean, why is he pushing left at this point? He's got a tank out there, I guess. The Knight's going to help out a little bit, but he's got way more damage on the right.
No, I think this game is lost for Danny. I don't think there's a way he can come back into this. 30 seconds left. He has to build up on the right. But Nim Sensei's got all the time in the world to defend right now. The Golem and the bridge to draw it all over. Golden Barrel does come over. Mega Minion will clean that up.
Great stab for the Goblin Barrel, bringing it down to 688. Almost in range, but not even a rocket in the log will be enough to finish it off at this point. Rolls the log through anyways, but he's got a big attack coming in the right. Golem blocking for a Graveyard and stacking up.
No, it's not blocking for the Graveyard. It's complementing the Graveyard as well. Look at this coming on. Poison as well for Nim Sensei. It doesn't matter if you might get that tower. Throws the Golden Barrel out just a second too late. Nim Sensei takes the match 2-0.
Wow, a 1-0 victory in that game for Nim Sensei, and he does indeed take the match. A clean sweep, and Nem is going to move up on the leaderboard now. He's got a 4-2 record. That was a great move. I think the only thing that could have possibly saved Danny there is if he tried to throw a rocket and hide a Goblin Barrel in there. I've seen that work sometimes.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it. If they throw it just perfectly, the smoke trail from the rocket kind of hides the Goblin Barrel, and you don't even see it land. And didn't Nim Sensei just say that he plays without sound, so he might not have even been able to hear it, but didn't turn out that way. A lot of damage from that last Goblin Barrel, but he saw it just in time to get the Mega Minion set up to swipe it down. And, even if he made a connection out the right side, it would have been a pretty easy 2-1, I think, for Nim Sensei at that point.
Oh, yeah, Nim Sensei now going 4-2, is it? Is
That's
the record?
right.
Yeah, he's going 4-2 at the moment.
And Danny is 1-5, so He's down there at the bottom.
So that three-way tie is looking ever more likely.
With Suarez and Adam, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Suarez and Adam both have to play Surgical Goblin.
Ooh.
You've got Danny, who needs to play Baron, who's also quite good as well.
Who beat Surgical Goblin?
Exactly. So I think we might have a 1-6 three-way tie at the bottom at the end of this, because their last three
that would be
matches
brutal.
are against Surgical Goblin and Baron, two of the top players in this lineup.
Hey, but if just one of those three players can eke out an upset win, they'll be able to clear themselves, get into the blue, stay out of that bottom spot. I'm rooting for the underdogs here. I hope that they get a chance to stab up to the top. But let's see what the friends back in the locker room think of the current setup on the leaderboard.
Welcome back, and there you can see right at the bottom the 1-5 record for 3 players right now, and that did help out Nim Sensei moving on up. So this is we keep saying it every match, everything is to play for right now, and it's great to see it kind of panning out in that way.
It really is. I mean, they're split between wanting to get to the green and wanting to stay out of the red, which is obvious.
Yeah, Greg and Mika, I think that it's very interesting. A lot of this lies in Surgical Goblin's, capable hands here. If he loses, Nim Sensei could move up. If he wins, Danny and Adam or Suarez and Adam rather, could move up as well. So this is a lot riding on these last remaining matches. I can't wait.
Yeah, so we just saw Danny missing out against Nim Sensei. I don't want to say it wasn't a surprise, because Danny could have caused an upset, but Nim Sensei just looked so calm and collected there.
I gotta say, Nim Sensei's little clip there moved me. I was not ready.
I felt very emotional, crying face, you know.
Like, let's tear down the fourth wall for a second. We're just here, just kind of, chatting in between, and next thing you know, I get gripped in by this clip, and I'm like, wow, Nim Sensei's deep, man.
He's a perfectionist.
I'm a big fan of Nim Sensei all of a sudden. I don't know. I really loved that clip. I loved how incredibly introspective he was.
His piano skills as well. He's very talented there.
Absolutely. But getting back to the matches, though, one interesting thing about Nim Sensei is he that top tier? Is he that top notch? Because think about it. He's beat everybody below him. He's lost to everybody above him. So I think that's the question moving forward with Nim Sensei. Is he going to be able to take down Donkey Kong and Surgical Goblin, both who he lost to?
Yeah, so that's the leaderboard right now. We know where the standings are in the first half of the show, but we're now going into halftime, where we'll be looking at which cards have been trending up and down, and it has changed so much due to those balance changes. We've particularly noticed that Bandit is on the increase.
Yes.
Right? And we've noticed it so far just being used so well with Battle Ram and Night Witch.
Yeah, I mean, it got buffed, and people have been putting it in all their decks, and it's been really working out for them, because you see Bandit in all of the winning decks.
Yeah, and it goes to show you how much, they say, oh, buffed by 3% HP, buffed by 8% HP. And, it's just numbers. It doesn't sound like a lot, a 7%, a 5% HP increase. But it's interesting how far a little tiny increase like that in hit points in the dash, the quicker dash, can really take a card from 0 to hero. Forgive the
literally,
cliche.
it went from 0% usage to 30% usage. Yeah. So it went crazy up.
And I think I have a crush on Bandit. I think she's my number one.
She's cute. She's got gray hair.
She is
pretty athletic as well. That dashing ability. But then also we've got skeletons, which is
on the opposite of Bandit.
Yeah, because of the fact it went from 4 skeletons down to 3.
It got nerfed so people don't see the value in it anymore. So they're taking it out and using other cards that have more value.
Like Ice Spirit for the one cost cycle card.
Took the words right out of my mouth, right? And the proof is in the pudding. Week 1, Skeleton was, I think, the most popular card, most used card. Week 2, Skeleton goes down, Ice Spirit takes the place of the Skeleton. So I think it's interesting. If I was on the developer team in Supercell, it's like, how do you get these two 1 elixir, the only two 1 elixir costing cards in the game, how do you get them on equal footing? I think right now it's pretty close. But
I mean, the interesting thing is you said that Skeletons has gone down from the top spot, but it's the second most used card now.
Yeah, Skeleton's
Even though it has dropped a lot,
still got a lot of value.
Very
Dark Goblin is certainly one that we've been noticing quite a lot. It's still being used a lot, and especially with that P.E.K.K.A. control, and also with the Battle Ram and Bandit, it's got quite a lot of value there. We could talk about all of these cards and how they've been balanced, etc. But I want to know how you could change up a deck to win a game. So we're going to go over to Trid and Woody, who are going to tell us how to find flaws in your deck and remove them and improve them. Take it away.
Remove and improve is the name of the game. We've got 2 decks for you today. Just try and break down. We're going to be tweaking one of them to make them viable against the opponent's deck. So the deck we're going to be taking a look at is Baby Dragon, Battle Ram, Lightning, Bandit, P.E.K.K.A., Goblin Gang, Zap, and Dark Goblin. And we've got to make that work against Ice Spirit, Knight, Log, Goblin Barrel, Inferno Tower, Rocket, Princess, and Goblin Gang. So I'm going to give this over to our resident deck doctor, Woody. Take a look at this and get his thoughts.
Thank you very much once again, Trid. And of course, as we all know, whenever you go onto the ladder, there's no way to know what your opponents are going to be playing. You want to build a well-rounded deck, but if you're in a tournament setting, you think that you got a good read on your opponent, and you know that they're going to bring Log Bait, which is the kind of deck that we see over on the left side that we're going to be going up against, you might want to make a few adjustments here and there to try to make your deck a little bit more focused on that opponent. So the first thing that I want to take a look at here is right here, the Zap spell. Works very well against flying troops. It's able to hit flying and ground troops and hit swarms pretty well, but I think that a Log would be better in this deck. It's be the same cost, does even more damage, rolls a bigger range to help us against these ground targets like the Princess, like the Goblin Gang, like the Goblin Barrel. So I want to change out Zap for Log. That's the first change that I want to make. Let's look at the rest of the deck, though. I don't want to change too much, so I think that the core of the deck is going to be P.E.K.K.A, Battle Ram, and Lightning. That's kind of the big tank out in front, the Striker card, and then a big spell to support. We did lose Zap spell, so we're going to need something to be able to reset an Inferno Tower. I think Lightning will fill that role pretty well. Battle Ram can also help block for it, so that's a pretty good offensive setup. But so that means that we've got 4 more cards that we could potentially look at here. We've got the Baby Dragon, the Bandit, the Goblin Gang, and the Dart Goblin. Trid, do you see anything there that you think warrants a modification, maybe to one of those smaller troopy troops on the bottom?
I think P.E.K.K.A is quite quite heavy at the moment. That's the thing that's drawing my attention, I think.
All right.
But some modifications that we can make to this deck in particular, I'm thinking that Goblin Gang, I don't like having Goblin Gang and Dark Goblin personally. I don't like the 2 squishier units being in there, because if you put them in the same lane and whatnot, you've got a Log that just takes them out. That's my option though. But I'm here to hear about it from you, the resident expert.
Yo, that's completely fair. I like having kind of 2 responses to the Goblin Barrel that's coming in, and right now, I feel like the Goblin Gang is the only thing that we can kind of set up behind our Arena Tower to be able to soak a barrel. So let's keep that Goblin Gang there. I think that maybe the Baby Dragon's the one that I want to switch out. And even though it is great value and it can take out minions really well, it is able to hit both ground and air targets. The Baby Dragon's not going to be necessarily a great addition here, especially with Inferno Tower burning it down, Knight to block for the pushes. It kind of works better behind a big tank whenever you're able to get like a big tornado spell to pull them on in and get a lot of splash damage off the Baby Dragon. So let's take that out. And I think I want to add something else into the deck that might provide a little bit of distraction. We don't necessarily need a building in here because we don't see a Hog Rider or a Battle Ram in our opponent's deck. So what else could I potentially add in here that would support the big pushes that we're trying to set up with P.E.K.K.A? I think that minions might be the spot. Even though Lightning is really heavy and it hurts those Inferno Towers a lot, it's always good to have something right out in front to be able to block little small chippy troops. And with Princess in our opponent's deck, they will be able to take out the minions, but she doesn't one-shot them. There's nothing else that can really deal splash damage to air troops besides, I guess, the Ice Spirit. So we got to try to play around that. But we'll take the Baby Dragon out, add some minions in there. That'll also give us a little bit of another way to respond to the Goblin Barrel. They can hit them from the sky and take down those goblins pretty quickly. Spear Goblins recently got reduced in number from the Goblin Gang from 3 to 2, so we don't have a whole lot to worry about. I do want to keep a flying troop in this deck somewhere, but I think those are really kind of the only 2 changes that I would really want to make to this setup.
Yeah, that deck's looking good, and maybe we'll get some results. So actually, if you play with this deck and you end up going in some miracle against the opponent's deck and this works out for you, please do let us know. Get us on social media. Tweet at Woody directly just to let him know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't really want to know.
Go for it.
Just harass Woody on Twitter, not me.
Well, let's see what our friends back in the locker room think of my maybe foolhardy deck suggestions, or maybe they'll like them.
I love how long it took you to change 2 cards there, Woody. It really showed how much
Shots fired.
No. He was putting a lot of thought into them. It was a positive thing.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't talk about skeletons because we had to get to 20 minutes on how to change 1 card in a deck.
Fair play. It was a nice change. I can respect that change. But that's halftime done now. We're now moving into match 5. And coming up, we do have 2 incredibly talented players. That's Baron and Royale. I'm excited to see how these 2 face off.
I'm very excited because I'm a huge fan of Baron's playstyle. I was so hyped when he beat Surgical Goblin last week.
We were on the top 5 plays because we were so excited about that. But also Royale, a very talented player. What do you think about that, Ash?
I think this is going to be a really good matchup. This is one that's like, I could totally ride the fence all day on this one. I have no idea who's going to win. It's just a coin flip in my mind. Yeah, I don't even know. I guess I'll go Royale, but it's really, Baron could definitely pull this one off. You know, it's a tough matchup, but if I was Royal, I'd be prepared for Three Musketeers. It's been Baron's bread and butter, and he has a very high win percentage when he uses Three Musketeers. No surprise to anybody.
And they're both in a similar position on the ladder.
Yeah.
So if they win this, that could throw them above the opposing player and give them a much better seeding. So to them, there's going to be a lot of pressure on this game, and I'll be super interested to see whether Royal can step it up here. And Baron as well. He's had such a strong performance so far.
Really quickly, does Royal BM this match?
You just love bringing up Royal's BMing. I'm not entirely sure.
Baron should take a leaf out of Donkey Kong's book, turn off those emotes, and go in and try and win this game. But we really don't know how this is going to go. Trid, Woody, you got any ideas over there?
I got nothing. Honestly, this could go either way between Royal and Baron. We've seen what Baron's capable of when he's taking down the likes of Surgical Goblin. We see Royal constantly beating down on opponents so far, getting himself in a nice track record. We were talking about this in between one of the breaks. Royal actually has one of the hardest runs, like one of the weak runs. He's got to go up against Nim Sensei, Baron, and Surgical Goblin all in the same week. That's tough for 1 week's worth of games.
A very tough matchup today, but to their credit, they've both qualified. They're both in the blue. There's no way they can get kicked out at this point. All the opponents that are below them have only one win and only one game left to play. So with that third win, they're going to go to the bracket.
Yes.
It's now down to see who can get preferential seeding and maybe even possibly move up into the green. Royal, with a 3-1 record, could conceivably get 3 more wins today. It's not impossible. That would be able to put him up in the top in the green and guarantee a top 2 placement. Baron, on the other hand, at 3-2 right now, would be struggling. Even if he manages to get 2 wins, he would probably just be tied.
He's got 2 more games to go. He can go with 5-2 record. We were talking about this in the break as well. There's a potential there for a freeway 5-2 tiebreaker for second place.
Yeah.
So you could have the likes of Baron, Donkey Kong as well if he doesn't win another game today.
Yeah.
You've got also the likes of, I believe Royal can fit into that mix with Baron as well potentially. There's a lot of tiebreakers for second position. I think based on the matchups we know that are coming up and the fact that it's Surgical Goblin, I think Surgical Goblin will end the group stage with a 6-1 record in first place. That's just what I predict.
Okay.
But I think the real battle is going to be the tiebreaker for second and join him in that preferential seeding.
Fair enough. I think I got to give the edge to Baron here. Even though he's got a 3-2 record against Royals 3-1, he's gone up against some of the most difficult opponents in the arena. He's proven that he can beat them. He looks calm. He was ready to go earlier in the day. I was meeting him in the hotel before we started things off, and I think he's got a good mindset for this match.
Well, Poison seems to be the answer for the Elixir Pump. It gets a bit of chip damage onto the right-hand tower as well. So diminishing the value of Baron, but not straight up answering it right away with some aggression.
Oh, big move from Baron here. Sees Poison out of his opponent's hand, and he's ready to go with the 3 muskies. 2 on the left, 1 on the right. Oh, and Ice Spear gets the splash as well.
Yeah, doesn't manage to stop that E-Wiz as well. We'll get the progress made. Ice Golem to tank up for the E-Wiz. Bandit as well on the right-hand side. He's going heavy-handed into the right, while the guard
there it goes. Dash onto the tower is good. A log rolls through, but that can't take out these ladies. They're out for blood. Shooting down this E-Wiz now. Baron's Musketeers getting great value on that right side. What is that, like 700 or 800 damage?
Yeah, there would have been. He dropped
and look,
down
they're still going. Pop shot on the left of the Musketeer. 2 of them onto the tower, and Baron's ready to pump up now.
Yeah, he's got another pump on there, drawing onto the left. Royal's got a pump of his own as well to play again, so they're both relying on pumps at the moment.
Yeah, they both are pumping up. I'm not really sure what the win condition for Royal's deck is at this point. Maybe he's got a graveyard somewhere there at the back. We do often see Ice Golem used as a tank for that.
But 3 muskies again coming out from Baron as well to kick things off. Poison available from Royal this time. He knows to hold on to it. He's going to go against the right-hand side. Battle ram on the right-hand side with the solo muskie going up against the guards. Zap and Log will try and stall the play. Barbarians beating their way, trying to get to that tower.
Good
and the skeleton to cut off the reinforcements from the Musketeer.
Yep, you can see Baron's got a few more drops of Elixir now, but he is facing E-Wiz on the left. That was actually really good defense from Royal. I hand it to him. He took a little bit of damage over on the left side, but that was his stronger lane. He's happy to just take a little bit of tiny chip damage here and there. Baron pumping up once again, though. Expect to see a poison going down.
Pump as well coming out from Royal.
Whoa, he's going to commit to this attack, though. Sees the pump go down. He's going to add on a Bandit Ice Spear combo to this back. And these guards chop her down. The guards chop her down.
Enough, but the thing is that Royal's not going to commit with the poison against the...
Whoa, a huge hit on the right side.
Look,
only one Musketeer to defend. Yeah, poison, but yeah, there's not going to be any poison for the minions now in the back lane. Could have gotten a lot of value with poisoning the pump, the minions, and the Musketeer. Big attack on the right, defended by an E-Wiz now. Ice Golem to block. This is a huge assault coming in from Baron. Right side attack. Where's it going to go, Trid?
Well, it looks like it's going to go in the favor of Baron. Free musket reinforcement. He's cycled back round through them already. Poison being used on the left-hand side, but you can get the right-hand musket to come in. Will there be aggro on the tower? Another Ice Golem coming out. Evis is there. They're all stacking the right-hand lane. No damage left alive. This Battle Ram and minions coming on the left-hand side for Baron.
Only
he really wants to hit it.
We need something else. Log's going to roll through, but the minions up top are getting the damage, not the Battle Ram.
Completely switched.
Slow it down, slow it down. Nice. I like the E-Wiz and the Ice Golem combo. Buys him a lot of time. Zap on the right side tower from the E-Wiz means that Royal is going to get a little bit more damage here. I think he's going to get some Ice Golem. Log, Battle Ram once again. Yeah, Log's through it. But the Battle Ram is about to make the connection.
E-Wiz again.
Oh, man.
Whoa,
he gets the hit though, Baron! I thought he was slowed down by the Ice Golem E-Wiz combo, but Royal not able to set it up just in time, now down to triple digits out the right lane.
I think that's all he's going to get from this push though. He can't cut through the guards in the E-Wiz, it's too much. Free Muskie's being split in the middle again. No, There's a Graveyard on the right hand side.
This Graveyard push is over before it even begins, and Ice Golem out back, and Musketeer locking onto the Skeletons. I think Baron's going to be able to hang on here.
Yeah,
stabs from the Skeletons.
Baron's going to need to commit to the right-hand side again. He's still got some remnants of his defense to use on a counter push. Battle Ram, Bandit, Ice Golem, Minions, and the Musketeer that joins.
Catch. Battle Ram though.
Oh, E-Wiz.
Double
Great
zap
shot.
from E-Wiz. Yep, takes it all out. But hold on, the Minions are trying to take him down. This could be a lot of. Oh my God, the zap from the E-Wiz was not enough. Minions and Barbs still presenting a threat. A log rolls through, but that's not going to be enough to take out this Battle Ram. We need something else, Royal. What have you got for us?
Guards.
Guards. Yep, stab it down, but the guards getting chopped up by the Barbarian and the Bandit. Bandit about to dash into the tower. There it is! The Bandit dashes onto the tower.
He's got it. One more hit.
Boying it down once again. That bat is absolutely devastating. It's a small little weapon, but she clubs it down.
Is it a bat? I thought it looked like a little bit of
club?
I thought it's like
what is it?
I thought it was like a wooden dagger kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe it's a. Is it a wooden dagger? I feel like she's like boinking.
You can slash at people.
Yeah, like bludgeoning it. But Bandit, once again, buffed last week. We saw a little bit of gameplay from Surgical Goblin taking a clutch win with it, and it seems our players in the arena have taken a page out of his notebook, working very well in a wide variety of decks. Bandit, only 3 elixir cost, but can get a lot of damage if she's got even just a small tank out in front like the Ice Golem to block hits for her.
Yeah, absolutely, and the Bandit was the saving grace for Baron in that matchup. Does take game 1 against Royal. Only one more game to go, and he's done his contention for that top place run that he needs to. Royal, I would arguably say that Baron is one of the weaker opponents for Royal out of who he has to play today. I would argue that Nim Sensei and Surgical Goblin are better opponents or more difficult to play.
Right.
So I think that Royal, if he loses against Baron, sets a bad precedent for the best of his run today.
It does. You know, Royal has got a very good position at 3-1 right now. That looks really good on paper. A +2 win differential, but his strength of schedule has not been the most difficult, let's say. He's gone up already against players at the very bottom of the bracket, and now he's going to be moving up against the very top.
He's went against his first games went against the 3 lowest seeded players. He went against Adam, Danny, and Suarez.
Maybe he was one of the reasons why they get sent to the bottom, but I think pretty much everyone has proven at this point that the 1 and 5 players down at the bottom have kind of established themselves in a lower tier. Royal having a tough time in that first game, not able to pull out the victory against Baron. I think that Baron might be coming for a comeback here. He wants to be 5-2. He wants to contend for that top 2 positioning to try to get into a straight semifinals bid.
Well, let's see how this matchup plays out where Royal can bring it
back
back
out the right side. No Executioner to defend. It's going to be a Mega Minion flying up top to soak in this Graveyard. Skeleton stacking up on the back end. The Ice Golem is not there in time to catch him. The Night Witch is being swarmed now. Skeleton's back onto the tower. Bats taking him down, but that is triple digits for Royal. A huge hit for Baron in the very first minute of this game.
Great opening play by Baron, really sticking it to Royal right off the bat, knowing the Executioner was free for the Graveyard to actually use. Log and Skellies will clear out the Battle Ram. Archers to reinforce on the boot. Look at this Ice Golem as well. He's doing so much work by drawing the aggro of Executioner off to the side and getting a poor angle to get multiple kills. Miner comes in for Royal on the backside, will draw the Mega Minion, but a little bit of chippy-chappy.
A little bit of chippy-chappy damage. Yep. Can't quite hit that left side. Nice job getting that Tombstone out of the way, though, for the Battle Ram. Almost got it onto the left side, but Baron had just enough elixir to be able to push that back. You know, that Executioner, actually, I think he was, like, on the arena for over a minute. That's a really long lifespan for an Executioner. So good for him. He had a
it's good. It's good for him. He had a very comfortable life, but
no
he didn't get as much
right
value.
Side. Look, no defense at all. Graveyard Poison Ice Golem in the front, going to be able to take it. Actually, not all the way down. The Ice Golem was not soaking in front.
Still not answered, though.
Just got one skeleton in there is going to be the tower win for Baron.
Yeah, but it was the Ice Golem taking the aggro.
Nice zap. The Battle Ram connects. Barb's out in front. And a well played for Baron, acknowledging that even though he was able to get a tower down, so could his opponent. A 1-1 draw now.
Yeah, they've got to go against each other. Opposite lanes as well. This is what I love about the matchup as well. One crown tower's taken. They both want to contest in opposite lanes.
Yes.
So they need to split their defense and offense while also trying to get what they want and stop the other person from getting what they want. Or they can force the free crown off the back of a great counterattack. But I don't see that happening here today.
I don't either. I mean, Graveyard is really difficult to pull off the 2-crown win. Baron could be in trouble here since that's his primary win condition. He's taking damage on his King Tower. Can Royal set up these big pushes with Battle Ram, Ice Golem to block, and this Executioner who seemingly never has a counter.
On the right-hand side. He has to drop a Night Witch to defend the Graveyard as the Ice Golem comes against him as well. He's got that push you were talking about on the right-hand side.
The most important thing in responding to these graveyards for Royal is to get this Night Witch down as soon as possible. She doesn't spawn those bats immediately anymore, so she really needs a chance to get those guys up, start stabbing away the skeletons, and as we saw in that last push that Royal just lost his tower from, if the skeletons can stack up around the Night Witch, it's in a lot of trouble. Defense against this Battle Ram is looking pretty good here for Baron, and Ice Golem to block, and he's going to take some damage on the King Tower here.
Yeah, a couple of melee hits from Night Witch, that's not going to be fine for him. Look at the damage being done
down
from that. And the bats came with residual damage as well at the end. Brings it to 898. If I'm Royal, I defend this and I go for the free crown. I don't need to go for that tower. I put all the pressure in the left-hand lane, stop you from taking my tower, and go for the free crown.
You know, I got to agree with you. That King Tower down to 898 means that he can, you know, maybe even just go for Poison Cycle. Since the Miner in the back, but it does get caught by the Ice Golem and the Skeletons. Nice zapping there from Royal is going to take those out, though.
The Miner's still chipping
away.
away.
Yeah, exactly. The Skeleton's caught, but the Zap was able to take him down. Miner does get the connection there, but it's going to get taken down. Mega Minion and Archer set up on defense for Baron now.
Yeah, he's got
Royal's got a damage advantage for sure.
Oh, definitely. Here comes the Graveyard again. Will draw Execution. Night Witch is there as well as the Poison. I don't know if that's going to be effective
Poison
enough.
straight to the tower, though. Look, Baron's King Tower's taking a lot of damage. Defense from Royal is pretty good on the back end, and I think the Night Witch is going to barely survive. But it's only one more Poison Zap combo for Royal to win the game. There's the Zap. Just have to cycle the Poison, and he could tie this series up 1-1.
Well, unless something amazing happens right now.
Just defend against this Graveyard. Play it cool. Play it cool. Hold on. Skeletons out the back lane. Skeletons to the back. Poison added on top. It's a Poison race. Who's going to get it down first? Royal and Baron. Royal takes it. The 3-crown.
HP remaining.
Oh my God. Royal barely pulls it off, but the tower is down. A 3-1 victory for him means that we are going into a tiebreaker match. One more tick from the Poison would have been a win in the opposite direction. And we talk about a game of inches. We talk about how milliseconds matter. It's so apparent when you watch that last match that the ticks from the Poison, the one stab from a Skeleton, one little hit from a Miner, that is what means victory or defeat in Clash Royale.
And I mean, and you could see the strain on Baron. He had to take a walk around his seat after that loss. 19 HP remaining, but we're going to take a walk of our own over to the locker room.
Just a little stroll over here because we've just seen the hypest finish. Because normally when we have those close finishes, it's kind of like someone's given up on the tower. But that was literally at the same time the Poisons were in action. So close, 19 hit points.
19, right? Yeah.
That last tick, I was like, what's going to happen here? Yeah.
Jaws were completely open right there. It was just so crazy. Look, saying good game, thinking it's over, and then
it feels like it's taken forever for the King Tower to even go down there. It's just like,
the log was rolling in as well, and the tornado was drawing all the skeletons close.
And Baron is flabbergasted. He stands up, he walks around.
He had to have a stroll though, because he was no way going to win that if that Graveyard was defended correctly. But he just tornadoed the skeleton. We could talk for hours about how close that last moment was. I wish we could have watched it in slow motion 5 times over.
That was crazy.
But we're going to get to watch the final game of this match. So Woody and Trid, let's watch some hype right now.
Well, I'm hoping for a grand finale to this series as well. After game 2, it's going to have to be to top it. I mean, 19 HP. Like, that's just... Oh, it's going to bug me for the rest of the day.
I don't think that it could possibly be any closer. There's nothing in the game that does less than 19 damage. So, yeah, that was just one tick off. Baron, barely losing that one, is in a fight for the top 2 now. Remember, Baron is 3-2, Royal is 3-1. They're both going to be able to go to the bracket, but this is a fight for seeding and a fight to possibly try to break into the top 2 to get an automatic bid into the semifinals. A battle ramp connecting with the right side tower, though. Zap going down, the Night Witch is stacked up on it as well.
For Royal coming
Whoa, Royal takes the tower! Barb's added on top, and the Night Witch is going to stab down the Elixir Glider. Is Baron even going to defend this?
I hope he does. He's still got a lot of time
He just wants to soak the damage and try to get as much Elixir as possible, but look at this. Royal still has an Elixir advantage despite having already taken Baron's tower down.
Pump? Now? Really?
I mean, we've seen Royal punish these pumps.
I mean,
Can he do it again?
You've just lost
He's
a
going for the
tower,
3
and
crown.
you've lost half the
He's
health
going
on your
for the
king
3
tower,
crown.
and you put a pump
He
down?
is going for the 3 crown, man. Look, he doesn't even need to send in the emotes. This is BM as much as I've ever seen. Going for the 3 crown this early in a match, that is an aggressive play by Royal.
Yeah, I'm so shocked by Baron's move for the Elixir Collector. Unfortunately, he was able to shut that push down, but he's really dicey decision-making, I would say. Like, it's not something with confidence. Double pump?
Defense of the King Tower much easier to pull off than of the Arena Tower.
Yeah.
Baron actually does pull it off there, and now with the double pump down, Baron actually might have a chance to try to turn things around here. That Bandit's going to cause a lot of trouble. They'll get pushed. Actually not. Yeah, she's out of tower range. No, she goes back into tower range. Hold on. Dashes onto the Elixir Collector, and Baron, distraught, realizes that's a big hit on that right
There's
side.
the free muskie. So that's what he was building up to, but Poison going to be there to try and chip away a lot of the damage. Not
Walks
entirely
out
done,
of it,
though. Yeah, well, the double
I mean,
walks
who would
out of
want
it.
to stand in the poison?
Oh, no one would want to do that. Battle Ram comes down on the left as well, but he hasn't got a musketeer like he would usually have there. And Bandit's cleaned up on the right-hand side, so
What?
free muskie push shut down right away.
Inferno Dragon from Royal. What are you thinking, man? Barbarian's about to walk onto the tower.
Bandit connected on King Tower, by the way, on the
How
back
did that
corner.
Inferno Dragon survive? There were minions up there. Yeah, good connection up in the top. Baron trying to go for just the 1 tower to put this thing into overtime. Royal happy to play defense or go for the 3 crown. Battle Ram hits the right side though. Barbarian stacking up. The Night Witch is going to try to take him down, but it's pretty slow. Baron.
3-1-3 left there.
Yep.
There's room to go there for Baron.
34 seconds left. He has to get that tower done. He has to put this thing into overtime.
Yeah,
Only
nice
chance
poison.
he has right now. There's no big spell for him though. He has to get a connection onto that tower.
That's what he's sending the Ice Goblin for. He's hoping he can clear a path, but Night Witch is already on him. Bandit cleans up, but the Bats will do the same. Battle Ram coming through. Bandit does interrupt, and Night Witch is there as well.
Hard defense from Royal. The last card played by Baron is Zap, and he's not going to be able to get anything onto this tower. 12 seconds left. And applied, I think, just a little bit too much pressure out to the left side, not able to take either tower down at this point.
He's going for the 3 crown still.
Yeah. Baron's done.
Yeah, he's walked off.
That's a win for Royal. Nicely done to Royal. He will hold on to that dominating position. At this point, it looking to me like Baron is not going to be able to get into the top 2, even if he does manage to eke out a win against his next opponent, and it's not going to be an easy match. Meanwhile, Royal, now with a great 4-1 run, he's actually tied with Surgical Goblin. Way up at the top, he's got a great setup here now to try to get to the top 2.
Yeah, he can definitely get into the top 2 with the win over Baron. So that's one of the 3 kings down. He needs to take down Nim Sensei and Surgical Goblin still. That's a bit of a tall order to do all three of them. He's beaten Royal, though. No, he's beaten Baron, so he's put him in a good spot for the rest of the day.
In another region, we've seen a Godslayer. I think in this region, we've seen a Kingslayer. Royal might have been considered an underdog, but take a look now. He's tied for 2nd place with Surgical Goblin. He's had a pretty tough match already to take that 1 loss, but he's only got 2 more games to play today. And judging by the performance that we just saw there, he is playing so scrappy. He is going to take the win if there's even a shred of a chance to do it, punishing those pumps really well and not worrying about dropping a tower. If he can go for your king, he will absolutely do it. The Kingslayer Royal in number 2.
So there is a reality where Nim Sensei beats Royal. So Nim Sensei goes 5-2, Royal goes 4-2. Donkey Kong then loses to Surgical Goblin.
Okay.
He goes 5-2, and then Royal beats his other opponent, which happens to be, I believe, Nim Sensei.
Okay.
He then goes 5-2.
Yes.
And I think Baron also, who's the last person that Baron has to play today? So he's got Danny to play today. So Baron then wins that matchup, and we still get the 3-way tie for 2nd place.
I think I followed you about halfway there, but there is a good chance to still see a tiebreaker match at the end of the day. Lots of players vying for the very top. Let's see what the locker room has to say about it.
Well, I didn't catch that quite how Woody and Trid.
I had my notebook out trying to keep up with Trid there. I just couldn't do it.
Basically,
it's
really, really close.
It is. And one thing that struck me about that last match is one of the most common questions I get from my viewers and subscribers is, how do you stop Three Musketeers right now? Three Musketeers has the highest win rate right now in this entire tournament. Forget just the European, bracket area, right? So one of the best ways to do it was exactly what you saw in that match with Royal there, and you punish early when they pump.
Definitely.
That's what you got to do.
That first push was so strong.
You could see Baron's frustration when he hit his elixir collectors. Like,
yeah,
because you can see
it's very lethal in this.
Look at Battle Ram, Night Witch, Ice Golem. That's 10 elixir. That means that Royal unloaded as soon as he saw that elixir pump, and that's what you have to do. And he took that tower, and that's how you gain an edge against the Three Musketeer player. punishing them early for the elixir.
And that was in 30 seconds of the match. He took out a tower.
And then he took the elixir collector, and then he started getting damage on the king tower, and then he still had a 1 elixir advantage coming out of that.
Yeah.
So such an early punish, basically telling Baron, you shouldn't have done that. And he almost came back, so that was a good effort from Baron, but he's just missed out against Royale, who is a very confident and very strong player, and I expect to see him go quite far in this tournament.
It was a very amazing play from Royale, and it was a very frustrating match to even watch. So I understand Baron getting up and leaving at the end of that.
Yeah, it was good plays, and Royale really did use a very good card selection in all those matches. I like that he brought the guards and the skeletons, even though he didn't pay off for him in match 1. I thought it was good for the battle ram and also the bandit. So
yeah, really smart choice. You can see why he's using it. But we're going to go now into match 6, which is Suarez versus Surgical Goblin. We've mentioned there's 3 matches now where it's one of the bottom 3 and they have to fight against a top player. So you can see Adam, Danny, and Suarez each have to fight one of the titans above them. Which of them can come out and take down a powerhouse? And whoever does that, they secure that top 6 position. And if they do that, they don't even have to worry about tiebreakers.
Yeah, I think Danny has a little bit of an edge right now because Adam and Suarez have to play Surgical Goblin. Danny gets to play Baron, who's obviously a really good player, but maybe not quite as touted as Surgical Goblin. So it's Adam and Suarez. One of them needs to come up with an absolutely huge surprise underdog victory against the Surge. Nicole.
Suarez
Yeah, I mean, they both need a win here, or they're really in danger of leaving the competition.
I mean, Suarez faced off against Adam earlier, and Suarez just took the edge, but they're both very similar level, and it could depend on which of them outsmart Surgical Goblin in their picks. And also, they all know Surgical Goblin so well because he's a very familiar player. But I do know that we're going to be going into this match very soon. So I want to know, between Suarez and Surgical Goblin, which of them, Trid and Woody, has winning the match?
I'm not even going to dignify that with an answer. I think you could already figure out who I think is going to win this matchup. Woody, do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, these are 2 top 8 players. I got to agree with you. Surge probably does have the edge here. Look, he's 4-1. He's at the top of his game. He played very strong last week. Did drop a surprising game to Baron. And Suarez did kind of make a little bit of a comeback earlier today. He hadn't gotten any wins yet, and he now is on the points board there. If Suarez gets a win here, he will remain out of the red. He might have a tiebreaker match to try to get into the bracket, but he will be alive. This is the last game that he has to play. If he loses this, he's got to hope that Adam and Danny also lose their games, but his future is in his hands. Good luck to Suarez.
Looks like some kind of minor control coming out here for Surgical Goblin, and meanwhile, it's a log bait coming out for Suarez, as the Knights will clash on Surgical Goblin's side of the field. Goblin Bow coming in early for Suarez as well. Immediately will get logged, and that will chip the Knight on the backside of that as well.
Yeah, looks like Surge is kind of making a little bit of a counterattack here. He's got a little bit of elixir to play around with. Minor poison from Surge is going to be the primary win condition. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but it's pretty reliable. And, ooh, not able to take out that Dark Goblin. Kind of an unlucky break there for Surge. He's going to have to spin an Ice Spear rather on defense to stay healthy out there. But he's taking about 500 damage on the right side tower. Suarez, not looking good at the very beginning here, but definitely not a setback that he can't make a comeback from.
Oh, absolutely. Sending 500 damage out of potential rocket coming out for Suarez to deal with Knight and Tower at the same time. Interesting decision, but the Knight is going to be low HP there. Will go down very quickly to the Princess, I believe. One more shot should do the trick as the Miner comes in. Bandit will be the answer to Princess. Miner is chipping away at that tower. Knight has to take the
Bandit dashes on the left
round.
side, though, and it's a double attack from Surgical Goblin, splitting up his forces. He's actually done more damage on the left now than the right.
Yeah, well, that Bandit was given all the free time in the world, and the Miner can only chip so much.
Takes a lot of damage on the right side, though. Dark Goblin just has such insane range. Suarez brings the right side down to 1569. Both of his towers are taking damage, but he's got to really focus on the right side if he wants to get the win now.
Yeah, well, there we go. Ewiz will actually be drawn onto the Tombstone. Miner will have a lot of time if it's just the Princess dealing with him.
Look,
he can
yeah,
still
Princess
chip away.
deals splash damage. You can't really take down a big target like the Miner. He doesn't have a whole lot of hit points, but when he's right on the tower, man, you got to get some quick and a nice Knight catch.
Yes.
Well played from Surgical Goblin. He recognizes the good move there by Suarez. Oh my God, the log, they're going to take out that big push.
The
Ice
log
Spirit to
was
freeze.
just murder. Just murder on that push.
A 2-for-6 win for Surgical Goblin there, but it did leave the log out of his hand. Suarez taking a little stab at the right side, but he's got to defend this Miner on the left.
Princess to answer. Dark Goblin as well this time. There is actually poison on the side for Surgical Goblin to clear out Princess and get Chip as well. Huge value for Surge. Bring that down into the 300s. of HP remaining for Suarez.
Could just be one more hit from Surge to take that right side tower off. Meanwhile, Suarez has really got to get something to connect in the back. Oh, he
Minor
jukes
again.
Barrel, but the log was out of Surge's hand. He caught him all with the knight. Really good
I think
switch
he might
there.
have the chip here to actually
for
to go
Surge.
all the way with this.
No, just
gonna
about.
pull short. One log should do it. One log will do it.
Oh. And look, Suarez is trying to build up a big push on the left, but Log will kill all of them. It's happened multiple times this game. Suarez unable to build up a big push, and Surgical Goblin split both lanes down. Left side has been finished off. Surgical Goblin for the win. Grabs this 1-0 over Suarez. We can't say it was unexpected, can we?
No.
But strong performance from Surgical Goblin. He's consistent. He always plays to the point. He barely took any damage on that right side, mostly from, I think it was the Dark Goblin that locked on a little bit early. We saw an oops from him. We saw a well played from him when you know that something came out from Suarez that was a good catch.
But that's like
great mastery.
That's like night and day for Suarez, right? So when with opponents, if you look at you guys are going against Royal, you use the emotes in a negative way.
Yes.
Surgical Goblin is kind of cheering him on whilst playing, which some people can find patronizing, I guess, but it's also like recognizing good play. Like we saw with the Night Cat.
Oh, it's only good sportsmanship as far as I can see.
Surge is just like, yeah, well played, man. You caught that. That really hit me hard.
Thumbs up. So the split damage for Surge was really what got him the game there. He started off strong on that right lane, but forcing a big hit from this bandit, able to take out the princess and then dash straight onto the tower. This was a huge connection. He really distracted Suarez and made great use of the kind of, cheap to mid-cost deck that he's playing here. Minor Poison is reliable. Bandit has really great range, does great damage. There was never like any one massive connection for Surgical Goblin, just always chipping away left side, right side, keeping Suarez on his toes and never able to like land so that he could drill in hard on one lane. The left side attacks that Suarez kept building up in response to these bandits and these miners that were getting sent in by Surge, always getting logged down.
Yes.
Like 2 for 6 trades in Surgical Goblin's favor many, many times. +4 elixir gives you a lot of juice to play around with. That basically buys you a poison straight onto the tower, which was often also hitting princesses. Surgical Goblin had that
it was just log-based murder for the most of that matchup there. The log was getting so much value from Surgical Goblin there. He was committing like genocide against his own people by just constantly killing the goblins.
Oh man, a big woody weapon of terrible fury. The log, spiky and rolling through the arena. It is something to be feared. Let's check back in. Game 2 is about to start. Will Surgical Goblin be able to 2-0 sweep over Suarez? Or will Suarez, who's once again experienced in these 1-2 matches, be able to turn things around against Surge?
I expect 2-0, but it's Free Muskies going against Free Muskies in this one. No, only variation is instead of the Knight, Suarez has taken Ice Golem.
Huh.
So very similar decks. How they're going to play. Oh wait, no. There's also Night Witch has been switched out for
skeletons. For
skeletons.
Yeah.
Okay, so lower cost coming out from Surge overall, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit cheaper deck. Suarez is very familiar with this matchup, though. The beatdown versus beatdown, kind of both playing Three Musketeers, is tough, and great defense there from Surge. Or from Suarez, excuse me, the Night Witch able to chop down the Bandit and the Knight on that push and forcing quite a bit of elixir out to try to counter.
Oh, yeah.
Look, that was 6 elixir that Surge just had to spend to stop a 4 elixir battle ram, and this Knight's not going to go on any counterattack. Barbarian's chopping him all the way down. Suarez actually has an elixir, maybe a little bit of a lead, but Surge
triple pump.
It's triple pump. There is no punishment for any of these pumps coming out. Suarez is not going to pump up again, though.
Free Muskies might be the punishment.
It's
getting it out early,
punish, though.
But I mean, he's got a 1 pump advantage. I like how we've now had to talk about pump advantage rather than elixir advantage as the Free Muskies drop on the side of Surgical Goblin.
2 on the right lane, going to get countered by 2 on the right lane from Surge. They're connecting under the tower, but I think that Surge definitely got the defensive edge over there on the right side, and just a little bit of chip damage.
Yeah,
for
they
Suarez.
may have connected, but there wasn't enough time for the connection to be impactful.
That's right.
So, Battle Round going to be taken out quite handedly. I think the solo Muskies having a little bit of difficulty with the Night Witch will get tapped a couple of times. Look at the damage difference. Obviously, that's the trade-off from melee for range. But the left-hand side, I believe Musketeer will get 2 shots in on that one before going down. Maybe get, so close to the third.
Tiny little bit of damage, but Suarez really just fell behind there in terms of elixir that he has. He can't pump up again now, and there's a big attack coming in from Surge. Knight to block with 2 Muskies on the right, 1 on the left. Battle Ram is about to make it toward the tower.
Ice Spirit saving grace,
but there's no tank on the left side for that Musketeer. It's going to start popping away. A Barbarian has made it there as well. I'm speechless by Surgical Goblin's attack here. Well played coming in.
Muskie on the right-hand side that it needs to be answered right away.
Pretty big.
Nothing for the Battle Ram, and it will
to catch
connect.
them. It does connect on the tower. Knight catches the Musketeers on the back, though. It looks like Suarez does bring the tower down to 12-13. They're pretty neck and neck here.
Yes.
A lot of damage on Surge's right side tower, but a lot on Suarez's left side.
If it has to go to a 2-1 though, Surgical Goblin has the advantage because he's got split HP.
This does not look like a 2-1 game to me. Only 28 seconds left. We are very close to overtime here.
Yeah, Battleground going on the left-hand side. Ice Spirit to catch a triple pump from the Surgical Goblin again.
Another pump for Suarez. He is looking for the long game.
Nearly as many pumps as Elixir on the field right now.
I mean, hey, why not? There's no miner in Surge's deck or Suarez's deck. There's no poison, lightning, rocket, fireball, nothing to punish these pumps stacking up next to each other. It is like a battle royal. Like, this is absolutely the biggest sort of battle that you can imagine. Dual Three Musketeer decks going up against each other. A big attack off the left side, though. Yeah, for Surgical Goblin, not quite able to connect. And yeah, just once again, the defensive advantage you have by having that tower set up, I think means Suarez is going to be able to pull off the defense here. Hold on! That Battle Ram hits the tower, though. Breaks it down to 620. Barbarian chop it on. Zap is good as well. And Surge breaks it to 79 hit points. Can't quite pull off victory. 2 more zaps will do it, though. Surge, can he defend against this left side push? Musketeer, Night Witch, Bandit on the left side. Battle Ram's going to connect. One zap on the left side tower there. Surge needs to cycle back to one more zap. But Bats and Barbarians! Bats and Barbarians! Bats and Barbarians! Can it bring it down? 136-60. Oh!
Say what you want about the outcome of that matchup, but that is so much closer than I was expecting. That match was so much closer than I was expecting. There's no way I thought it was going to be a difference of 69 HP at the end of it for Suarez to win a game against Surgical Goblin and take this to a third game.
Just absolutely calculated. A totally calculated move by Surgical Goblin. He knew just when those troops were going to make it in. Only 2 more zaps to take that left side tower down. No big spell to finish it off, but he got a nice cycle in there. And remember, we talked about this at the very beginning of the game. Surgical Goblin with the cheaper deck has a little bit more nimble of an option to be able to try to get through things. He's got the Ice Spirit, he's got the skeletons. Very easy to be able to get back to the zap a second time. Only had a little bit more damage left to do. And with a clutch defense out the left, look, that left side tower being at full health, basically at full health, is what gave Surge the win there. If he was taking a big hit on that right lane, he would have definitely gone down. Needed to spend that 3 elixir on the Knight to hold things off.
Yeah, but you can see here, it was just such a shame because the Barbarian would have got that last tap that would have definitely just won it over for a solo zap, potentially even the win. But one was split attention onto the Muskie. Now the huge counter push comes out. Battleram finds a way through because he had the tank option there. 15 HP remaining for Suarez on the first zap. Look at the Bats and the Barbarians doing work here. So close. He's left on 69 HP
69.
for the solo zap to come
69
through. Grow
left.
up.
What? I'm just saying there was 69. It was just so close. You know, zap would not have been enough to take it down, unfortunately, for Suarez in that case. Surgical Goblin just a little bit more, just ever so close to edging him out.
Yeah.
A 2-0 victory, but the scoreboard does not really report Suarez's great performance there. Now Suarez could theoretically be knocked out and stay down in there in the red if Adam and Danny both win their next games. But if either one of them, actually, hold on.
Adam's going to play Surgical Goblin.
That's right. Well, if either Adam or Danny win either of their games, Suarez is out. He'll stay in the bottom 2. There's
But
no
let's
way to
hope
make
they
it
both lose and get that freeway tiebreaker, and there's a chance for him to get back in the
It's
qualification.
possible. It's possible.
But to talk a little bit about that and possible connotations of what happens next, we're going over to the locker room.
So you can see here the scoreboard is looking strong right now for Surgical Goblin, right at the top. And unfortunately for Suarez, that does leave him with only 1 win. He has no more matches to play. But he looks so good in that game. It's so... we were just mentioning, Suarez has been one of those players who's lost a lot of matches, but he's won a lot of games and been so close. He's just had a really unfortunate run.
I mean, one of his games was like 2 hit points, one of them was 69, that last one was 69. So it's just like he gets so close, but he just...
Yeah, I don't think the record necessarily is an indicator of the skill of the player on that.
But we can just talk about that forever.
Speaking
but
of
we have a
skilled
special
players.
guest with us right now. We have Nim Sensei. How are you doing?
I'm pretty fine.
Good, good.
And you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Do you know what? We don't get many people asking back how we're doing.
It's very polite.
It's very kind of you,
It's
Nim
the
Sensei.
French players that do it.
Yeah, the French
Nim Sensei's done it and Donkey Kong does
Exactly.
it. Exactly.
So first thing I want to say is you played really well in your first week, and you're looking really strong at the top of the leaderboard. How do you feel you're playing in this event, in the CCGS?
At the beginning, I was really excited by this tournament. So I trained a lot of deck, but we had like a new meta because the tornado, the skeletons and the tornado has been nerfed.
Yeah.
So like on the first week, all my deck was had like those three cards.
Yeah.
So it changed a lot for me.
Yeah, and you played some really interesting decks in the first week. I mean, you were talking earlier on about the Sparky one. You wanted to know what...
I think that you surprised a lot of people by using Sparky, who some people have denigrated as a trash can on wheels.
Don't say that.
And you proved it's not necessarily always the case. Tell us a little bit about what goes into your deck creation and what makes you decide to use an unpopular card like Sparky inside of matchup.
I think the most important thing for me in this game is to have fun. And I really love challenge, and I just want to make the Sparky
great again.
Yeah, make Sparky great again, yeah.
That's really cool, though, because you're known for... Do you usually play a lot of off-meta decks at home, just messing around and just having fun?
Like, at the beginning, it was my friend who were asking me to play, like, really off-meta decks and just using, like, what the fuck card.
Yeah, like weird cards that we're not too familiar with.
Yeah.
I mean, you've had the most variety of decks out of anyone that's played so far. You seem comfortable playing any deck, but what is your favorite deck to play with? Like, what are you most comfortable playing with?
I think my favorite deck is a Pong TV deck with the Hog Lightning, with the Princess and the Ice Wizard, because this deck really needs skill to play it, and I have never been that good as Pong is, so this is why it's my favorite deck. But the most comfortable deck for me is the Giant one.
Yeah.
That was cool. I like that deck.
Yeah.
The Barbarian Hut? Giant or no?
Different Giant. You use Giant and Sparky.
Yeah, you have a lot of Giant decks.
Beatdown.
It's like a Giant beatdown, yeah.
Yeah, so you like using Giant in your decks.
Well, as a follow-up to that, I'm curious, as a one of the top players in here, how do you go about picking your deck strategy? Like, do you have decks that you haven't used yet that you're waiting because you think you might move on? Or do you just go with whatever you're most confident in, not worrying about the rest of the tournament?
Like, every deck I made, I played like maximum 2 times, and I really like to show my friend that I'm not trolling on the stage, but it's just a big challenge for me, and I know that my deck can work, and this is why I'm playing it.
Do you have any idea what decks you're going to use against your match with Royale later? Because this is a big match for you. If you beat him, you'll be above him, and you'll be able to start reaching for the green again.
Now, I'm not very sure what deck I will play, but I think it's like 50-50 between us. I beat him before in the ESWC qualifier, but I don't think he's the same right now, and I will try my best.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Nim Sensei. It's really tough for non-English speakers to come in here and have an interview, but I think you really helped us understand how you play and what your mindset is. So thank you very much.
And I love that clip with the musician. You're quite a musician, so good job, man.
I'm going to appreciate silence a little
Yeah,
more.
appreciate silence a bit more. So before we go, before we hand it over to our next game, which is Royale versus Donkey Kong, can we have one more of your thumbs up celebration with your glasses? This is one of my favorite things right now.
Sure.
He's like, yeah, I got that.
So you've just won, okay?
Okay.
Bam.
Over to you,
so
Trin and Woody.
cool. It's so cool.
Take it away, Trin and Woody.
I can't handle it. It's too much for me at this point in time. But we got some good games coming up. We believe next we got Royale versus Donkey Kong. Now, you were just telling me that both of them, their only losses have come from Surgical Goblin, right?
That's right. That was a great interview, by the way. They call him Nim Sensei. I think I'm going to call him Zen Sensei now. He's always cool, knows where he stands, and ready to go. But like you said, for this next match, Royale and Donkey Kong, at the top of the leaderboard, at the top of their game, both have already gotten a win today. both have only ever lost to Surgical Goblin. Donkey Kong's played more games. He's got that 5-1 spot, so Royale has got a little bit more to prove. But whoever wins this game is going to be in contention for the top 2. And if Royale loses, he will be out of contention for the top 2. Donkey Kong could still lose and potentially be in a 5-win tie for a top 2 spot. But if Royale wins, he'll really be able to get up there to the top, kick out one of the other top players in the tournament, and prove himself not just as someone who can beat the players who are toward the lower end of the leaderboard, but also over the top.
The weird thing is, though, I kind of want Royale to win this match. If he does, he sets off a chain of events which leads to a 3-way tie for second place.
Oh my God.
Which is just going to be ridiculous.
It absolutely would be. Donkey Kong playing it cool. He's got a Tombstone and an E-Wiz to start off with here. Royale is going to be building up a little bit of push in the back. He's got an Ice Golem to soak for this Night Witch. Could see a Graveyard coming in here to support. No, it's looking like Donkey Kong going to play a little bit more cool.
Skeleton Giant. Odd choice by Donkey Kong.
Giant Skeleton by Donkey Kong. Yeah, it will be able to wipe out the Night Witch and the Bandit, but I mean, they're already gone by the time the bomb goes off. What was the point of that?
Well, he managed to clean up the bats very nicely. But it was a good distraction tool, large HP pool.
Those bats are certainly scary, right?
Hey, man, do not mess around with the bats.
Well, my bad. I apologize. I think you're right about that. You know, they just did recently get released as a standalone card to Elixir for
surprised we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of it. You know,
we haven't seen these solo bats.
They reduced the count. There actually used to be 5 bats in there. They reduced it down to 4 because the Night Witch was just so scary. I think that might have been the nerf that resulted in bats not really being able to make too much of a splash into the game.
Well, we'll see. I know Full Frontage on the North American broadcast was raving it a lot before this week's broadcast began. Expecting to see it everywhere,
but no problem, man. They had no problem. There was no problem for the bats yesterday. They weren't making too much of a dent.
Back into this game. Let's about the North American region. We'll conclude. We might have to talk about that later on in the year, not today though.
Yeah.
Skeleton Giant
coming
over.
Get burnt down. Giant Skeleton.
Oh, nice draw from the Ice Spirit. Brings him back. Cleans up the rest of the back line, but Inferno Dragon will go down.
Giant Skeleton from Donkey Kong and an Inferno Dragon from Royale. Are they aware that this is a battle for a top 2 spot, or are they just playing around here?
Next thing you know, if they got any remaining cards, because there could be. You know what will happen? What if Donkey Kong has a Sparky as well, just to really just mess with things?
You know, he must have Sparky and also like a Tesla in there. You know, Edison stole the Tesla, but it's coming back. Donkey Kong, show us it, man. I know it's there, right?
Right. So he's actually played for the first time that Skeleton Giant or Giant Skeleton very far back to enable him to get a slow push behind it.
Yeah.
But because it's been used very
only spell damage.
It's been used very reactively so far from Donkey Kong, right? Yeah. He's used it to respond rather than actually make a proactive move of it. He's now got the setup on it. Inferno Dragon's being distracted by the graveyard.
Yeah.
Giant Skeleton's going to clear out the Ice Golem. Starts moving away for the connection. Bandit actually does draw aggro. E-Wiz should help him clean that up, but Inferno Dragon gonna start ramping up on that Giant, and there's not much he can do about it.
Topsy-turvy gameplay here. You usually see the tank soaking for the graveyard. This time it was the graveyard soaking for the tank. Barbarian's going to connect to the left side, though. Royale actually going to get a great stab over here. The Tombstone was not there in time to be able to block him. A lot of hits on that left side tower. Over 1,000 damage for Royale. Donkey Kong's been chipping away at the right side with poisons and graveyards, but Royale, with a good hit in there, might finally be catching his second win and trying to get some tower damage out there in the left.
Yeah, nice Tombstone to divert that battle round.
Poison by Royale.
Archers should fall down for that quite handedly. There's the graveyard on the left with the Skeleton Giant. All the attention's on the right-hand side. Ice Golem does take him for the long walk around the map. You still got to deal with that graveyard on your tower, and Bandit seems to be having quite a fun time dealing with that.
I never knew that the Giant Skeleton loved those long walks by the beach, just right by the river, enjoying his time strolling along.
It's Venice, it's the canals.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Scary hit on this left side, but I think the E-Wiz should be able to take care of things. Barbarian a little bit too slow to make the connection. But Royale has gotten that left side tower down to triple digits. Donkey Kong, 5-1 right now in the tournament, might be in trouble playing 2 very weird decks.
Yes.
Trying to kind of out-mind game their opponent. This right side push is going to be scary, though. Night Witch trying to defend against the Ice Golem. Archers.
Poison is the work in Donkey Kong's favor as the Skeletons start making the connections.
One Skeleton out the back end, get a few stabs in, but it looks like Royale is able to hold on to
Well, he's leveling the playing field. The HP advantage has now gone massively down and leveled out across both these players right now.
And forcing Royale to play on the right lane. Yes. He wants to play left. Look, that left side tower down to 909. He just needs to get one more good hit in there. Battle Ram going to go for it. Is Donkey Kong going to have
defensive poison from Royale?
Oh, whoa. Is that right? Yeah, I think you're right. That is a defensive poison taking down the Skeletons. Archers on the right side, though, they can do a lot of damage. Nice catch with the Ice Golem, but a barb on that left side, if you managed to notice that, brought the tower down to 750. It's a virtual tie here. 762 on the right side for Royal.
12 HP in it.
For
One of those focused towers. Obviously, there's a little bit of HP on the non-focused towers, but no
both
graveyard
attacking
coming
now.
out.
This could come down to a base race. Ice Golem soaking for a Graveyard Poison. I think it might be a little bit too slow for this Bandit out the left. We have not too many defenses.
Oh my god, Bandit Barbarian!
Bandit on the tower! Bandit Barbarian or the Skeletons on the right! Skeletons! Oh my god! Both towers actually stand up! 122 on the right side. Donkey Kong seems to poison it down. That'll do it! Finish it off. Roll a log through. Defensive poison from Royal. Trying to hang on there, but can't quite make it. Donkey Kong pulls off the win. A 1-0 victory over Royal. Very close game, but look at that smile. What a winsome smile. Oh,
I mean,
man.
you have to feel happy about winning a close victory like that. Like I said, it came down neck and neck. What is it about week 3 giving us these neck and neck poison victories?
I can't say, man. Just, yeah, 300 hit points left on that top tower, though. Just not quite within poison range. Couldn't finish it off, but reliable damage, that's what it is. It always does 240. And it's one of the most popular spells in the game. It's one of the highest win rate cards. Players love using poison because it's able to take down pumps. It's pretty good both against the swarm troops that we see a lot in log bait type decks and against the kind of mid-sized support troops like Musketeers on the back end. All you got to send in is a log or a zap to finish those ladies off. And Poison's great, man. It's area denial, it's reliable damage, costs only 4 elixir, so it can be used to supplement kind of mid-size or smaller or bigger troops. It's just so great with a lot of different deck archetypes. We don't even have Poison Tornado as much anymore to kind of get that splash damage stacked up. But yeah, you're right.
I'm right.
Poison's what got the win there.
Yes. Well, anyway, we're going to jump into Game 2 right now. Donkey Kong versus Royal. Will we get a Game 3? Will it be the 2-0 for Donkey Kong, who will then secure himself guaranteed preferential seeding at that point? Because he will.
He will, yeah. I mean, he's 5-1 right now. You get a win here.
Guarantees it.
Exactly. Royal playing defense now, trying to hold on to this top spot. He's got an Ice Golem to block the Bandit. Nicely done there. They both spent 3 elixir, though, and it's not looking like this Ice Golem Skelly attack is going to do anything. Seeing Bandit out of his opponent's hand, though, he's going to start pumping up. Donkey Kong will as well.
Pump it up.
Pump it up.
I was trying to avoid that, but you can go ahead and take that.
I mean, you set me up exactly. How can you say that you were trying to avoid that? You know me by now, True.
I baited you into it.
Got you baited. He was on the right. Graveyard to support. Ooh, Battle Ram gonna block. It looks like that Graveyard needs a little bit more tanking out the back. Dark Goblin able to take him all the way down. Yep,
Easy cleanup for the Dark Goblin.
Easy peasy. Ooh, log rolls through though. And an attack quick out the left side for Donkey Kong, trying to punish.
Needs an answer, Skellies.
Skellies are a good stalling
And then the Ice
tactic.
Golem as well.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
Starts to counterattack as well if he wants to build up behind it, but half HP, don't want to commit too much to it.
And they both played the Elixir Collector. Could we say that they're both pumping up again? Oh my god! What is the placement on that Graveyard Royal?
He just wants the Elixir Collector.
Going straight for the Elixir Collector.
He's going
to defend, but I don't know if I've ever seen a Graveyard played like that before.
He's going for the
Royal with the next level tactics. I mean, he got a lot of damage off of that pump.
Yeah,
Look,
he definitely
both
did.
pumps were DK about to go down.
When you're both relying on pumps and you attack the pump, you're giving yourself an innate elixir advantage by doing that, as long as you don't commit too much to the destruction.
Yeah. I think this Bandit's going to present a little bit of a threat, though. Finishes off the Ice Golem. Oh, gets frozen.
Guards again. What is it with guards today?
I don't know. Has it just been Royal playing them?
I think it's just been Royal just relying on guards. In these odd situations, Musketeer will suffer a lot in that poison. Go down to half HP.
A little bit off, but he's making a counterattack here. Oh, great log roll by
Yes.
Royal. I mean, that was just perfect.
It was a perfect follow-up to the poison that he just made those Musketeers travel through as well.
Hang on, look out. This left side's real scary. Bandit going to get catched.
Again?
Poisoning on defense, that's not going to work. Bandit dashes onto the tower and then oops from Royal. He is able to hit this right side. He's going in on the left though. Ewiz to block for this Graveyard. Pre-fire log rolls through. Will it catch anything on the back end? Not looking likely. But the Skeletons are starting to stack up, doing a lot of damage to the tower. 1,200, 1,100, and 70 hit points left. Counterattack.
1171.
Oh my god.
HP count we've seen today.
I can't even read.
Every HP count today. 3 Muskies being placed very far forward. Will walk through the poison again. Battle Ram. Muskies on the right hand side. Ice Spirit should stop the guard. Log comes out for another log as well. There's a lot drawing the attention as the Musketeer cannot connect with that tower just yet.
Donkey Kong is being forced to play this right lane. He really wants to be playing on the left. So Royal, yeah, able to just throw down just enough elixir
3 Muskies again
to keep it off. Oh, that's a pretty good poison.
Poison
there
again.
Yep. Has there been a single time when poison has not gotten value for these players?
No.
I don't think
Not
so.
in this matchup.
Musketeers locking onto the tower, though, getting a lot of hits off for Donkey Kong. Defending out the left
Well,
side.
he now has the option of playing that right lane. Now Royal has to switch the focus and get him to play the left.
Finally pulled it ahead, yeah.
Wait, that Musketeer got a couple of chips in there. He's dropped them both to roughly 1,000 HP each. Here comes the
late
offensive from
graveyard by
Royal.
Royal. I'm not sure if I like that. He was able to roll that log in to kill the Dark Goblin, though. And the
Bandit.
skeletons are trying to stack up. There's just no tank for them, and the tower is able to pop them down.
Hang on a minute, a couple of them just on the
yeah,
backside.
a few of
give
them
a few
did spawn
chips.
pretty close to the tower. Lucky spawns there from Royal.
Oh, look, it's poison again.
Oh, what? What is that spell? Why is it all orange and death looking? All right, Ice Spear on the right. Wow, is Royal really going to soak that? No, skeletons to catch. But that Musketeer takes 2 shots. Getting a little bit of damage on the left side. Donkey Kong trying to drill in.
Looking big for Donkey Kong at the moment.
Finishes off the bandit, though.
Oh, he whizzed the cleanup.
Yep.
Yeah,
Royal doesn't have enough for a graveyard, though. It's just a naked E-Wiz. Not going to be able to support.
Goblin
Naked
gang.
E-Wiz, gross. That makes sense.
Yeah, please don't.
Yeah, I'll watch
Naked
my
Rocket
phrasing.
is fine because it's an inanimate object.
Yeah. Naked Poison, Naked Graveyard. Those are all right. I don't want to see naked E-Wiz.
I mean, Naked Graveyard's pretty horrifying in
Wait,
itself.
that is a naked graveyard, though. Royal attacking that left side. Donkey Kong with
log?
Not too many troops to defend, is actually sending in most of his attack out the left lane. It's going to be Dark Goblin trying to defend. Holds off. 539 hit points left on the left side tower. E-Wiz coming in for Royal to try to support this Ice Golem, but it's not making it too far. We've got Guard stabbing away the right side. Bandit able to keep her down.
Dark
but a
Goblin
connection
should
with the
get
Dark Goblin. 2 shots is good. Brings it down to 600 hit points.
Where's the poison coming out for these Musketeers? We know it's their graveyard actually going deep. Won't draw Musketeers. He's actually using the poison in combination with the graveyard. He's going for the kill shot.
Log rolls through the Musketeers. Is that going to be enough? The log finishes it off. Royal claims the game. A 1-0 victory.
Yeah, so it's a 1 apiece victory that they've got right now. 1 apiece for them. Go into game 3. Like I said, Royal can kickstart the chain of events that leads to a 3-way tiebreaker for that 2nd place, or Donkey Kong can win and secure himself that preferential seeding.
Oh my God.
Both of these players are on a lifeline because both of these are competing for that preferential seeding. I can't overstate the importance of this, right? Not only do you have 1 less chance of being eliminated, but you get to see your opponents use their deck 2 weeks after group stage. You got to remember, we got taking a 2-week break after this. Suddenly you come back, you can see exactly what they're playing fresh. You go, oh, right, he's going to do this to me. Cool, I'll just change this, this, and this, rather than going in blind. It's such an advantage for him, and everything is to play for.
You know, maybe it's my fault for feeling like every game here has been hyped up, but this one actually does really matter, guys. Donkey Kong and Royal tied up now 1-1 in this best-of-3 match. They've only both lost to Surgical Goblin. They've now dropped games to each other, and whoever gets this win has got a top 2 spot. Donkey Kong, this is his last game.
Yeah.
This is going to be the last game of his Phase 3 play. He knows he's going to the bracket. He wants to finish this thing strong. A 6-1 record on that leaderboard would look so good for him. Meanwhile, Royal has a couple more to play. This is not his last one today, but if he drops this one, he's going to be in a tough position to try to get that top 2 placement.
Yeah, and I love what you said about that. The subtext of this is, who is the better second fiddle to Surgical Goblin? Like, that's basically what you're saying. These guys have both lost to Surge, and they've got 1 apiece. Who is the actual second place?
It's the top 2 that do get the preferential seeding.
Yeah.
And Surgical Goblin, although he's doing great, he's 5-1, just the same as Donkey Kong. He could lose the next game. If he gets into a 5-2 spot, he could be tied with these other players. It's anyone's game at this point, but the next one will be decisive, will decide who is going to be in the top 2, will be able to try to avoid a tiebreaker match. That's not really what you want to do, right? Donkey Kong wins this game. If he's 6-1, no tiebreaker.
Yep.
He's good. He's in the top 2. He's solidified it. Loses this game, he'll be going down to the tiebreaker. Royal kind of in the same position. I mean, I feel like we're beating a dead horse at this point. We're beating a dead horse. But just trying to figure out who's going to be in the top 2, who's going to get the biggest prize starting out is going to be very important. Remember, if you are a number 5 or 6 player, you could potentially only get $4,000 or $5,000 from Phase 4 in the bracket. But if you start out automatically seeded into the semifinals, 3rd and 4th place will get $6,000, $5,000 respectively. Excuse me, I think I misspoke there. It's $4,000 if you are in the quarterfinals, what is it called, and you lose that game.
Yeah.
You could be kicked out early. But yeah, starting out at the top, that's instant money right there. This is a money match.
Yes.
To be sure. This is not just preferential seeding. There is $1,000 on the line at least for this game.
Yes.
$4,000 if you get knocked out in the quarters. $5,000 if you're all the way up into the semis already. So best of luck to these two guys. I can't imagine that they've had a game yet in their Clash Royale careers worth more.
You got to remember that if you get to that semifinal, if you get to that final, you're guaranteed at least $10,000.
Yeah.
You're competing for $5,000
Right.
effectively, but you've already got 10. Like that's insane.
The money's stacking up very quickly, guys. These top 2 players are going to be duking it out one more time just to try to get that preferential seating, just to try to get that money on top, just to try to get the fame, just the glory, just a lot of things.
Just to be second fiddle to Surgical Goblin.
But maybe not, though. Like we said, Baron was able to defeat Surgical Goblin, right? And although he fell down and he's 3-3 now, not making a stab at toward the top 2, Surgical Goblin is a god, but he bleeds. He's a demigod, maybe. He's like Hercules, fallen from Olympus. He has proven his worth down here on Earth among the rest of us. But will he be able to be in contention with these other 2 guys, or are they going to be making a play toward the bottom?
Well, we will have to find out as the games continue onward. Are we throwing it? Are we going to throw it back to the locker room and have a quick chat? I believe.
Okay.
I believe we will.
It might just be.
Oh, wait, no,
I think instead we are going to start things off. We are going to get back in the arena. Who wants to listen to those guys on the couch?
Yeah.
They're just hanging out. They're having a chill time. It's the arena where the battles happen. Royal and Donkey Kong. Who's going to make it happen?
Let's find out. Both sitting on that 10 elixir. See who makes the first move in this one. Ice Spirit for the pump, so we might be seeing another pump-up situation, but Royal needs to punish here. Look at this. Battle Ram, Ice Golem, and the Bandit to boot as well. All running down to try and punish Donkey Kong's
Battle Ram connects! Minions up top not able to dish out enough damage, and this is a big punish for that pump. Bandit as well going to be chipping away at that right side tower. Royal with an early decisive lead. Donkey Kong's right side down to 615, and Royal, the BM King, is also the Punish King.
Yes.
You give him any opening and he will drill in hard. Well played to Royal there. Gets a big advantage over Donkey Kong, who's going to pump up again. Can Royal do it again?
Another punish.
Yeah, is there going to be another punish? Hold on. It's only 16 hit points on the right side tower.
There's the other punish.
Doesn't need much to... I think that's going to take it. I mean, how could that not take it? Log rolls through.
Delay.
Minions flying up top of the Barbarians.
I think he can get away with it.
Healthy. Oh, yeah, he might defend here.
Yeah, he's got
Might
it.
witch out the back. Bat's going to start stabbing away at the minions.
Battle Ram comes into the Royal side of the map. Nightwitch is there with the one tap to take out the Ram, but can she deal with the Barbarian just as quickly? Yes, she can, as the triple muskies have been split on the back line for Donkey Kong.
It's only one more poison and log on the right side to finish things off. Royal's got to feel pretty confident about that lane. Just need to defend left, and a big Mama P.E.K.K.A. might be the way to do it. Gonna first encounter this Ice Golem out front. Ooh, Royal's got a Bandit out back to try to defend against the Battle Ram, but it connects to the tower. Need to add a Nightwitch on there.
This up quite nicely. He's got a lot of minions working on that tower as the P.E.K.K.A. starts trotting along down the left-hand side, but that push has been decimated by Royal and has been shut down as the three Muskies are back out again to try and defend this. Poison being used on the left-hand side rather than the tower to try and force himself to a guaranteed victory, but I guess it was the
heal spell from Donkey Kong. First time we've seen it in
the
the game. Ice Golem blocked for these Musketeers, trying to get the log on the left side. Tower is not quite able to get it though. Log roll through the Battle Ram hits. Musketeers distracted by the bats. Can Royal hold on?
He can
just
hold on
needs a little bit more. There you go. Royal, poison and log, finishes the right side tower off. Just keep these minions off. Bandit can't hit minions. What are you thinking there, dude?
Well, Ice Spirit can hit them though, don't worry about that.
There's the poison.
So
keep this Battle Ram off. This Battle Ram is dangerous. Hanging up at the top now. 6-1 record for Donkey Kong.
You can understand his happiness, because no matter what happens throughout the rest of the day, Donkey Kong will have the best record. Now, he could be tied with someone else, but he will definitely have the best record, going 6-1 in the group stages today.
He is a magnificent beast. Royal is not kicked out yet. If things don't go well for Surgical Goblin and Royal wins his next game, he could conceivably get in a tie for those top 2 spots if he gets that 5th win. But a win here for Donkey Kong means he will be in the top 2 of our bracket in Phase 4. Congratulations to Donkey Kong. Let's go see what our friends over in the locker room have to say about that.
Donkey Kong is now guaranteed a top 2 spot. He played so phenomenally there, and you saw the emotion it really brought out in him.
That was such a good win from Donkey Kong.
Yeah,
And
DK, man, what a beast.
His emotion at the end. We haven't seen emotion, like raw emotion like that from him.
And you know why that emotion came out? Because Royal performed incredibly well there, and the fact that Donkey Kong was able to beat him despite how much he punished him early on in that elixir collector. And
I think the tricky, the heal spell that comes out right at the last minute is really what got him there.
Held on to it for 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
I mean, when he played that, all of us on the couch were like, whoa, heal spell, what?
Yeah, out of nowhere, and then that took him into overtime with a huge advantage, elixir advantage. He had all the aggression on.
And then that Battle Ram connects right at the end, even though Nightwitch came out. It was just such a good play.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really cool to see the heal from Donkey Kong in match 3 and the giant skeleton from him in match 1. 2 off-meta cards that certainly aren't to be expected by your opponent, but they synergized really well with the decks that he was playing. On the other side, Royale had really good matches himself, and all 3 were very close, obviously. In match 2, you know, gotta give Royale some credit. You know, he gets a lot of hate, you know, for the BM. You gotta give some credit. He did really, really well with every single time that Battle Ram and 3 Musketeers came down, he was or the Bandit rather, he was ready with the guards. I liked that he had the guards, the Ice Golem. He had a lot of answers in that deck. I liked the deck choices by Royale, good counter decks for what he knew Donkey Kong would be playing. However, Donkey Kong comes out victorious, and I'm so happy. I couldn't be happier. Look at him at the top of the leaderboard. I'm a huge Donkey Kong fan. Can you tell?
That celebration as well, that's the best one we've seen because he got really into it. And just fair play to Donkey Kong. He, on stage, has such a good personality that's really likable. And when you've got all those people backing you at home, it gives you that motivation to perform at your very best. And he really clutched it in the last moment, as we said, with the Battle Ram. But so many more matches to go. We will find out how the rest of the table comes out, but that does put Donkey Kong in the green.
That also bumped Nim Sensei up to number 3.
It did, because he was competing with Royale there.
Yeah, and I believe he has to battle Royale later.
Yes, he does.
So his match against Royale, that will decide who gets 3rd spot, who gets 4th spot. So
yeah, it's going to be another really good match. I love this. I love Nim's. I love this collection of players, I guess, because there's so much versatility in their deck selections. That's what I love about the European, especially. You know, you see a little bit more meta, I feel like, just watching the North America and the Latin America. But these guys, we have like 3 or 4 specialists in adding in those crazy off-meta cards. I love seeing the giant skeleton. I mean, they play it very similar to a P.E.K.K.A. It's 1 less elixir, and it can stop all the support troops with the giant bomb, as opposed to cutting down the tank like the P.E.K.K.A. But it's
really
interesting.
Good at shutting down big pushes. Yeah. And we've got coming up next, we've got Baron versus Danny. So we were talking about the guards. Danny also played guards earlier on, so perhaps it's a little Romanian thing they're trying to push through, because they do practice together. So perhaps they recognise its usefulness against Bandit and Battle Ram, which is certainly growing right now.
Yeah, there's really one reason why guards have been super unpopular for so long, and that was Goblin Gang. Goblin Gang just way better for 3 elixir, but now the Goblin Gang's got nerfed, that 1 Spirit Goblin removed, now you're starting to see guards come into the meta, and it's actually,
Bandit is
I was going to say, it's very
the guards come out,
serendipitous.
and they're a great counter for Bandit, because Bandit just takes out their shield, and then they can attack Bandit.
That's a beautiful point, Mika. That's it. You nailed it, though. That's exactly. It's not only the nerf to the Goblin Gang, but also the nerf to the skeletons and the counter to the Bandit. Just gives value to the guards. I think that's a really a keen observation and an early observation by the Romanian players, adding the guards into their deck.
So we'll see whether they play it here, whether Danny does against Baron. But Woody and Trid, I'm sure you've got plenty more to talk about these 2 great players.
I'm sure we have as well. We were just talking about all the possibilities for tiebreakers we have still working out there. There are still a few alive available. We're not going to have that tiebreaker that forced the preferential seeding, though. I think that's out of the question now, I believe. Potentially, there is an upset victory that Adam can pull out against Surgical Goblin.
If Surgical Goblin does lose, he'd actually have to play a tiebreaker match for his top 2
to get into 2nd place.
Exactly.
Yeah. But we're looking at it. It's looking very likely, based off of just our predictions as well, that we're going to have a 3-way tiebreaker to see who survives into the thing. So Suarez might not be eliminated yet, if that happens. But coming into the arena first,
we are going to have Danny, the Romanian player.
Playing remotely.
Yes, he is playing remotely. He's currently 1-5, dropped a game earlier today. He's trying to get a 2nd win. If he can get 2 points on the board, he will be in the blue. Won't have to worry about being automatically red. He might have to play in a tiebreaker if Adam also claims a win, but against Surgical Goblin, it may seem unlikely. On the other hand, Baron, with 3 wins and 3 losses, he's in the bracket, but there's no way he's going to be top 2. There's no way he's going to be bottom 2. He's just fighting for ranking within the bracket. Now, that is really important. If you're number 6, that means that in the quarterfinals, you go up against the number 3 player, which might have been a tiebreaker match for a number 2 spot, and then you'd have to go up against Donkey Kong, the number 1 player. So being at the bottom of the blue is not too great of a spot to be. You really want to get that 4th win here if you're Baron. You want to play against the easier opponents if you possibly can. So he's going to be fighting just as hard as Danny will be. This is going to be the last game for Baron and the last game for Danny.
Well, potentially here, if you get
an important
if you get 3rd place, you can potentially go up against someone in this hypothetical thing we're going with the 3-way tiebreaker, which I really want to see for survival. You're potentially going in, if you get 3rd place, you're going against any of the guys who have a 1-6 record.
Yeah.
Like, that's got to set you up nicely to get yourself into a semi-final against one of the top 2 preferred seeds. So you definitely want the third place. And Baron can get into a situation, I believe still, where he can contest for third place, I believe. He can force a third place tiebreaker if there are certain outcomes that happen. However, it's very unlikely that that does happen. It appears that Baron will be looking, at best, 4th or 5th here. Definitely won't be hitting the 6th spot, because that's going to be decided down below, because he's got enough wins to guarantee that.
We know Baron works very hard. He never gives up. He never surrenders. Taking a page right out of Commander Taggart's book. He had a very close match earlier, losing that poison tick spell against his opponent. Now he's 3-3. He's not really fighting for his life, but he does definitely have a lot on the line here in this matchup against Danny. Danny, as we said earlier, needs to get the win here in order to hang on. Ice Golem out the back right with a Night Witch to support. Quick attack out the left for Baron, though. It's going to be an Ice Spirit to soak the tower. And great stabs from the Goblins on the left.
Yes.
No dash from the Bandit. And that actually did, what is that, 800 damage on the left side?
Battle round. Bandit on the left-hand side. Inferno Tower to draw aggro as well. That's actually going to draw everything into the center of the map.
Inferno Tower burnt down to the ground. Bandit and Barbarians doing their job. But
Night Witch makes the connection.
Is going to hold on, yeah.
It's
Night Witch will hold on. Interesting interplay there. You saw Danny's Night Witch hitting that right side tower. Usually that range that the Night Witch has to be able to stab with that Battle Staff is an advantage, but it means that you can actually push her off of her target. Great Goblin gang by Baron on the back end to keep that thing healthy.
Yeah, nice bit of tech coming out there as well.
Wow.
Goblin gang uncontested again.
Baron agrees with me, man. Wow, indeed. Uncontested, dude. How did he pull that off?
I
so
have
much,
no idea.
like, that's basically a rocket's worth of damage from something that costs half as much. That might even actually done more than rocket damage. 743 left on Danny's left side tower. He is not in a good spot.
Yeah, it's looking very difficult for Danny at the moment. Still has a chance to come back in here. Night Witch gonna tap, well, one tap that Princess, very low HP on that long-range Archer. Pump coming in for Danny as well. He's giving him the double pump.
No, all right, so Baron
Goblin Barrel
is playing a log bait deck. Often does have rocket in these decks.
Oh, he's going for the freshly placed
Wow,
pump.
I like that play. It's a ton of damage on the pump. He's going to get also damage onto the King Tower on the right lane.
3 for 6 trade and damage on the Princess Tower. Great idea from Baron to do that.
I love it. I love it. The rocket can do the same thing. You know, it'll take out the pump, but it's a lot more expensive. Baron could have taken the safe option, but he's even further ahead now. Just got to worry about this Bandit dashing out to the right. Nice catch by Baron. Is in a solid spot.
Free musky split.
That is a little scary, though. Is he going to be able to leverage his defense?
He's got nice
keep these guys up right. Here comes the rocket.
Oh
Laughter from Baron obliterates that push with a massive strike. Maybe that's why he yelled on the rocket. He had that little pocket rocket that whole time just to be able to wipe out the big push coming in from Danny. A Princess shot out to the left, brings it down to 583. That will be within rocket log range. Baron just has to hold on for a little bit longer.
Back around like his 2 most recently used spells. He's going to have to cycle back around, but he can do it before this connection's made. Bat's going to draw some aggro, but it's fine.
Seconds left.
Split Musketeers. He's got the time to cycle back around. There's the Inferno Tower, which is one of the heavier items in his deck.
Danny's last stand splits up the Musketeers on the right lane. One does connect to the tower. It's going to be Barbs on the left. Oh my god, that's a lot of Musketeer damage at the right side. Baron, look out, man. Can't push the Musketeer off, but only down to 710. I think he'll hold on.
Defensive Goblin Barrel.
Oh man, Baron, what is the tech that you're bringing to this game?
Range. There you go. He's got 6. It looks
One
like
more
that's a game
rocket.
over.
Good game and well played. Oh man, for the tough games that Baron had earlier today and the close ones that he had to suffer, being able to pull out the win there has got to be feeling good.
Yep.
Cheering and laughing at Danny. Maybe he's trying to get back under the Romanian player's skin. You know, Royale was the one that was using the emotes a lot
That's not very
last
fair,
time.
is that you're punishing someone for someone else's crime.
Oh yeah, well you know they both play a lot together. I'm sure that they are both watching these games, but yeah, laughter this time in Baron's favor. But it's not over yet. This is a best of 3 matchup. Will Danny be able to turn things around and get the last laugh?
I would like to say no.
You'd like to?
I'd like to say no.
Okay.
Because I want to see this. Because if he wins, if he comes back into this game, he removes that freeway tiebreaker. Suarez is definitely out.
Yep.
Adam could potentially contest Danny if he beats Surgical Goblin, but Suarez is just completely out.
Yep.
If Danny loses this game, Suarez still has hope.
So Baron not only fighting for his own chances
He's fighting
here today,
for Suarez
he's fighting
as well.
for Suarez. He might be fighting for Adam as well. Not an easy match that he's going to have up against Surgical Goblin after this. So yeah, a win here for Baron sets up not just him, but a lot of other players for a good end of the day, trying to get that good seeding in there. If you get 4 wins, that's going to be so much better than getting at 3. You want a winning record in Phase 3 to move into the bracket, a good spot with seeding. You'll be either tied with Nim Sensei or Royal in that top half of the players. That's what he's going
Hog Rider punish for that pump straight off the bat.
Right away.
Oh, nice tornado.
Baron's not happy about that. Lightning's going to go down, hits the pump and the tower. It's a decent punish there. You see that tower took a big lightning strike. So yeah, sizable damage. But Danny does have two more drops of elixir to play today. Elixir being spent on the Ice Spirit on the right lane.
I love how you just offended an entire country. Whoever I identified with that accent, I'm not sure who would, but I like how you just offended.
I committed to it. I committed to it.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Look, I know it's just potluck who gets offended by that.
Oh man, I hope no one gets offended by that. I'm just playing around.
Just messing around.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this rocket coming out for the Executioner. We'll clean him up.
Elixir to wipe
Ice
that
Spirit and Hog Rider on the left-hand side. Ice Spirit will stop the Goblins. Get some free
on.
taps in there.
1, 2.
Oh, tornado.
Oh, gets the King Tower activated. Yep. Good defensive move from Danny there. He's only taken about 500 damage on both sides, while he's actually stabbing away at Baron's right side with those bats.
The placement of that tornado was really weird, because you know Danny was just trying to proc for the King Tower, get away from the Princess Tower, but to do that, it had to go all the way around the edge. So while it's being drawn, it was still tapping away. So it didn't have the maximum effect. Yeah, it got 2 hits.
Exactly. No, we used to call that a pig push when the Hog Rider goes kind of to the very far edge of the map. It's not even necessary really to do that anymore, but in the case of that tornado counter, having those goblins kind of set up in between the Hog Rider and the King Tower, like force the Hog Rider to have to push them aside before he could get to the King Tower.
Yeah.
Great result there for Baron, as he's going to try to punish again out this left lane. Goblins and a Hog Rider once again.
He has to punish if that Goblin's going to keep trucking along there. Couple of taps coming in for the Hog Rider. Goblins will get their own little fill as well.
Yeah.
Executioner.
Down to 1266.
Executioner's going to have a long time to try and kill that Golem. I mean, it's not going to be a very quick process, but
tornado.
Now he's getting real value out of
Ice Spirit
this.
on top. Will he be able to finish off that Baby Dragon? That's the key.
Lightning as well. He's really going whole hog on this one.
What just happened? Was that a defensive lightning from Baron just on those troops?
Defensive lightning to try and chip
there.
away the
Very
Golem. Another
though.
Golem is on the field for Danny, though.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking. How can you get value out of 6 Elixir Lightning when you've got these big bodies coming for the tower? But the last card in Baron's deck is a Tornado.
Oh my
Drags
God.
it onto the King, and that will be activated now. What we got for this Baby Dragon and Night Witch, though, he's got a little bit more juice left to deal with on the back end. Danny, his counterattack falling apart.
One of the straight mini golems has gone over to the right.
Mini golem brings it down to triple digits, 995, but a big attack coming in from Baron on the left side. It's going to be Hog Rider, Goblin, and an Executioner.
And the rocket!
Whoa, expensive investment from Danny to keep that tower healthy.
But
he
still
does have more
elixir advantage.
More elixir, more juice to play around with, but only not even ahead by 100 hit points. That left side could go down to a quick attack. Here comes the Hog Rider. Goblins to support, and Knight trying to block, but he's a little bit further behind. Need to get a Tornado here, man, real quick. Tornado not enough to kill Goblins, so the Goblins finish it off! Baron claims victory! A 1-0 and tears for his opponent this time.
What is he doing? What is he doing? He's... Why have you become a villain, Baron?
Oh, man. You either... But what's the saying? You either
die
here or live long enough to become a villain. Thanks for letting me finish that one off. I thought of it. We were on the same page, though.
I'll set you up for it, but no. Tears coming out of the end there for Baron. I mean, it's... Yeah, war paint is on now. Baron's...
That was a tear. That was...
Oh, I thought you were going war paint.
Oh, man. Who am I going to fight? The invisible goblin that just swapped my book down?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, well, Baron did get a nice win there, 2-0. Sealed the deal against Danny, who will remain at the bottom of the bracket now.
Keeps Suarez's dreams alive.
Keeps Suarez alive, but puts Baron in a very good spot here. He's now got that 4-3 record, means he will be in the top half of the leaderboard, but great hit out that left side.
It's the fadeaway Goblins. They're being pulled back, but they're still in range for the auto attack, and they just come back in and punch on the rubber banding.
You know, Tornado recently got nerfed. It was that nerf right there that got the win for Baron. For Baron, yeah. The fact that the Tornado was unable to kill the Goblins, who were right in front of that Hog Rider, even though the Hog Rider was blocking shots for the tower, the Goblins were the ones who, from hell's heart I stabbeth thee, taking them down, finished that tower off, wiped it off the map, and a big Golem marching down the right lane. Couldn't do anything for him.
Well,
takes the loss. Danny down
Baron
now,
keeps himself alive. He keeps Suarez alive. Someone else has got one more game today, but is vying for that top spot. We're going to have Surgical Goblin in the locker room.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, just before that, let's have a little look at that scoreboard. That is a huge game right there for Baron, putting him in contention. 2 players above him, he might be able to get a tiebreaker with them, depending on how their results go. But you can see right at the top there, Surgical Goblin with 5-1. He's going to be playing against Adam, who's 1-5, so completely opposite ends of the spectrum. So joining us now, we have you, Surgical Goblin. How are you doing?
Doing good, man. Thanks. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very good. Oh, there we go. They're getting polite now. Thank you very much.
Surge!
Yeah, so first thing I want to ask you, how have you been enjoying California?
Pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, I like it. It was my first time going to California, so a bit different sometimes with, for example, breakfast or whatever.
Yeah, it's quite
I mean, you're here for 2 more weeks, too.
Yeah, until July 10.
Yeah, you've been going to the beach, enjoying yourself here. But we are here for Clash Royale, so we'll ask you a little bit about that. I mean, you've had some really intense games so far, and you're looking pretty strong at the top leaderboard. Do you feel like you've been performing how you expected?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can't really put those expectations, but I knew that I had the experience, I practiced a lot, so I knew that it was definitely possible, and I hope to go 6-1 to make sure that I'm top 2.
I mean, we just saw Baron play a match, and your only loss is to Baron.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea why you took that loss from Baron? Like,
I guess it was because it was my first time here. It was really early. I had to wake up at like 6 a.m.
Yeah.
The jet lag was still pretty bad. It's a 9-hour difference. And I guess the matchups, I mean, he's a good player, so the matchups can definitely determine the win.
Speaking of matchups, I wanted to talk to you a little bit, Serge, about all the off-meta cards we've been seeing, especially today. We've seen a lot of guards, we've seen heal, we've seen giant skeleton even. I guess out of those 3 cards, or any other cards, maybe even Inferno Dragon as well, what card do you think could creep its way into like the tier 1 of the meta?
I would definitely say guards, just because the bandit got buffed recently, and the bandit is really popular, especially in competitive play. So, I mean, the guards is a really good counter to the bandit. It's an equal elixir trade. So I would definitely say that the guards can come back in the meta.
Would you consider swapping in guards for, say, a Goblin gang in certain decks if you suspect your opponent's going to be playing, you know, a bandit control type deck?
Yeah, definitely. But I would not switch it in, for example, a lockbait deck, just because it isn't really that of a lockbait. But I would definitely switch it for example, a Goblin gang in a 3-mask deck, or maybe even graveyard deck, as you've seen Royale play.
Yeah, that's pretty smart. You mentioned Logbait. You've played a little bit of that. You've played quite a variety of decks even. Do you go into each match choosing a deck based off of your opponents, or do you tend to just mix up your decks to try and be unpredictable?
Yeah, I try to be unpredictable, that's for sure. But of course, I will try to pick a deck which is good versus my opponent's playstyle. Let's say versus Royale. I think I mentioned this before, but for example, he's a beatdown player, so I decided to run a P.E.K.K.A. But versus, for example, Adam, I would never play a P.E.K.K.A. deck.
Will you reveal what you might be playing against Adam?
No, but you will see it soon.
So that's your final game today. Adam's a very well-respected player, and he's incredibly strong on the ladder, and perhaps underperforming lower than we're expecting in this tournament. Do you think he's still got that potential to kind of take down a strong player like you?
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely been there under pressure, so I'm not underestimating him.
That's always good.
Neither am I. Adam's such a beast, and so are you. So this ought to be a really good match to end off the day today. But, you know, who knows? With all these close, there might be some tiebreaker matches. Everything's really close still. One thing I did want to ask you, last question from me, Serge, is you're known for putting a lot of preparation and time into these matches, practicing. Can you talk just a little bit about the process that you prepare? Do you look at the lineup, who you're facing each day, and then set decks and practice them, or how does that work for you?
Yeah, I always try to switch up my decks each week, so I'm not predictable. And as I just said, I try to pick a deck which is good versus my opponent's playstyle. And I often practice it with players like Adrian Piedra or other Team Queso members.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. And I lied. One more question to you. Team Queso is obviously your team, and I think that, you know, teams deserve a lot of love too. They help each other out, and you guys have a great community, especially in Team Queso. Talk a little bit about that and how you guys work together.
In Team Queso, as competitive players. Yeah, so we have trainings because we have members from Europe and North America. So with different time zones, so we have multiple trainings each week. We actually recently had a meeting in Barcelona, so I got to fly there with Mufcha, and we had an awesome time.
I was so jealous. I saw the pictures.
Yeah, I saw pictures too.
Alvaro, if you're watching, man.
Send Ash next time.
Next time, please.
Since that was Ash's last question, I'll ask you what your favorite card is that's coming out of the 4.
I would say the Skeleton Barrel, just because it's a really cheap card and it can surprise people. And I like cycle decks with control decks. So I would definitely try to make one with the Skeleton Barrel in there.
Different card each time
Yeah,
for each of
yeah,
those,
like
which is really interesting. But thank you very much, Surgical Goblin. It's been really nice to hear your thought process, how you do things. And it'll be great to see you in your final game against Adam today. Good luck with that.
Thanks.
Is there anyone you want to thank before we go on?
No, just a big shout out to Adrian Piedra and Team Kesso.
That's great to hear. So thank you very much, Surgical Goblin. We do have our next game right now. It's going to be Nim Sensei versus Royal. Nim Sensei versus Royal. I did back myself. Trid, Woody, take it.
Right, Royal started the ball rolling earlier today. He can now continue the momentum to force out a tiebreaker, potentially here, but he now has to go up against, doesn't even remember himself, Nim Sensei. The loser of that match, this is really interesting, the loser of that match guarantees a tiebreaker with Baron for 4th place.
Yes.
Baron cannot get any higher than 4th place, even after tiebreaker.
Okay.
But if he does that as well, if Surgical Goblin loses to Adam, whoever wins this matchup will then be in a position to contest Surgical Goblin for the preferential seeding.
Ah, I see what you mean there. Yeah, they'll have a 4-3 record.
Yep.
Or, excuse me, a 5-2 record. The winner of this game will have a 5-2 record. So if Surgical Goblin drops, then he would also have 5-2. They'd have to duke it out for that top 2 spot.
Exactly.
But if Surge wins, it's going to be out of these guys' hands. They'll just be number 3 and 4, kind of regardless. But anyways, let's head over to the arena. We first got Royal from Romania that we'll be introducing here, a player who has fought so hard, has gotten many upset wins, we might say. He's been very aggressive in the arena, likes to get under his opponent's skin, plays Giant Graveyard a lot, but likes to mix it up. Never know what to expect from him, but his opponent, Nim Sensei, kind of in the same vein, very creative with the deck building, never worried about bringing something that his opponents might be a little, confused by, set off by,
He's got. So you've been distracted by saying.
Yeah, distracted. Oh my God, I'm distracted by the shades. I thought he only put on the shades when he won. What happened there?
No, he puts it on when he comes on, and then he takes them off, switches to glasses, switches to shades after that as well.
Fair enough. Well, here we go. Nim Sensei ready to go. Of course, he's the Frenchman playing for his home country, La France, and will need one more win here if he wants to be able to contest for that top 2 spot. They both are in that same spot. As you just mentioned, Surgical Goblin's performance in the next game may be even more important for these 2 guys, but to even have a chance to get to the top 2, you got to win this game here.
Absolutely, but we've got to remember they are guaranteed that they will be in the qualifiers. So they're guaranteed phase 4 right now.
Yes,
There's only a question mark over, I believe, Adam, who's currently sat in 6th place for the moment.
Right.
That will change, obviously, when he plays Surgical Goblin. He can either cement his place or force out a tiebreaker, but he's guaranteed seeding for next week. He's going to be here at the playoffs, effectively. Like we said, we stress the importance of the seeding, and this is what it's all about. And Nim Sensei can force, like I said, force the situation where he gets the tiebreaker. He can also force a situation, or he can be forced into a situation where he can drop even lower and drop into 5th place, because then he can go into a tiebreaker against Baron.
That's right. Well, Royal and Nim Sensei have both gotten wins today in the arena. They are both ready to fight. They've been preparing for this last and final game for many weeks now. It's all building up to this. Remember, they are only 2 players of millions around the world who competed. The top 8 for Europe, duking it out for this amazing opportunity to be toward the top of the bracket as we go into stage 4. Nim Sensei and Royal starting it off. This best of 3 game begins now.
With split skellies.
With split skellies, yeah.
What a very tame way to start it.
Hey, you got to start somewhere, right? Whoa, hold on, turn it right around. They both got golems, but Royals is looking a little icy down there at the bottom.
P.E.K.K.A. is the answer.
P.E.K.K.A. from Royal, a hard counter. Nim Sensei shakes his head, not happy about it.
We heard Surgical Goblin say it. Royal loves to play his beatdown deck. Surgical Goblin usually provides a P.E.K.K.A. as the answer. Maybe Royal's like, well, I'm just going to play a P.E.K.K.A. and see what happens on this one. Going up against Nim Sensei's
hit from Nim Sensei. Graveyard Poison added on. How did he get enough elixir to be able to pull that off?
No, it's poison from Royal.
Oh, that's a defensive poison. I think you're right. Yeah, that little blue circle around. You're definitely right about that. All right, Golemite does reach the tower. P.E.K.K.A.'s going to be able to chop it down, but it's not too healthy. Counterattack is going to be coming on in. That's actually from Nim Sensei getting a lot of value out there. Roll the log through, and I think that the Ewiz will be able to hold off.
So not as effective as Nim Sensei could have made that push, but that could have gone so poorly for him if played differently.
Nim Sensei is definitely ahead, even though he's getting hard countered by a P.E.K.K.A. to chop down the Golem.
Yep.
He's doing very well for himself. A couple more drops of elixir. He has to counter this bandit somehow, though.
Skeletons.
Nice Skellies out back. Yep. And notice, he played the Skelly so far back that the bandit was too close to the tower. She would not be able to dash onto it when she finished off those skeletons. She had a little bit of health left, but she did not get a dash off. She was just walking straight towards the tower, unable to reach Royal. Now in trouble once again, poisoning this graveyard down.
No, well, Royal's just holding onto the poison to keep cycling through to answer that graveyard.
He's taking a little more damage though. Look, he's already down to 15.
Yeah, he's still losing out though, just to how the timings are working out. He's still getting some chip damage in there. Battle Ram may come through. Ewiz and Lock make sure that doesn't happen, but the bars are still available to start having some fun with their swords.
Ewiz getting an amazing amount of value for Nim Sensei on defense.
Double elixir time.
One of the greatest counterattackers in the game, and actually performing extremely well against these kind of mid-sized pushes that Royal's setting up.
There you go. Drop your golem then, Sensei. It's double elixir time. It's party time.
This bandit might be trouble. Oh, she goes for the golem.
Yep.
Good result for Nim Sensei.
Which is there as well. So the bats can cause Pekka an absolute nightmare. So you can't hit the bats. Yep. But it's not going to draw attention away from the
hit
golem.
on the right side. Royal's not really setting up for defense. He's trying to get a Batarang to connect. What is going on here? The graveyard's murdering this poor Night Witch. Zap goes down, but it's a little bit too late.
There's no
Royal not poisoning on defense. Yeah, the Golemites have connected, and a ton of bats from Nim Sensei are going to claim the game. Well played by Nim Sensei. He's hardly taken any damage on either of his towers yet. Look at this. A defensive poison from Royal. He gets the thumbs up, but he is in a lot of trouble. Look, Nim Sensei's laughing off these little emotes coming in from Royal. He has got an absolute killer of a spot to play today. Look at even Skeleton supporting this Night Witch keeps the Pekka off. Nim Sensei, absolute beast, destroys Royal. Even though Royal had to counter a Pekka to chop golems down, it was not enough. He tried splitting up his push. He tried drilling in all on one side. I think it was really the bats from Nim Sensei that claimed victory there. A lot of damage up top.
The untargetable bats for the Pekka.
Bats on offense and Ewiz on defense. That's what I'm going to give it to. That's how Nim Sensei won.
Yeah. Well, it was great. We saw so much value from the Ewiz there when he was in that back left corner, just to the left, just off to the side of his Princess Tower. And he's just able to hit those things, stall the Battle Ram, stall the Knight, stall whatever was trying to hit him. He just did so much value out of it.
Let's check out that replay real quick. We got the Golem in the graveyard marching down this left lane. Pekka doing her best to keep these troops off the tower, but the Knight, which is not enough on defense, comes down a little bit too late. And even Zap on top can't keep her alive. Golemites connect, and with Skeleton stacking in the back, that thing is going down. You guys know it. Night Witch to support the final push. Golemites finish it off. That Night Witch just, I cannot believe she didn't get nerfed again. She got nerfed recently, right? They reduced the number of bats that she spawns. I think she needs even more. Just the ability to constantly be generating those little flying skeletons is such a huge threat, especially when she's behind a tank and there's no easy way to get her pulled off, distracted, or otherwise dealt with. Great job by Nim Sensei there, protecting her and making sure that she had plenty of time to get those bats up on top of the swarm.
All right, then we're about to jump into game 2. Royal versus Nim Sensei. Nim Sensei can force himself, put him into the best possible position to force a second-place tiebreaker, force Royal to potentially drop even lower with that 4th-place tiebreaker. That's a potential for Baron. So as we jump into that game, tiebreakers galore for these two players.
Right. They're both 4-2 right now. Remember on that leaderboard, this is a 1-0 lead right now for Nim Sensei, looking for an opportunity to finish things off here. We're in the game now. Good luck from both players. I like that. Maybe, you know what? Royal's toned it down a little bit.
He's turned a new leaf.
Look, he's turned over a new leaf. Everyone got mad at him for all the emotes. He got a lot of hate. Maybe he's coming back. He's going to be playing it straight. Nim Sensei, a big opponent. He's giving him a lot of respect. Really playing slow. He's got a bowler now out on the right side. If he gets there in time, he should be able to block for the Ewiz.
Should be able to. Golem being dropped by Nim Sensei yet again. Is Nim Sensei running the exact same deck?
Could be
We know
Golem
Royal's missed it up because Royal's gone with Ice Golem, he's got Graveyard, he's got Bowler in there as well.
It's Graveyard Cycle, and this left side push is real big. Log rolls through to take out some of those skeletons, but that is a massive strike.
Excellent punish for the 9 elixir commitment from the Golem.
Nim needs a Mega Minion. There it is, it's right up top. Speak of the devil, and he doth appear, swiping down this bowler while a pretty healthy Golem is blocking out front. And the Graveyard added on top. Nim Sensei with a massive push.
Oh, he's drawn it onto King Tower.
It doesn't even matter, though. He's got plenty of tanking on the right side. I guess actually this Night Witch is doing great.
Yeah, Night Witch is doing
well. Wow. I thought that Nim Sensei really had a big hit on that right side.
The second the tornado came through and drawed it over to King Tower, that was it, because you can get one to go back on the Princess Tower, you won't get both where the angle of the tornado was. So you have one working on King Tower, procs that, you've got the double damage coming at you, now got a cannon being used to help clear you out.
Exactly. I underestimated Royal's defense, and with that King Tower activated now, Graveyard's not quite so scary as it used to be.
Well, this graveyard coming out from Royal is very scary at the moment. Ewers is there to try and help clear it out, but he's punishing Nim Sensei's reliance on this golem, and Nim Sensei isn't getting enough out of it to make the punish work.
Brings the tower down to triple digits. He probably will need another hit out that left side.
Well, there goes
850 left,
Nightwish
can't
Golem
just
again.
go down to Poison Cycle. But yep, a Nightwish to support this golem. Are we going to see the same side of the defense here? Not quite.
No, Nightwish is on the brink of death
no.
right now from the bowler. Yep, done.
Barely finished off. Great job for that left side tower.
Yep.
Tornado pulled them all in range.
Offensive poison coming out from Nim Sensei as well. Doing a lot of work onto that tower, getting so much chip in there. Drops it to just under 1,000 HP.
Damage advantage for Royal, but split lane pushing. Cycling
Golem.
these Ice Golem graveyards on the left side. This might be a tower down for Nim Sensei if he can't set up a defense. 5 Elixir to play around. He's going to have a Mega Minion. I don't like that. Mega Minion can't do splash damage. There you go. Yep, finishes that left side off. Royal needs to defend against this big Golem push. Graveyard poison added on. Wait, that's a poison on defense for Royal.
Poison.
Yeah. But, I mean, the Golem's going to reach the tower. How can you keep it off?
Offensive poison on that bowler as well, it looks like.
Tornado just still healthy enough. Tornado, all right, the Golem's still healthy enough. Tornado pulled it away.
Tornado healthy enough.
Yeah, exactly. Finished it off. Lots of troops clashing on this right lane. Nightwitch in Royale's favor, I think. Oh, no, I guess the Mega Minion up top is going to be able to finish it off.
Yeah, Mega Minion
and
and
flying
the bats
troops for
will
Nim
get the
Sensei are
bowler
going to go
quite
in.
easily. Unfortunately, the bats tanked instead of the Mega Minion, so he could have got a little bit more residual damage off on that push.
Bowler
But
Graveyard,
aggressive
heavy attack
bowler
by
at
Nim.
Graveyard.
I'm by Royal, yeah, hitting this
He's
right side
punishing
really
the
hard.
Golem on the left-hand side. Like, Nim Sensei dropped the Golem on the left.
Can't finish it off, though. Nim is going to be going in for the left tower kill. Marching toward the bridge. E-Wiz for Nim Sensei kind of wasted on this King Tower now, but had to play it on defense. Mega Minion support. I like this poison. A naked graveyard! Ice Golem added right on top. But put some clothes on there. Ice Golem gives it a little bit more of a chance to hold on. Log rolls through. Nim Sensei's in a lot of trouble now, down to 450.
Graveyard comes in with the
just
Golem.
a little too late, though. The Golemites are going down, and bats from this night, which are going to be great on defense.
There's an offensive poison. Offensive poison being used by Nim Sensei. He's trying to get the most out of this push. Nightwitch onto the right-hand
Does a
side.
great job there, but
there's
I think
the graveyard.
the cheaper
Bowler
deck.
as well.
And Royal's got the initiative, man. How can he lose here?
He was to draw the aggro from the bowler away from the
Stab it down. Skeleton's got it. Well done. Well done to Royal there. Claims the 2-1 victory over Nim Sensei, and it will be a draw. This match, a best of 3, will go to a tiebreaker. Royale from Romania might be ready for the reverse sweep of Nim Sensei.
Reverse sweep of Nim Sensei is there and is available for Royal. He can get himself into a position, like we said, we talked about the possible connotations. There's not much for us to say about what can happen after this match. Let's talk in between it and throw it over to the locker room to do that.
So we're going to a game 3. That's pretty intense right there.
Saw so much graveyard action.
Yeah, for sure.
That was a close one. You know, one thing that struck me about that match, and really all the matches today, and really all 3 weeks, is we are seeing a lot of Nightwitch. Woody mentioned it, and Nightwitch, despite the nerf, is still, I think, 60% of the deck, something ridiculously high like that. And that just goes to show not only her power, but her versatility. She fits in a bunch of different archetypes. You saw it in Golem Beatdown, played by Nim Sensei there. Interesting thing, though, is the Golem decks have been used, I think, as the 3rd most popular deck so far in this whole tournament series. However, the win rate is below 50%.
Yeah,
so
it's not doing so good, where Three Musketeers is being used a lot on the other end. So I'd be interested to see whether that comes out now. But
yeah, you can see here on these replays, it's you want to play the graveyard before you play the tank, whether it's the Bowler or the Ice Golem in the pocket there, because essentially the tower's still going to have time to lock onto that tank, and that will provide a good distraction for both of the towers. So that was a good play there by Royal to end that out.
It takes a little bit for the skeletons to spawn.
Exactly.
Exactly. So Graveyard and Golem being used there. Let's see what Nim Sensei
what
brings out
happens
now
here.
against Royal. So game 3 of match 9.
Let's start it up, guys. Game 3, the final tiebreaker match between these two stellar players. Who will be the star and who's going to be shooting just beyond the horizon? Royal and Nim Sensei looking to try to challenge Surgical Goblin. They need that 5th win if they want to make a stab toward the top. Who's going to get it?
Let's find out. Nim Sensei, is he running the exact same deck again?
It might be the same
3
setup.
decks in a row.
Nightwitch to soak for this graveyard.
Again.
Poison on defense for Nim Sensei, trying to get rid of this graveyard and being able to clip out the poison at the Nightwitch. Good play here. He's taking a lot of damage, but he's going to push back hard with this Golem.
Oh, Mega Minion drawn to Ice
down.
Golem.
Oh yeah, but it swipes it down. It's undistracted now. Early
tornado.
tornado is going to be able to pull it. No, it doesn't.
Oh,
It doesn't pull it in. Royal with the oops. That tower's going down, man. Nothing to stop that Golem. Mega Minion flying up top of the Nightwitch are going to take it down. Laughter from Royal, but Nim Sensei gives him the oops as well. There's no way. Nim Sensei can't get it down. There it is, the one.
And the push continues as well. You gotta think, that tower loss is just from a misplacement of Tornado or misuse of Tornado.
Slightly too early. You know, they recently reduced the duration of the Tornado spell. Royal thought he could get away with it, playing a little aggressive, a little greedy. But a Golem Mega Minion combo, you gotta get that thing off your tower, man. That can do a ton of damage, as you can plainly see.
Yep.
Royal offers the well played. He's ready to just take it. Oh, not letting up at all. Sends him another oops. Nem Sensei feeling confident. Acts a little cocky. This is the most I think we've ever seen from Nem Sensei.
Send the Golem down the right-hand side into that bowler. Ice Spirit going to freeze him up as well. Ice Golem on the left-hand side. So he's got the option of pivoting the push at the defense, but look, there's the graveyard for the Night Witch to be locked up with.
Right, yep. She just got down in time. The bats are there to help her out. That left side tower is feeling pretty healthy.
Poison from Nem Sensei to help him get this Golem through.
Yeah, that left side's going to stay up for them. The Golem is not a very good response to. Sorry, the bowler's not a very good response to the Golem. Can't deal single target damage, just trying to splash through, but can't even knock it back. Facing a lot of trouble. Royal is not going to make one more counterattack off the right lane. Only 35 seconds left. Actually splitting it up. He's got a nice Golem Baby Dragon push on the left side. Night Witch added on with a graveyard.
He's invested a lot into the left-hand lane. Tornado is there to draw the Night Witch and all the bats into the same spot.
A lot of assets.
Give
He's got a
free
huge asset on that left lane, trying to get through, but can't quite make it. I mean, he had a ton of troops. You're right, man. Royal setting up with everything he got. Threw it onto left tower. Got 1,000 hit points peeled off of it. But look, splitting up his damage. There's no way. Nem Sensei for the win. 1-0 with that crucial misplay from Royal toward the beginning of the match. And Nem Sensei will be 5-2 on the leader.
5-2, and if Surgical Goblin loses next game, can contest for that preferential seeding. But we know one thing is guaranteed: Baron and Royal will now go to a tiebreaker to decide 4th place.
That's correct. Baron and Royal duking it out in the center
Oh,
of the leaderboard.
No.
The dab! Oh,
Get off my screen.
finishes him off! Where's the tears? Man, anger just as good, but a thumbs up because Nim Sensei finished him off. You won't. No one's gonna let Royal forget that ever. If you ever BM someone, it's gonna be in their mind, in all of the other their teammates' mind, in everyone else's mind. Just the oops, the unrelenting pressure from Nim Sensei. I can't wait for them to meet each other in the arena once they all get here for the finals.
Yes.
That's gonna be so juicy.
Well, yeah, it's going to be, I reckon it'll be quite awkward between Suarez and Royal, maybe.
Could be. Hey, maybe they've made up. Maybe they've just recognized that it's all in good fun. Royal with a good spot here, though. Hold on. Nim Sensei did just get the win, but Royal is very solidly in the blue.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely in the top 5 spots there. He's going to have a tiebreaker match with Baron, but Nim Sensei just waiting now for one more match between Surgical Goblin and Adam to see if he gets a chance to go for the top 2. Let's take another look at that Tornado spell that Royal played, trying to pull this Golem onto the King Tower. A little bit too early, though, and the placement not going off in his favor. Royal just drags it on to the Arena Tower anyways. Mega Minion swiping down this Ice Golem. There's nothing set up for Royal on defense at this point. There's no way to stop it. I mean, he used the only tool he had, and it was like a hammer trying to drill a screw into a solid sheet of metal. It's like wrong. Once that's out of your hand, you can't stop that push. It's done.
Can't stop it, indeed. And wow, like this next match is so important because it dictates two sets of regions. Like it's on the middle of the
top and the bottom.
The middle of the pack is pretty much set, apart from the fringes, right? So Surgical Goblin, he wins. He guarantees that him and Donkey Kong go 6-1 records, guaranteed themselves the 1st and 2nd spot. They play a tiebreaker to see who gets 1st seeding, 2nd seeding. That's fine. Not that impactful. They both get the preferential seeding, right?
Right.
So but that also means Adam loses, so it forces a freeway tiebreaker to get the last spot into the qualifications for the actual playoffs on our Phase 4, right? But we'll throw back to the locker room quickly. I'm sure they've got some theories of their own.
Well, you can see the scoreboard right now, just 2 more players to play, but Baron and Royal right in the middle there with 4-3. Nem Sensei guaranteed top 3 now. It just depends on whether he can face off against Surgical Goblin in this next match. But quickly, how did that look for Nem Sensei there? It was just one big mistake in that final game.
Yeah, and like what he mentioned, it wasn't a placement mistake. The placement was actually dead on exactly where you want to place the center of the vortex of that tornado. However, with the time, it's 2.5 instead of 3 seconds, and that's what did it. A little bit early there, and he missed that King Tower activation. It really ended up costing him the match, and he knew it right away with the oops.
You can see the golem was just like, I want to kill that tower. That tower's mine. And then he just got dragged, and then he just went straight back. And it's
just when I thought I was out.
Yeah.
Godfather, whatever.
So that was the changing point of that game.
The trading of emotes from Nim Sensei and Royale. The oopsing was real.
A lot of oopsing back and forth.
But yeah, Nim Sensei giving it to him a little bit. I'm sure the people at home like that could appreciate it.
Yeah, Nim Sensei doing great there. We've had so many great matches today and so many great plays. A lot of them at the last moment. So let's have a look at today's top 5 plays.
Ooh.
They've been pretty intense, that's for sure. So let's start off with number 5, which was match 3, Suarez, Goblin Barrel, Bait. This was quite delightful to watch. I enjoyed this one.
Oh yeah, the log that was placed just too far forward.
That was the juke Goblin Barrel, and that was a really smart move. When you know your opponent has the log in hand, you throw a juke, and ended up winning the game and working out for him.
It was exactly what he needed at that point.
So play number 4 was DK and his bandit dashing everywhere.
Check out this bandit. 1 dash, 2 dash.
Hit.
3 dash.
Dash, get the princess, and then
she
dash
makes
to the
contact
tower.
with the Tower of the Night. I don't even know.
The important bit there was the Dark Goblin was firing at the same time, so the bandit was just going around taking stuff down while the Dark Goblin went ham. So
the
Surgical.
Old bandit wouldn't have done any of that.
Yeah, Surgical in this next play, really close finish with the zap.
This was crazy. This final ending here, we're in overtime. Surgical just needs to cycle to the zap and make sure he has enough elixir. But look at that tower. It is going down so fast. 69 HP left standing there. Finally gets that zap in hand. Surgical was sweating on that one.
The puff of relief.
That happens to Suarez so much, getting a tower down so little, not winning.
And then the DK battle ram, probably a similar kind of emotion for this, the close finish at the end.
Absolutely. Again, DK's right tower down to 279. So this was such a clutch battle ram coming in just a second here. And here it is for Donkey Kong, contending with that poison, but obviously the battle ram faster than the poison makes contact, finishes it off, and Donkey Kong fist pumps it down.
With the primal emotion,
yes,
which
look
is
at him.
just
so much happiness there, the adrenaline pumping. Right? And then number 1 was Royale's close finish in this poison base race.
This was insane. Basically, it was just a poison race, as you said, and it came down to the very final tick.
19.
Literally about a half-second difference there.
If that log had been played just a little bit more further forward.
Yeah, a little bit earlier, that could have been the difference.
That could have been the difference.
I'm sure he must have had elixir, 2 elixir for that log earlier. He just didn't quite see that it was needed. Who knows what was going on there?
And that's
such a small play.
That's the thing.
It's easy to just get trapped on one side of the screen and then realize, oh wow, I could have definitely avoided this.
Absolutely, and in hindsight, everything's 2020, right?
Exactly.
So you look back at these matches and you go, oh, if I had just logged earlier there, I could have won. But you know, these pro players, a lot of people at home probably don't even realize that it is a chess match. They are thinking oftentimes 3, 4, 5, 6 moves ahead of what they're actually doing, and that's the difference between these guys and us over here at home playing on the toilet or whatever we're doing.
Exactly. We have had many matches.
I know too much about you now, Ash.
We've had 27 matches now, I believe it is. I'm probably incorrect. No, it's 27. And each of these players has finished their position now on the leaderboard. Yeah. But 2 have not, and that's Surgical Goblin and Adam, who are fighting to see where they end up. It's quite important.
Big match here. Big match. I mean, obviously, you can see at the bottom of our leaderboard right now, if Adam picks up this victory, he ensures himself a spot in the next phase, the phase 4, the double elimination bracket. That's huge, and I'm pulling for Adam here. I think that, you know, one thing I really want to see out of him is play your go-to deck, man. I want to see the hog bait. Even though it's not exactly tier 1 in the meta right now, I want to see it from him. That's his go-to deck.
But he is up against Surgical Goblin, who is the master of reading people's minds. So it's going to be very tough to play around that. And that might play into Adam himself. He might not want to play what he usually plays in the expectation that Surge will read it.
And I mean, this is going to change up the 3-way ties or the 2-way ties after this, because no matter what, if Surgical Goblin wins or loses, he's going to have to do a 2-way tiebreaker. And if Adam loses, he's going to do a 3-way tiebreaker to get into the bottom or to get into the blue. So
this will change a lot right here. But we could talk about how this is going to pan out for ages.
It's okay.
It's okay, because we're going to get to ask you right now who you think is going to win. So first off, Mika, who do you think is going to take it between Adam and Surgical Goblin?
I really want to believe that Adam can do this, but Surgical has proved himself so much today, last week, the first week. I'm just going to have to go with Surgical for this one.
That's fair. That's reasonable, but Ash.
I love Surgical. He's my boy, but I'm going with Adam here. Now, one thing about Adam is that I have to mention, not to make excuses, but I was so excited to meet Adam. I've been a huge fan of him ever since day one. He was one of the first people I brought on my YouTube channel. I love Adam. And then I met him, and I was so excited to meet him. And the poor guy, white as a ghost, he is sick as sick can be.
Not feeling
so I'm not
good.
making excuses. He's still going to play. But I don't think he's going to be on the main stage here because he is like vomiting. I'm not going to go into detail, but it's not pretty.
We don't need to go into detail for the people at home, but
so
Adam's not feeling
I was like,
great.
Adam! And he's like, oh,
He's
yeah.
in studio. He's just laying down, comfortable.
Yeah, he's being looked after right now. So for the final prediction,
yes.
Do they have a split chest they can put either way? Because I don't want to choose.
Gotta choose.
Yeah, there we go. I want Surgical Goblin to prove that he is as talented as he is, but I also want Adam to finally come out of his rut because he is such a talented player, and we know that from his qualifiers. He showed that he can use one deck and make his way in. I reckon it could go either way right now.
Regan always playing to the room, always on the fence. So then afterwards, you're always like, I was right again, everybody. Wouldn't you believe it? I picked them both.
I mean,
that was a great accent.
Yeah,
not really.
I like that.
Nice English accent. We can work on that one during the match, but right now, everyone wants to see how this is going to go. So Surgical Goblin versus Adam. Trid and Woody, let's see how it pans out right now.
Yeah, well, Adam may be lying down for this one, Greg, but I'm pretty sure you're going to be joining them because I'm not sure how he's sitting up right now without that spine, but hey-ho, we'll move on to the next one. Well, he does it every time, and now production is feeding into it by giving him those two chests. We can be like, oh, yeah, I want this guy and this guy to win. Pick a prediction. Surgical Goblin is going to win.
I think you take advantage of him just because he talks first and you talk second. He's going to get a chance to respond. You're always drilling hard into Greg. But I know what it's out of love, though, right?
No.
It's all out of love. You guys flew in together. You're great friends. But enough about us. Adam and Surgical are going to be duking it out. And once again, Adam, tied down there at the bottom with only one win with Danny and Suarez, could be in a spot for a three-way tie if he drops this game, as he may be expected to by our couch over there against Surgical Goblin. And as before, Surgical Goblin 5-2 up on top is kind of in the opposite position, looking for a top 2 placement. And if he gets the win here, he will be able to pull it off. Adam wants that blue spot, but having lost earlier today and having apparently been sick or feeling, not at the top of his game, might not be able to claim victory. Surgical Goblin looks strong, though. He's been hanging out here in California for a long time. Repping Team Queso, thumbs at the back, happy to be playing the very final game of the European region of the Crown Championship Phase 3. Before we can start this bracket off, we've got to get these players finally seated up.
Yep.
Nim Sensei is definitely rooting for Adam here, though, while Danny and Suarez are rooting for Surgical Goblin. It's not just about the guys who are in the arena right now. This has big, wide-reaching implications for everyone in the leaderboard. Surgical Goblin. Do you think he's going to pull it off?
Apart from Baron and Royal and Donkey Kong.
Yes. They're all kind of in the middle right there. They're all,
they're on the fringes still.
Que sera, sera. Whatever it will be.
Team Queso, sera.
No, didn't even realize that. But yeah, do you think Surgical Goblin's going to be able to pull this off?
Easy.
Yep. Okay, well, there's a lot to talk about there then if he's going to pull it off easy. I guess, what kind of decks do you think they're going to bring? Because, okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I'll bring a different perspective.
Okay.
You think Surge is just going to face Crush?
Yeah.
I think that Adam actually plays very similarly to Surgical Goblin. Maybe even more so than any other player in this tournament.
Right.
They both have very mechanical, careful, smart, defensive, never really committing too much unless they think they can get a great stab in there type of gameplay. And, Surgical Goblin dropped to Baron. That was the only loss he's had so far in this entire tournament. I think in terms of players that might be able to pull off the same sort of thing that Baron did, Adam might be the closest there. He might not be playing at the top of his game, but if he has the decks, if he, is back up against the wall, this might be the Swede's final chance to prove himself.
Surgical Goblin's playing
against
Bat this time, so it's a debut for the Bats card. He's got the graveyard coming in there, a little bit of control. Adam's playing Lava Loon into this.
All right, yeah, a wow from Surgical Goblin. Now, what tools does Surge have to deal with the Lava Loon? He's got Archers,
bats.
Mega Minion, Bats, lots of things to try to swipe those things down. A
He's
balloon
also got
as well
Tombstone to draw aggro as well if he needs to, in desperation.
Yes, but not very many big spells. He's going to have to take these troops down the old-fashioned way. Nice poison will be able to finish off those minions, and the Archers get a few shots off against the Lava Hound. It's going to pop right on the tower. What can these pups do here? Wow, quick attack off the right. balloon. Oh, surprised to see the bats. There's the value of the bats. You got to distract that balloon nonetheless, but
wow, bats took
take
down that balloon so fast. Like, that was incredible speed coming out from those bats.
Yeah. Man, I think there might be a little bit of guano left on the arena. They might have been a little bit worried having to get that tombstone set up to distract. Surge didn't get a great trade there. 5 for 5, though, on defense. Adam taking some damage out the left side, though. It's Graveyard Cycle from Surge. That Mega Minion up top is not able to get these skeletons down quickly enough. Mega Minion locks the tower as well. It's going down to triple digits. 7:55 left on Adam's left side.
So Goblin doing work right now, but here's the balloon and Mega Minion, so it's all about the aerial for Adam at the moment, but that's the tombstone bait we needed. That's what drew the balloon over, bought himself some more time. There's no way 2 archers are going to deal with a balloon and a Mega Minion before the balloon hits tower. Just not going to happen.
Can't do it. Can't finish it off.
One of them's hitting the tower. Which one would you prefer?
That's lesser of two evils. I'm not even sure I can give the call there.
Yeah.
Adam trying to set up a big push, though. He might have the advantage in double elixir time. That's the chance when, if you have a big deck like this, you really want to try to shove it in there, get a huge push together, and try to stop these little kind of chippy, small defensive setups that Surgical Goblin has been using.
Bats, Mega Minion, and Poison seems to be the offensive.
Oh, minions are going to dodge the poison. All of them surviving. That's a lot of troops on Surge's side. Mega Minion can one-shot them down, but can they go quickly enough? Swarming the Mega Minion, I think
he's got enough defense there.
Yeah.
But that poison did some work, dropping Adam's Tower to 359, and he's got a graveyard to punish the commit of the Lava Hound, and the poison comes down yet again. Only needs a couple of taps from the skeletons, and Surgical Goblin has got this first tower to kick off the crowns in this game.
Well done there. 1-0 lead means that Surge only has to defend for another 22 seconds. That's still a lot of troops on his side, but it seems like every time Adam is able to stack up these minions and lava pups, there's always been something from Surge to block him. Archers and bats getting a lot of value there. The fireball missing, I think, what might have been the better target at that tombstone. Yeah. No connection at the left side. Surge still above half hit points on the left, and it's over.
Surgical Goblin takes himself game 1. So, after doing that, puts himself in a great position to get himself for that tiebreaker with Donkey Kong for first place, but more importantly, winning this game guarantees him the preferential seeding and forces Adam into the three-way Survivor Series tiebreaker.
Yes, it will. A 1-0 win here for Surge, and he's just got to do it one more time. I was really surprised to see bats coming out. I think that's the first time we've seen it in the European region. Isn't
first
that right?
time for bats.
A 2 elixir card pretty much only gets value if you're able to stab down kind of weaker troops that aren't reacting to them. But like Lava Loon pushes describes that almost perfectly. Check out this graveyard push from Surgical Goblin though. Trid, what's happening?
Right, so you got the Ice Golem and the Mega Minion coming in on this one, but the Skeletons have already started doing work from the graveyard, and they've actually drawn the aggro. Now Mega Minion's got it, but he's already locked onto the tower, so look how much damage he gets in before the response can come out from Adam.
You know, a lot of times you rely upon the graveyard to be getting the damage in there. Lots of Skeletons stacking up is pretty mean, but a Mega Minion, if it's got plenty of tanking out in front or the Skeletons to distract the tower, it does a lot of damage on its own too. Swiping that tower down all the way to triple digits early in the match, Surgical Goblin pulled far ahead and didn't have much to worry about.
We joked about it earlier though. We saw Nim Sensei. Was it Nim Sensei bringing out the giant skeleton? And the graveyard was tanking for the giant skeleton.
Right. Interesting. So yeah, it happens once again.
I don't think it's an intentional effect that these guys are doing, because it's usually supposed to be the other way around.
Yeah.
But when it does, it's a happy little coincidence, right?
Oh, it's a happy little bit of tower damage you get there.
As the great artist Bob Ross would say, happy little accident.
Oh, happy little accidents. I like it. Surgical Goblin and Adam, once again, could be the final game of the entire Phase 3 round robin.
Adam's got that lock bait coming out, so he's going for his Hail Mary, tried and true method. Tried and true method.
What-ho? Just a little bit of damage out the right side, down to 22-14. Adam counterattacking with the Knight on the right lane. Log bait is his forte. Ash wanted to see it. Ash, you got what you asked for, man. We got a defensive Valkyrie from Surgical Goblin.
Cleans house.
Oh, man. Just because she's a woman, you're saying that she's going to clean house. Trid, I can't believe you.
I never said that, but okay.
She did finish off that right side push very well. Though,
she did. She cleaned it up. Really nice.
She cleaned it up very nice.
Made it a sandwich as well.
Oh my god.
Hey, if you take me down that path, I'm just going to roll with it, right?
Fine, take it. 13-19 on Adam's right side tower. Not a good start for him. Elixir advantage as well for Surgical Goblin. Looks like Adam's going to start pushing the left lane now. Log rolls through. It's another 2-for-3 trade in Surge's favor.
Yeah, and there you go. Troops built up by Adam. Just needs to drop that Valkyrie again. Look at it. Just jumped straight into the middle. Just decimates those miniature units and give the Knight a run for his money.
Knight chopping up that Valkyrie. She barely survives, but I think this Ice Spirit can't do a lot. What? Logs the Ice Spirit?
Well, logs the Ice Spirit. I think he's expecting more, but, you know, Miner's managed to get the connection and start tapping away on that tower.
Really skittish play by Adam. Trying to predict something else coming. I mean, like, was a log really necessary there? Surge.
The log,
his logs.
Yeah, he's going to pick up both.
Surge's log.
You can't log.
Grabs the barrel and the princess.
It completely negates the log bait because it gets both of them.
I think Surge has just got the better log here. But, I mean, time after time, rolling through 2 for 6 trades in Surge's favor and chipping away at this right side tower. Ice Spirit is not enough to stop a miner. There's no like tornado for Adam. There's nothing to catch these miners. It's just reliable, easy, great damage for Surge. Down to 179. That's poison range.
He's got this. He's got it anyway.
But Zap. Electrify. Finishes him off. Nicely done. Yeah. Barrel out the left side for Adam.
Bear in mind, there's still 50 seconds left, so Adam can still come back into it theoretically.
50 seconds.
But now Surge just needs to go on pure. Surge can go on pure defense if he wants to, but he doesn't seem the kind of person who would do that. I think he's going for the jugular if he can.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, why would you get a 1-0 win when you get a 2-0 win, right? Ewiz connects with the tower. Miner way back in the corner to try to soak. Get a few zaps off there, but once again, Valkyrie swiping him down. Big old battle axe finishes him off.
Well, there's the Ewiz as well to join in the push.
Yep.
I think Ewiz takes aggro first. Sends out Miner on the backside as well. Lock does come in. There's an Ice Spirit as well. He might actually get the 2 crown on this one.
Valkyrie swings away. One more hit from the Miner. Finishes it off.
It's over. There's no way Adam can come back into this now. Surgical Goblin takes
Hold on. There's 7 seconds. Maybe Adam can get a 3 crown in that time. No.
No, he wins. He takes that victory. Gets himself the 2-0. So guarantees himself the preferential seeding, he will play a tiebreaker against Donkey Kong to see who gets first place, but it doesn't matter, it's the same thing at that position. But more importantly, Adam now goes into a 3-way tiebreaker with Danny and Suarez to see who will be joining us in 2 weeks' time.
Very exciting for Surgical Goblin. He's now tied up there at the top. Will be in a top 2 position. Now, he actually will have to do a tiebreaker match with Donkey Kong to see who's going to be in the 1 or the 2 spot, but they both get preferential seeding. That means that they both will have earned at least what is it for a semifinals match? I think that they get $5,000 for 4th place, $6,000 for 3rd, but it's getting into the finals where you get some real money, $10,000 for 2nd and $15K for 1st place. It's going to be the scrubs down there at the bottom who are going to be duking it out to try to get into the bracket, though. We got Adam, Danny, and Suarez in that 3-way tie at the bottom. Trid, have you got anything else to add, man?
Well, I'm going to add to the scoreboard basically now. So, RIP Nim Sensei, you can't get that preferential seeding now that Surgical Goblin has got that victory. We know Baron and Royal are going to be contending for 4th place, but like we said, it is the tiebreaker to watch, or the tiebreaker to pay attention to, is the one at the bottom. Because that is the most impactful one. Because, you know, if you get into qualifications, you can still win. You can still win the whole thing. If you're in the red zone, you're not winning anything. You've got the $3,000, basically the consolation prize for turning up.
Right.
You are top 8 in Europe at the end of the day, so you're having a good time with that.
Trip out to California.
Yeah, you got a trip out to California if you took it. I mean, Danny hasn't taken it so far.
Yeah.
But Adam, Danny, and Suarez, they are fighting for the survival. They are fighting to keep their tournament run alive. That is why that is the most important tiebreaker to pay attention to.
Exactly. So I think that if my count is correct, we're going to have 5 more best-of-3 matches. They won't be streamed. Donkey Kong and Surgical Goblin will face off. Baron and Royal are going to face off. But then the bottom 3 guys each have to face each other off. I hope it's not a rock, paper, scissors setup there, because unless one player can decisively beat the other 2, we might have a very difficult spot where, if A beats B and B beats C and then C beats A, they'll have to duke it out in sudden death best-of-1 matches to try to get that number 6 spot and a spot in the bracket.
Well, we're going to throw it over to the locker room and let the guys catch up on all the action that's just happened.
Well, we just found out a little bit more about these tiebreakers, how they're going to work. So as mentioned, there's going to be the top 2, the middle 2, but then the bottom 3 is the interesting one right there. Adam, Danny, and Suarez are the only ones fighting to whether they get into a different section. And we will be fortunate enough to see Adam versus Danny, but that's the only one we're going to have time for. The rest are going to be posted up on YouTube straight afterwards when they get played. But it's going to be a really interesting match there because they're all on 1. They're all fighting to get out of that bottom red zone.
Yeah, and oh man, it's going to be so intense. You know, there's a lot of tiebreakers that will have to be played again. Not enough time to share them all, but they will be posted on YouTube. But the thing is the bottom there. It's one of those 3 players is going to advance, and 2 are going to go home. So it's going to be big here. And this first match is going to be huge.
Yeah. I mean, imagine Suarez wins all this and goes from the very bottom up to the blue.
That's true.
Starts the day 5-0, comes in and
even though Trid tried to do everything he could to try to discount him, Suarez could still make it into the top
I believe in Suarez. I also really like that Nim Sensei is the only one that's not doing a tiebreaker or round robin.
How about that?
He is comfortable in that number 3 seeding spot.
Yeah, because the people at home, what happens is everybody needs a correct seeding for the next phase of the tournament. So eventually they'll all have to play to figure out who's going to face who in the next round. But
so like while Donkey Kong and Surgical Goblin are both in the green and they're the only ones in the green, they need to figure out who's going to get the best spot and who's going to get the second best spot.
Yeah, we could talk about the leaderboard all day long, and those tiebreakers will be certainly interesting to find out how they go. But let's quickly talk about Adam and Danny and how that might affect the 3-way tie at the bottom, because we will be watching that game, of course.
Yeah, well, this is game 1 of their own individual round-robin tournament. I guess the Adam, Danny, and Suarez. Who knows at this point from Adam? You know, he hasn't brought out the deck that he's known for, like I keep calling for, hog bait. Not just log bait, but with the hog, too. I like that extra win condition added to the deck.
Do you want to know what's interesting right here? They faced off before, obviously we know that.
Yeah.
And it was week 2. Adam took it 2-1. So
I'm looking for the same result.
It's going to be close.
I mean, Danny did win a match, or win a game, so he's proven that he can beat Adam. But can he beat him 2 times in a row is the real question here.
Well, there's no doubt about it. All 3 of our bottom players in this have proven that they do have what it takes to contend with anybody here. They've all won big games, just not the big matches. So this is going to come down to what player can finish out every single game inside the match, you know? So who's going to, you know, those last-minute finishes, we had a lot of last-second finishes, more accurately described. We had a lot of them today. I would not be surprised to see even more coming up here.
Yeah, so let's treat ourselves with one of these tiebreaker matches and head over to Trid and Woody, who are going to break this down a little bit further.
So Adam versus Danny, our first and only tiebreaker we're going to see live on this broadcast. But like we said before, all of the matches will be on YouTube after the end of today once they've all been played out and uploaded up there. So you can go and catch up. And of course, we'll let you know what the results at the end of the day and how the leaderboard looks like. But on to what matters right now. Danny versus Adam.
The final match of the day. And just like Gregan said, these 2 players have duked it out before in the arena. It was a very close match, though. Adam beat Danny 2-1 last time, so can Danny turn this thing around? The player from Romania has been suffering a bit today, but with a chance to make it into the top 6, this is his final opportunity. Adam, marching back to the arena, the red player from Sweden, had a tough game against Surgical Goblin, but he's been in the arena, he's been experienced, he's maybe got some new deck IDs to bring up against Adam here. Or against Danny here, rather. Who are you pulling out for, Trid?
It's a tough one. I'm going to go with, I want Adam to win.
Okay.
I want Adam to win.
The turnaround then. Or no, actually Adam beat Danny, right?
Yeah, I want Adam to win. But what I want to say out of this tiebreaker in general, despite all the flack I've been giving Suarez, I do actually want Suarez to now go and get into qualifications.
Right.
Just so he can get knocked out qualifications first round.
Fair enough. Well, we know that the interchange between these players is very interesting. Of course, Adam beat Danny. Danny then beat Suarez, but Suarez beat Adam. So it's kind of this cyclical, indeterminate pattern. I think that this is really up to Adam to secure the victory that he's already proven he can pull off against Danny in order to stay at it. If you don't win this game, you could potentially be eliminated. Your fate is in your own hands now. So let's see how it's going to start off. Hog Rider on the right side for Danny gets Tornado to the center.
Does get the 1-tap before being drawn to King Tower proc, and the Knight's been drawn into the center to clean that up. So he did get 1-tap.
He cleans things up too.
But yeah.
Good.
Good. Glad you completely ruined what I was going to say. Thanks, Woody.
Oh man, Trid.
Minor onto the right-hand side will get drawn by Ice Spirit. Knight-on-Knight action in the left-hand lane with the execution of the follow-up.
Left side attack is going to be a Knight with a Hog Rider Executioner in the back. Tornado pulls them all onto the river, though. And another Tornado from Adam. It's a Twister. Adam and Danny both trying to get a little bit of chip damage in there. Danny's actually split up his forces, though. Tower damage out on both lanes. Not much left for this counterattack by Adam. An advantage now for Danny. He's hit that left side pretty hard, but King Tower activated by Adam. I don't know, man. This is still too close to call.
Yeah, Minor coming out again. Goblin's going to be a small answer.
Timing. That was perfect timing. The log rolled through to try to protect that Minor, but a millisecond before he got unfrozen from the Ice Spirit, Goblin's down to block.
Instantly takes the aggro from the Minor, stops coming out from the tower damage. Good move by Danny.
And even elixir for both players here.
Yep. Hog Rider goes onto the left-hand side. There is a Knight on the backside. Ooh, Night Witch gets one tap in there, but Hog Rider gets one of his own, but Night Witch is so aggressive forward, he's got nothing to tank for, apart from the Miner now coming in. Will catch it just in time, but Knight is in the Night Witch's face and will get blasted down. But the execution is just going to clean this up so nicely just with that arc.
Blasting it down. Finish him off. Oh, bad arc on that one, though. Targeting the bat. Looks like the Knight will get a few chops off. Executioner survives, but will he go in for the counter push? I guess he will.
Preemptive
log rolls through.
Goblins?
Oh, that's a nice log from Adam. Hits the Goblins, the Executioner, and the Hog Rider. Knight should be able to chop this down.
I'm confused as to why Danny would play the Goblins then. Like, you had nothing to do it. You were just asking for that to get bombed.
Seems like a bit of an overcommitment. I agree with you on that one. But an attack at the right lane now. It's Miner and an offensive poison from Adam to try to lock the tower. But once again, good catch by Danny. Knight in the back. Hits it.
Yeah, log again.
Log is getting great value from Adam. He's not playing against a log bait deck, but he's waiting until he sees the Goblins to throw that down. Wow, big lightning spell from Danny in there. Hits the tower and the Executioner. That could be his inroad to get even more damage on that left side.
Night Witch and Miner onto the right-hand side. Knight actually gets drawn over to the Night Witch rather than the Miner itself. Goblins dropped on top of it as well to help out, but Night Witch still surviving through this defensive poison. Tornado,
nice
right,
tornado.
This is the window now for Adam to come into it on the left-hand side with no Tornado available for usage. He's got to try and find a way in there, but Hog Rider gonna find its way, will get one tap, but that's about it. Miner and
lightning hard on that Night Witch. Bad catch by Danny, though. Knight not there to soak for the Miner. He will be able to bring that right side tower down to triple digits thanks to the poison added on top. Adam does have a tower health deficit, and he's facing a Hog Rider, but once again, gets the pull in there. No! The Knight blocked for the Hog Rider. Almost got a hit over there. Close one for Danny. He does give one more lightning to supplement. He just needs to defend this final push and cycle back to lightning one more time, and he'll have the game.
Log comes out, but look at this Miner doing work at the moment, chipping away himself. Goblins on the poison will go down. 104 HP left on Danny's tower himself. There comes the log out.
To block the lightning.
Yeah, can't do it.
You can't stop it, man. No lightning rod in Adam's deck to try to soak that big hit. Lightning spell finishes that thing off, and that is going to be a win for Danny. 1-0 victory, and he might start the upset against Adam. Remember, Adam won 2-1 during the round-robin phase. Danny, in this tiebreaker match, needs to get one more win here if he wants to try to eke things out and get up into the top 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And so Danny's kicking off things quite nicely in this tiebreaker. Still has a long way to go because he can beat Adam, lose to Suarez, and still have to be into a pretty sketchy situation. Best of one sudden death matchup in the next round of this own tiebreaker. So this can be quite a lengthy process for these guys. Hopefully, Danny can come up with a victory, though, get himself on strong footing, get himself in a nice position to get himself that 6th place. Because you just have to win 2 matches.
I mean, all you got to do is beat 2 of the best players in the world, right?
Yeah.
It's not too hard, I guess. Well, yeah, you get the win here. He'd have to also beat Suarez if he wants to be able to definitively move up. But a 1-0 win, Adam has got a lot to worry about here. Can he turn things around, or will Danny, the Romanian, move up and threaten Suarez once again?
Sound like he's just like found him like in a bar and threatened him. Will he threaten him once again? When was the last time Danny threatened Suarez?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. I guess Danny did beat Suarez 2-0 though.
That wasn't really threatening, that was more action. That was more like, I'm just gonna hurt you.
Carries out his threats. Whoa, Bandit dashes the tower on the left side. Danny gets a huge strike early in the game. Poison added on top, brings that down. Over 500 hit points.
Yeah, it's a nice offensive poison being used. Doesn't have it to defend the Goblin barrel this time.
Oh no, Danny's playing Zap instead of a log. That's gonna be real tough trying to take down these barrels.
Big time as the Goblin gang does get split up. Spear Goblin will deal with the bats after a little bit of chip comes into the right-hand side. Actually dropped that right-hand tower lower than the left-hand side for Adam.
Spear Goblin just doing his best to get this ice golem down. Yeah. Oh, he did it. Nice job there. Give that man a promotion, and he's dead.
The little Spear Goblin that could.
Hey, you got 50 damage on that tower. Hey, Princess added on top. Yep. Hey, that's pretty good.
Oh, they go Bandit. Well, Princess is dead, pretty much. This is Bandit. And, Balram being distracted by the Tombstone. Ice Spirit will take up the Knight. Offensive poison being used to erode this Knight.
Does the Bandit survive again? Yes, she does! Dashes the tower! Another strikeout on the left for Danny!
And most of that Goblin gang gets decimated by the poison as well, so don't even get anything on the swing back for Adam.
Boom. Value poison. by Danny. Pulls out ahead. He's actually got a lot of damage off the right side, too. If this needs to go to a 2-1, Danny will be well positioned to try to
yeah, Ice Golem going to truck down there. Does get chopped up by the Knight. There's the Night Witch to deal with him. It should be quite easy with the bats and that strong melee damage. That Night Witch packs a punch in that close melee range.
A Knight to a Night Witch. Nice Spirit up the left. Does get the freeze against the Battle Ram. I don't even know if it's going to crash onto the Tombstone. Nope.
Nope. Doesn't even make it. But Poison was there to erode the Princess. Could have put a bit of placement on that. I think he still could have clipped Tower and got Princess with that.
Whoa, that Knight's going at lightning speed. Goblin's behind to try to get him there.
Turbo-boosted Goblins coming up behind him. To push that Knight all the way across to his destination. 782 sitting on that tower. 682 gets that last couple of seconds of chip in there.
Tombstone, there it is.
Oh, but that Poison get Princess, Tombstone, and Tower. Unfortunately,
still
does
healthy.
draw Battle Ram.
Good catch with the Goblin Gang out there. Another barrel on the left side, though. And there's no zap from Danny to stop that barrel.
Oh my god, this is going horribly for Danny. The Goblin Bow is winning this game for Adam right now without that solid answer.
You know, Adam loves playing log bait. He's familiar with the deck setup that Danny's trying to use. As long as he can avoid getting poisoned down and losing these Tombstones, keep that Battle Ram off, keep the Bandit off by using these Goblin Gangs effectively. And he's doing a great job at it.
Rocket!
Hold on. Whoa! The base race in Adam's favor! Soaring through the sky, the rocket seals the deal, takes the tower down, and we now have a 1-1 draw going to a tiebreaker finale.
But Adam had on that left side tower 134 HP. Literally a second longer, he had the Ice Golem and the Night Witch there. That would have done damage easy. So that was another fine line victory we had today.
All part of the calculations necessary to get a win here. What do you guys think of that over in the locker room?
If you've just joined this broadcast right now, go back and watch. The matches today have been insane, and that's just another one to add to the
That
list.
sneaky rocket out of nowhere.
My boy Adam. My boy Adam's showing up. Don't discount him yet at home, guys. Adam's a really good player. He did a really good job defensively, making sure he had everything accounted for before he launched that rocket at the end, and he did it just in a nick of time there to save that tower and finish off the match. So happy that Adam came away with this victory.
So close at the end.
What a beautiful rocket.
It reminded me of the Adam we saw in qualifiers, just placing down cards that gained so much value from the location they were placed. But let's go straight back into the next game, because this is going to be an intense finish for our first tiebreaker of the round robin. So Trid and Woody, let's finish on a high.
Yeah, let's hope to send this off with a grand finale for the group stages of the Crown Championship. If you're just joining us, we are into our first tiebreaker game, our first and only tiebreaker game we're going to see on the broadcast. Danny versus Adam. They are part of a process to decide who will be joining the 5 other players in 2 weeks' time at our playoffs.
You know, something I noticed from that replay, just the last time I got to see it, there was an Ice Spirit in there for Adam to block the last hit from the Bandit.
Wow.
Only 134 hit points left on that tower. That Bandit would have been able to one-shot it down and finish things off, but the freeze in for Adam bought the time for that rocket. That is the sort of gameplay that we love seeing from Adam. That is why we said we thought he might have underperformed previously, and that is why I give him a good chance of being able to beat Danny again.
Well, Danny's lived up. Danny's learned his lesson this time. Rolling with the log this time.
Rolling in, that he is. Knight out the left to block for a Goblin Gang.
Well, he knows there's no log, so the bowler's a nice option for that, though.
Bowler for Danny. That's real bad news for Adam. Baby Dragon at the right burps down that Princess, but it looks like the Ice Spirit will give the tower enough time to finish things off.
Goblin Barrel, though. Bowler's just going to turn around.
He will, yeah. Stabs him down. A little bit of damage off the left side for Adam. Nicely done. Scary Hog Rider, though, finishes off that Tombstone. Can the Skellies finish it off?
One tap on the tower. That's good enough under the circumstances, I would say.
Agreed. And a big scary push from Danny coming on in here. It's Bowler, Knight, and Baby Dragon.
Rocket!
Rocket! Whoa! Adam! A 6 elixir spell to finish off a Baby Dragon, a weakened Bowler, and not too many hit points left on that Knight. Great response by Adam.
Adam basically delivers a 6 elixir flying sit down, son, to Danny at the moment. Completely decimates that push. And look, they just stopped. They have to reset everything. Elixir commitment was roughly equal, but they go Log instantly going to take out Princess. That opens him up for a Goblin Barrel once the Bowler gets in range. But that's something really good about Bowler in this kind of against this deck that you know is going to be trying to log bait, because you need to buy yourself time to let that Bowler go further enough away from the tower doesn't just turn around and instantly decimate the Goblin gang.
Yep. Nice barrel out there for Adam. Does chip that tower down to 1344. I'm really worried about this bowler, though. He's been having to use Rocket to take it down previously. Knight is going down, and will Danny be able to support this bowler?
I don't think he wants to commit anything
Another
to
Knight.
it.
I like it. Okay, barrel out back. I think that Danny does have the log in hand, but he's not going to use it. Taking damage on that tower once again, brought down to 814. That's 2 more rockets for Adam, and he'll have it down.
I think he's trying to save it potentially for another push, but here we go.
Uh-oh. Oh, he misses the baby dragon, and Knight does hit that hog, but at what cost, Adam?
That could be a huge factor for Adam right now. Missing both of those and taking a lot of damage. He could have cleaned up quite nicely, but he invested a lot of elixir
nice
into
log by Danny. He's pulling things back. Baby Dragon and Knight are distracted, but the bowler
Hogrider trying to find a way through.
We need another rocket. Adam, hold off. The Hog's getting some hits on tower. Bowler rolling through. Is it going to splash on the tower? Yes, it does. Down to 904. Another hit as well. We'll finish out the Princess. 665 on Adam's left side. He holds it on. But a big attack coming from Danny. The Knight at the bridge. Log rolls through. That is really bad for Adam. Need to keep these towers healthy, Adam. 665 left. Take this Baby Dragon down and get one more hit on the left.
Juke Barrel Rocket.
Juke Barrel Rocket. He calls it. We see a rocket coming on down. We only need one more. Can
Juke
Adam
Barrel,
cycle
Juke
back? Here
Barrel,
comes.
Juke
Oh,
he
it's
didn't
not a
juke it.
But it connects. Stabbing it down. The lightning's
got it.
up.
He's got it.
1 hit point.
Yes.
He gets the kill. Adam is the winner. 2-0 Danny, and he has done it again. The reverse sweep. Adam takes the crown.
Adam gets himself the first victory in this tiebreaker, sets him up nicely, only has to beat Suarez, and he guarantees himself a spot in 2 weeks' time in our playoffs.
Yes, he will. That could not have been a closer game. Did you see that? The tower had 1 hit point left.
1 HP. The closest victory we've seen on CCGS.
I am flabbergasted. I think that we had a lot of close games today, but there's no physically possible way. I mean, we have hit points and integers. 1 hit point left on that tower was as close as it could have been. Yeah. Congratulations to Adam. The win there means that he will be well positioned against Suarez. Danny, on the other hand, going to have to struggle back and try to get a win against Suarez if he even wants to try to tie things up, and we'll have to rely on Suarez beating Adam.
Unfortunately, Danny's fate is now technically out of his hands. Like, he can beat Suarez, but that only goes so far, because if Adam now beats Suarez, it doesn't matter if he beats Suarez, because he's got 2 victories, so he takes the seeding anyway. So, yeah, it's kind of a bad situation for Danny. It's just, ugh.
Yep, that's
tense.
I think we got to send it back to our friends over in the locker room. Thank you very much.
Adam taking the win there. That's looking good for him right now.
A big congrats to Adam for that, because that's just getting him a step closer to getting out of the blue. The game-winning moment that we have here is that rocket barrel.
Yeah, there was a huge reaction over here on the couch as well when this happened. That Goblin barrel.
Wanting a juke barrel, because the last 2 Goblin barrels he put down were easily taken care of by Log. Oh,
just
gosh.
look at that reaction. And there's no favoritism here. It was more just the play. Like, we were calling that rocket Goblin barrel needed to come out, and it was timed to perfection just there. There was no way that we could see Danny's push on the tower happening. But Danny, valiant battle right there, because Adam was playing strong.
Yeah, Adam was playing strong, but also he has to take into account that the log didn't go for the Goblin barrel. It went for the tower because Danny was just trying to get the tower down.
That's true. If he had taken the Goblin barrel.
If he had taken the Goblin barrel out, he would have probably gotten the connect.
Or cycle to lightning or something similar. Yeah. So yeah, just a little bit of a lapse of an idea.
Did I leave you anything to talk about?
No, that's it. No, that was a great match, though. You really hit on everything there. I was expecting more juke barrels from Adam, especially when he knew that Danny had the log in hand, but he made it work either way. You know, it's easy for us to say as viewers that, oh, he can just rocket cycle him out. That's easier said than done. 2 rockets is 12 elixir. 12 elixir is not easy, especially when you're going against a fast hog deck.
Exactly. So that puts Adam 2-1 in that 3-way tiebreaker, and that puts
not
Danny
there yet.
1-2. So there's going to be 2 more matches between those 3 players, and that will be uploaded on YouTube straight after this event. So definitely go check that out to see how that all pans out, because that decides who's going to make it into the top 6 and make it through to the next stages of the tournament. So that's it for today. We've had 11 matches now. All of them have been incredibly close. The finishes have been intense, but That's it. We're done with the round robin.
I can't believe it. I love this. I love working with you guys too. Good times.
We got
one more.
We got one more.
stream to
I'm
go.
sorry. I'm getting a little sentimental, guys. Getting a little.
So thank you to Trinidad Woody for commentating this as well. Thank you, Mika, Ash. It's been great.
Thank you, Dragon,
Oh,
for
no.
hosting.
Oh no, thank you. But that's it.
Oh, no.
That's
Love
it.
fest.
We're done. We're done now, and don't forget there's going to be finals in a fortnight, so do check them out, and also NA and LATAM coming up, North America, Latin America. So many games to watch. Thank you from everyone here, and have a good day or night.
Take care, guys.